power-packed day filled with knowledge, innovation, and inspiration.
Today, as we have gathered for the second edition of Precision Medicine India Conclave and Awards 2025, an initiative by Voice of Healthcare and Next Edge. It is a proud moment for all of us as we have come together to this extraordinary platform that sends at the intersection of science and humanity, where cutting edge innovation meets compassionate care.
Absolutely. And over the course of this day, we'll explore the extraordinary promise that precision medicine holds in reshaping the way we diagnose, treat, and even prevent diseases, making healthcare smarter, sharper, and more personal.
So, we'll give you a glimpse in what we will be diving today. Implementing precision medicine in India from policy frameworks to infrastructure and ethics, integrating digital pathology and genomic profiling into our care systems, transforming oncology, neurology, and rare diseases through cell and gene therapies, exploring the future of AI and data science in personalized healthcare, and addressing equity, access, and patient education in precision medicine driven ecosystem, and of course, much, much more.
And alongside these inspiring discussions, we have also gathered today to honor the pioneers, the trailblazers, and the change makers, the people advancing personalized medicine, research, patient engagement, and innovation across the country.
Now, none of this would have been possible without the unwavering support of our incredible partners. So let's take a moment to acknowledge and thank them. Our session partner, Roche, Associate Partner, Thermo Fisher Scientific, Miltenyi Biotech, MyBiome Therapeutics, Premas Life Sciences, Onquest Laboratories, Narayana Healthcare, and Yashoda Group of Hospitals.
And we are also proudly supported by the Indian Cancer Society, a remarkable organization dedicated to cancer awareness, advocacy, and care.
So let's give them a big round of applause for their invaluable contribution and commitment to shaping the future of precision healthcare in India. Now, before we officially set the day in motion, let's take a moment to look back at the incredible journey of Voice of Healthcare, the force behind this meaningful initiative. Voice of Healthcare has been relentlessly working to build a collaborative, knowledge driven, and patient focused healthcare community in India.
Yes, and through countless initiatives, forums, and partnerships, Voice of Healthcare has constantly brought together leaders, experts, and change makers who believe in the power of healthcare, innovation, and inclusivity.
So, without further ado, let's watch this inspiring video that highlights the milestone mission and impact of Voice of Healthcare. Can we have the video? I think we have to move on. There's some technical issue. So, with an inspiration and purpose, and now to formally inaugurate this momentous gathering, we move to a beautiful Indian tradition, the lamp lighting ceremony.
It's a, sy- it's a symbol of knowledge, clarity, and collective illumination, lighting the path for new ideas, collaborations, and breakthroughs.
May I now invite our esteemed dignitaries to kindly join us on stage for the ceremony. Dr. Naveen Nishchal, Dr. Simi Tiwari, Dr.
Can we have a
Upasana,
huge round of applause?
Dr. Upasana Arora, Dr. Anushri Gupta, Dr. Manisha Khurana, Dr. Manjari Tripathi, Dr. Ravi Gaur. Let's welcome them with a big round of applause.
So let's light the lamp that will guide us through knowledge, action, and impact.
Can we have Dr. Rangarao on the stage for the ceremony as well? Thank you, sir. Let's gather for a group photograph. Thank you, everyone. All right, it's time to officially set the tone for today's conclave with our inaugural session. This is where we reflect on where we are today in the journey of precision medicine in India and where we are headed.
Yes, and this session is all about understanding how personalized, data driven, and patient centric approaches are being integrated into India's healthcare systems through policy, partnerships, and innovation.
May I now take this opportunity to invite our esteemed speakers who will be sharing their vision and wisdom with us this morning. Dr. Naveen Nishchal, serial entrepreneur and founding chairman Voice of Healthcare. Let's welcome our speakers with a round of applause. Dr. Simi Tiwari, Joint Director and HOD, Center for One Health National Center for Disease Control, Directorate General of Health Services, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Government of India. Ma'am, can we have you on stage? Dr. Ravi Gaur, Chairman, Medical Advisory Committee, Onquist Laboratories.
Please keep your hands rolling, everybody.
Dr. Divya Khanna, Scientist, Institute of Genomics and Integrative Biology, CSIR, New Delhi. And now I would like Thank you so much, everyone. And now I would like to invite Dr. Naveen Nishchal on the podium to set the tone for today.
Thank you very much, Simran and Shweta. Respected dignitaries on the stage, off the stage, fellow speakers, doctors, and our audience listening to us, watching us online through our various social media handles. I formally welcome you all for the second edition of Precision Med India Conclave and Awards 2025. It's truly an honor with this second edition. Our first edition happened last year, and that was a really a successful event. And again, we are gathered here to celebrate not just the progress, but the transformation which precision medicine is bringing to the healthcare. I believe that precision medicine will replace traditional medicine in future, and that time is not very far. And when we talk about precision medicine, first thing comes to mind is genomics. I think genomics is one piece of this large puzzle. There are a lot of other pieces to this puzzle, like data and AI. And I believe that today AI is one thing which is not only in healthcare or precision medicine, but whatever we are doing in any sector, be it fintech, be it automobile. So AI and data analytics is playing a huge role. And if I talk about precision medicine and its impact in healthcare, it is penetrating in every field of medicine, be it although we know that oncology and rare diseases is one. These are two branches where precision medicine is playing immense role, but there are other branches like cardiology, neurology, gastroenterology, infectious diseases, chronic diseases, where precision medicine is playing an important role. And precision medicine is not limited to genomics. There are a lot of other areas like robotics, wearables, remote diagnosis. And I believe that we are standing at the edge of a wave, and we are waiting for tsunami of innovation in this particular area. And I can envisage in future that healthcare, especially hospitals, will be providing only trauma care or any emergency care. Rest everything will be managed by precision medicine. We'll be able to diagnose, treat, even prevent even before symptoms ever appear. So I think we are entering into a very bright future of healthcare with precision medicine. And to conclude, I would say that today we have some fantastic speakers and really good lineup of discussions in our day-long agenda. And we have a bright evening with award ceremony where we'll be recognizing all the trailblazers of precision medicine. One thing I want to share on this stage, that one thing I like the most about this platform, that when I see people from experts from different areas, when they come here, when they meet each other, or make new connections, so that is what excites me a lot. So with that, I again welcome you all for this Precision Med India Conclave and Awards 2025. Thank you very much. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much, Dr. Nishal, for the opening remarks. I would also like to welcome Dr. Upasana Arora, Managing Director, Yashoda Group of Hospitals, for the inaugural session. Thank you for joining, ma'am. Now, I would like to invite Dr. Simi Tiwari, Joint Director and HOD, Center for One Health, National Center for Disease Control, Director General of Health Services, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, for the keynote address.
Thank you, ma'am. Respected dignitaries on the dais, respected dignitaries of the dais, I am delighted, rather I am privileged to be here, to be in this august gathering of eminent scientists, experts, a mix of public and private healthcare sector of India, to this a very important and upcoming field which is going to change the entire gamut of today's healthcare needs, that is the precision medicine. uh, I thank the organizer to provide me an opportunity to participate in this event. So I am Dr. Simi Tiwari on behalf of Director General of Health Services and Director National Center for Disease Control, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare. Uh, Here to deliberate or to look into the discussions going on this very niche area, wherein we are entering into an entire different domain of addressing the healthcare need with a newer novel approach which is gaining momentum on a global scale, that is a one health approach. The precision medicine is again a very important area for concerning in the one health initiative which is being taken by government of India through national one health mission. uh, I just wanted to apprise the house that national one health mission which is being led by uh, prime principal scientific advisor to honorable prime minister of India, uh, that has established four core groups, four advisory and review committees, one of which is technology enhanced surveillance, integrated and joint outbreak investigation, and looking into surveillance aspects for impactful public health action on the ground to save the communities. So, if we look into the surveillance aspects, uh, the precision medicine that can play a role, although we understand that the precision medicine and public health, they are two broad spectrum of the disciplines. If we look into the precision medicine, they are looking into a tailored healthcare needs of a specific individual. But if we look into the public health, we are looking into a communities at large. I am here to learn from this August gathering and the technical discussions on on this forum, that how the precision medicine can be leveraged to address the public health goals. We can understand that there are many areas wherein precision medicine that can play a pivotal role in shaping and bringing the cost effectiveness into the public health interventions, like antimicrobial resistance, fighting for the tuberculosis, fighting for few of the emerging zoonotic diseases where the transmission dynamics is not very well known to us. Emerging and re-emerging diseases at human wildlife interface, they are a very niche area wherein we are not able to understand the transmission dynamics and spillover mechanics of the pathogens which are happening across the species. So looking into the omic data, that is proteomic, genomic, metabolomic, and entirely the molecular science at a cell level, that can brought newer insights to bring about some cost effective interventions in terms of treatment, diagnostics, and other medical countermeasures. So I am greatly looking forward for having deliberations on this platform. Another area wherein precision medicine, I am looking forward that it could be a cost effective intervention for entire public health machinery for government of India, is the non communicable diseases, wherein we are struggling the dual burden of diseases, communicable and non communicable. These are playing a very critical role to protect, to address the healthcare need of our community, like diabetes, cardiovascular diseases, emerging cancer burden in the society. So this precision medicine that can play a very important role for us to address the healthcare need of our country. But this area that comes with fewer challenges, what I understand that we would require a huge data set. We would need to look into the data sovereignty and individual data sensitivity issues. So to what an extent we are going to meet these challenges, and we would require a huge data set to look into some tailor made interventions which could be implemented on public health interface. Secondly, we would be requiring a huge infrastructure development, but I am hopeful that there are many more institutes are working in this area, but still this discipline that need to be a more systematically driven, and it need to be on the forefront of the science by government of India, Ministry of Science and Technology, as well as a prestigious institute like Indian Council of Medical Research. But at the same time, because I come from the zoonotic diseases area of specialization, the other areas which may be of interest, that the agriculture sector, we are looking into genetically modified crops which may or may not be impacting human health. So that is another area which need to be looked into for the precision discipline, may not be a medicine but agricultural science. And at the same time, the livestock which are there to to address our food needs. So how these disciplines are interplaying, and how the precision medicine can be leveraged on these cross cutting edge. So this is a very critical discipline, and I'm greatly looking forward that this can be a a game changer for the years to come to address the healthcare need of our country. So with this I stop here, and I'm looking forward for great insights, great deliberations out of this important workshop of this event. So thank you very much. Jai Hind and Jai Bharat. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Tiwari, for that kind and opening address. Now, I would like to invite Dr. Ravi Gaur, Chairman, Medical Advisory Committee, Oncos Laboratories, for the opening address. Welcome, sir.
Good morning, everyone, and my respect to dignitaries at the stage, and of course, off the stage, we have from the leading oncologist, Dr. Rao, sitting in front of us. to be here, and Upasna, and we have Simi and Divya, and of course Naveen from the Voice of Health. It's been my pleasure to attend this second Voice of Healthcare. In fact, I was part of the first one too, and it creates a lot of noise, and I think the noise is now converted into voice. I think a lot of people are now talking about it. It's practically so my I'm basically a pathologist by profession, a diagnostic person, and so probably firstly let me welcome officially to this transformative event of the future of healthcare, that is the precision medicine. I've been wondering sometime, we think, now we all drink tea or different. Everybody drinks a tea of different flavor. I want this little hot, little mixed kind of a thing. Similarly, the coffee, we have different takes on clothes, fittings, colors, sizes. Eat accordingly. We have pizzas of multiple brands. We sleep differently. The rhythms are different, but no two individuals are alike in any case. But then, how can one size fits all medicine be enough? I think that's the thought which is going on. There's the era of ready-mades which came. We have size X, XL, and fall. But I think today still Raymond's ka bikta hai. Raymond people still go to think stage, and that's something we've been. This is a misbalance. But of course, we are back with it. Probably we never had the tool in our hands when it came to science and medical science. Today, with the power of genomics, digital pathology, AI-driven insights, we finally have the science to treat each person as they are unique, all of us. This is probably not, it's innovation. Probably it's going to be probably a moment, as Dr. Naveen mentioned about it. A mission that will make healthcare personal, precise, and deeply human. I think before we move, I think whole day is full of science and talk, and I think I'd like to mention something. But I just bring Dr. Rangarao here, sir. He's a topmost oncologist, advanced technology, all sciences, all medicine, whatever is best taught in the world he's practicing and he's offering to the people. One thing he's tried is something, his own initiative, that was something called Hosla. And this was something which is like, all the cancer patient survivors bringing their inner strength and making them, that inner strength makes it more unique and personalized. Because treatment can be protocol the same, but everybody has inner strength. I think that's a strength of personalized medicine, and probably we're heading towards that more precise as we go forward. And I'm sure this conference, I think we have the entire day, dialogue will be with hope, curiosity, and the shared dream of building the future the patient receive not just a treatment, but a full understanding. Just before, I think I'll just say to the current landscape in India. Today, India is making huge strides in genomics. We have just heard, Prime Minister's initiative. We have in the genome projects, we have digital health mission, and all are making towards, reactive to proactive, genetic to tailored, and volume-based to value-based care. That's what the future, probably precision medicine driven, looks like and appears to be. And it is already there in the path. I think we can see the future right in front of us. But a lot of opportunities ahead. This basically, ma'am talked about infectious diseases, non-communicable diseases, everything for that matter. Cancer has already been there. We can probably have to take population scale genomic profiling to identify the hotspots and probably predisposition before symptoms arise. Digital pathologies, of course, will be an answer to what we see. The cellular data, I think we'll have discussed. We have a session, I think, in the coming, in the whole day. Artificial intelligence, machine learning, personalized treatment planning, and the telegenomics, mobile health platforms, everything is now coming down, precise, individual-based, patient-centric, and whatever is required in science mixed with the personalized need. But there are challenges too. I think that's all we are here for. Probably we need a collaboration, public-private partnership. There's a problem with the data infrastructure, interoperability. I think that's a big problem because I think the two platforms, multiple platforms had to together. I don't know the right forum or not. We have so many NGSs in the country. Can we have all the NGS data centralized repository somewhere? It could be anonymous. Probably that will be a huge task because everybody probably that will be advantage. We're all working in silos. We are all having across many of them. But if we can be put together into one data, that can give you colossal information and probably be the world. Ethical and legal frameworks, they continuously evolving. These huge skill gaps, we still have a new skill gap because it's a new skill. And I think it's time to address this skill and maybe upgrade our own skills because science is evolving very, very fast. It's a continuous process. Lastly, the most important Indian healthcare is affordability and accessibility. It is not something which is like to be, the privileged institutions or a bigger cities. It has to touch the grassroots of India. I come from an Indian Army background. For me, and any technology is, powerful if it reaches the powerless, the remotest part somewhere in the world or somewhere in the country, the last man of the post. If he can get the technology, I think that's where we're successful for. So it's time to invest in the infrastructure, multidisciplinary education, build regulatory framework with dynamic, because technology is changing very, very fast. By the time a regulation comes up, new technologies already come up. Again, so I think it has to be a real-time regulatory framework which has to evolve with time. And most importantly, and firstly, what I mentioned is public-private ecosystem. And that's what we're trying to build up, collaboration, awareness, and partnership together, bringing this new technology to India. Finally, the future of healthcare is actually not just, I am at least believer in a human touch. That's most important, the compassion we talk about. It's not just high tech, but high touch too. It's not about replacing doctors with machine. It's empowering clinicians with better tools, richer data, deeper insight, so that the care becomes more accurate, empathetic, and timely. Let's build a future where every diagnosis is data informed, every treatment is tailored, and every patient feels truly seen and heard. So yes, precision medicine sounds very new term or fancy or innovative, but it's really understanding us deeply, serving us exactly what fits us best. That's not just medicine, it's basically you-based medicine, and thank you very much for that.
Thank you so much, Dr. Gaur, for setting up the tone. Now, I would like to invite Dr. Divya Khanna, Scientist, Institute of Genomics and Integrative Biology, CSIR, New Delhi, for the address.
A very good morning to everyone. Gratitude to the dignitaries on the stage and off the stage, and really a pleasure to speak at this collaborative podium where I want to bring in the work that we as molecular biologist scientists are doing at Institute of Genomics and Integrative Biology. So as Dr. Simi has mentioned, like regarding focusing on the non-communicable diseases, so IGIB with the current work that we are doing there, that's focused on cancer and specifically breast cancer. Because if we consider the global cancer statistics as per the 2022 stats, almost 50% of mortality is experienced in the breast cancer scenario. So why is this happening? What is the problem here? So the problem here is, like, if we say that diagnosis is happening at a very later stage, at stage 3 and 4. So the first point that we lack here is the early diagnosis that is not happening. Second is the treatment strategies that have been made. US has done lots of advancement. We have TCGA, which has got 10,000 genome atlas that's there. So there's one particular difference why we thought of starting this breast cancer genome atlas study in India. Because what was happening, if we see in US, the median age of developing breast cancer is above 60. But when we come to India, it is 40 and 60 and sometimes under 40. And again, the most important thing is that it is mostly the aggressive form of breast cancer, that is the triple negative breast cancer. So this initiated us. To go and develop this study that we have designed for, that's the Indian Breast Cancer Genome Atlas. So how does that concept comes into being? So just giving a very common analogy of traffic. We need to travel from one place to another. We enter the destination and the drop site from the Google map. It gives us different routes, and which is the best that we can do. And that is what is unique that happens within the biology, if we say about and a human. So for one drug, there are a number of reasons, number of pathways that it will be metabolized, just giving it in a layman terms. So when you have that distinct kind of, this is why it happens that one patient responds to the same therapy, but the other doesn't respond to that therapy. So these are the points that held us that we should initiate this program. And this program, Indian Breast Cancer Genome Atlas, started in year 2021. And it was initiated by Council of Scientific and Industrial Research. So in this, we envision to do 1,000 patient, build a database for 1,000 patients. And as man said that we need to build those communities. So we tried our best that we should cover all the regions of getting the samples from different regions of India, where we collaborated with Shankara Hospital from Bangalore. Then we went to Calcutta from Saroj Gupta, TMC, Dr. Sudeep Gupta, who was from the start with us on this project. From Delhi, we have AIMS, Dr. SVS Deo, Apollo, and then we have Rajiv Gandhi, Dr. Anurag Mehta from Rajiv Gandhi. So it was a very good collaboration, which took us time, but we are able to reach and almost sequence somewhere around 500 and above samples with paired samples that we have today. Now comes the parts that Dr. Naveen pointed out, how AI, data science, and how. So we have got this huge data now, where we are focusing on genomics, we are focusing on transcriptome, we are focusing on immune deconvolution, that is to understand what is the tumor microenvironment. So what are the different types of immune cells present in the immune system, and how we can use RNA-seq data to find out and understand that. So we are trying to build all these with different collaborations. And here we have, from DBT, we have NIMBMG, BRICS, Kalyani, Kolkata, which is a very predominant collaborator who's helping us to analyze this. And as Dr. Ravi pointed about the data infrastructure, so I would like to inform, like DBT has initiated this IBCDC Faridabad RCB center. They built that cohort where we can have all the NGS data to be stored there and can be analyzed further. So this is definitely a platform where we need to engage more, and this is my first time here, so I'm very delighted to be part of this engagement, because now the further I foresee that we have got the data. Now how we can collaborate with the clinicians, what kind of information is that can be translated best. And another thing that we at IGIB have been able to do is we have started up with this mini organoids in dish, that is the organoids. So we have been able to successfully generate those tissue samples from the patients into dishes. And the purpose of doing this is to do an initial drug screening for the patient, so that we can understand what is the kind of chemo resistance that could happen at the molecular level, and then how this can transition further into helping the clinicians to design a very tailored treatment plan for the patient. So all our efforts in together are just focused to get how we can align the work and give a better quality of life to the patient and reduce. We definitely see number of patients who respond very well, but some patients do not respond well to that therapy. So there are very few little, because if I say a fun fact here, so 99.9% of our genome, every individual's genome is identical. It is only 0.1% of genome that makes the whole difference. And when we, through genomic studies, through alignment of genomics, proteomics, and metagenomics, and epigenetics, in fact, because the environment again plays a very important role here, we can help to design a pipeline to treat well the patients. And I think this is the best platform for me to come and engage with the people, with all of you dignitaries and others in the audience, so that we can find out more collaborations and build a very helpful and a healthy ecosystem for these kind of thoughts to grow further and transition into clinical care. So thank you so much for listening. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Khanna, for the opening address. Now, I would like to invite Dr. Upasna Arora, Managing Director, Yashoda Group of Hospitals, for the opening remarks. Welcome, ma'am.
Good morning, Delhi. Please उठ जाएं, because I think आप लोग, it's early morning of Sunday, so everybody wanted to take rest. Actually, I am still in a holiday mood. I was not prepared to come. That is why I have sent my gem of my doctors who will come here and discuss. But this Pinky, I was reading newspaper, but she said, no, no, you have to come. So I am just coming like, doda doda bhaga bhaga sa. So anyhow, I am part of this precision medicine. I am working with Voice of Healthcare for many years, and I am thankful to Dr. Naveen Nishchal. When I came to know about his name, I thought that Naveen Nishchal has made something who was working in movies. But when I met him, I really realized he wants to do something different. Lots of platform I am going for conferences. But Voice of Healthcare is always taking a new topic. And I really appreciate that because this precision medicine is a new beginning for healthcare industry. Otherwise, like quality care, patient safety, these things started, I think, 10 or 15 years back. But now precision medicine has taken place, which is the most hot topic and especially very beneficial for the patient. So I am not going to talk very technical things because when Divya is sitting, Dr. Tiwari is sitting, Ravi is sitting, who is a very good friend of mine, Naveen is sitting, I should not go in technical details, but I must tell you that we are also trying to do something related to do in my new hospital, which is a 1200 bedded hospital, and we are starting doing this CAR T therapy, cell therapy, gene therapy, and after that we are going to start biobank also. Because then I realized when we were talking about that scientists, we are not only talking about doctors, scientists are putting their efforts to do something for the new generation. You can see that this genetic doctors are doing really very good work. So when female is prepared for pregnancy, they are taking care of that. And especially if somebody is having some problem with first child, they are actually trying to tell them which kind of test you have to go. So if there is any deformation is supposed to be there, so if we will go with this precision medicine thing in advance, so we can save kids, we can save this burden of autistic children, or different kind of problems on society also. It's not only one family, it's a society, it's whole India. And for this we need to have data, and that is why this ABDM is playing a major role. And our hospital is ABDM compliant hospital, and I request all of you should go for this ABDM compliant, because for everything we need big data. Because our center is a pharmacopoeia center also, pharmacology. And what they do, they are collecting data from the, if some drug is reacting, we are sending them all the details that which drug is reacting from many people. So they are stopping that drug and they are inventing new drugs, something like that. Same type of thing I think government need. But problem with the healthcare is that nobody wants to share their data with anybody. But in ABDM, your data is not seen by other hospitals or someone. It is going directly to the in an encrypted mode. And when scientists and government want to do something for the benefit of the full society, they will use this data. So I really want that we should go ahead with this precision medicine, which is really, really good. Because when somebody came to my hospital with some new test, they said, Madam, आपके test से हम बता सकते हैं आपको आगे क्या problem होगी. So I have got that test done, and they have given me after this much of time you will get this and this problem. So I thought I should take care. So sometimes everybody says, oh, why should we know before, like we will be in trouble and it will give us tension. It's not like that. We have to know everything. If in advance we can take care of our health, we can start. Now these days the food is medicine. This is also a very big concept. And I believe that food is medicine is really very good, and they are working, researchers are working on that also. So this precision medicine is going to change whole healthcare scenario. And I am really thankful to our Prime Minister who started taking interest in healthcare. Before that, no one was thinking about healthcare or healthcare partners. And I think we are always having partnership with government because we are part of TB Mukt Bharat. We are part of Ayushman Bharat. We are part of ABDM. We are part of anemia elimination. Because I believe if we will not, private hospitals are not going with the government, we cannot doing anything for society and government cannot implement their policies. With these words, have a great day, and I am going to listen all brainy people here. So my knowledge is going to enhance today. Thank you, Pinky, for taking me here with force. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much, Dr. Arora, and it's always pleasure to have you with us. So now, due to some other commitment, Dr. Amit Jain could not make it. So we have a video message of him. So can we have the video message of Dr. Amit Jain, President Niambio, on the screen?
Industry partners, healthcare leaders, and esteemed guests. A very good morning to all. It's an absolute honor to be here with you today at the inaugural session of the Precision Medicine Conclave and Awards. My name is Amit Jain, and I stand here before you not just as a speaker, but as a passionate advocate for the transformative power of precision medicine. Though it may sound like a small phrase, precision medicine represents a vast and profound shift in the way we approach healthcare. At its heart lies a simple but powerful promise. That is to deliver the right treatment to the right patient at the right time. Over the past decade, we have witnessed remarkable progress in the adoption of precision medicine. Today, we are on the cusp of yet another paradigm shift, which is primarily driven by the integration of cutting-edge technologies such as digital pathology, AI, next generation sequencing, and by expansion of precision approaches into the therapeutic areas beyond oncology, such as rare disease, hematology, neurology, cardiovascular health, and nephrology. What's more inspiring is the growing rate of patient advocacy and caregiver engagement, which is reshaping how the treatment decisions are made and adopted. A critical enabler to this transformation is the unification of data integration and sharing data. This will be a key to accelerating innovation, expanding access to clinical trials, and improving the measurement and scaling of precision medicine. While markets like US are already advancing in this direction, we anticipate other regions, including India, will follow with increasing speed. Technological innovations such as enhanced NGS methodologies, robust image management systems, and even slide-free digital diagnostics are helping redefine what's possible. However, precision medicine, to reach its full potential, we must address significant barriers such as regulatory hurdles, reimbursement models, data privacy issues, and the need for a stronger collaboration between the laboratories, clinicians, and patients. To overcome these barriers, all stakeholders must come together with a shared vision, the one rooted in the strategic planning, policy alignment, and awareness building. Government initiatives and private sector partnership will play a vital role in driving this mission forward. India, with its diverse population, world-class scientific talent, and vibrant digital health ecosystem, is uniquely positioned to become a global leader in precision medicine innovation and implementation. With collective effort, we can accelerate this journey and make meaningful strides in the patient-centered care. At last, let me close with a message that embodies the spirit of why we are here today. Let us strive to build a world where every patient receives the right treatment at the right time, with the right care. It would be my absolute privilege and pleasure to contribute to this vision in any capacity I can. Thank you for this opportunity, and I wish you all a successful conference today. Thank you.
Now, our chief guest of the day, Shri Ravinder Singh, Honorable Minister, Social Welfare, SC and ST Welfare, Cooperative Election, Government of Delhi, has also shared his warm greetings for the day, and he will be joining us today and later.
Heartfelt thank you to all our esteemed speakers for sharing such meaningful, valuable, and future focused insights.
And their thoughts and vision truly lay a strong foundation for the important discussions ahead.
Let's give them all another big round of applause, everybody. Thank you.
And now it's time to express our heartfelt gratitude to our distinguished dignitaries for being here with us today, for sharing their invaluable insights and lending their support to this very important conversation around the future of precision medicine in India. To mark our appreciation, we would like to present a token of gratitude and felicitate our esteemed guest on behalf of the entire Voice of Healthcare family. May I now request Dr. Naveen Nishal to kindly come forward for the felicitation.
Huge round of applause, everybody. Keep your hands rolling, please. Thank you.
We'll start with Dr. Simi Tiwari. Dr. Ravi Gaur. Dr. Divya Khanna. Dr. Upasana Arora. Let's give them a round of applause as we honor these remarkable leaders for their contribution and presence here today. Now, I would like to invite Dr. Manisha Khurana, founder Next Edge, to please come on stage and felicitate Dr. Naveen Nishal. Let's capture this beautiful moment. I would invite everyone on center of the stage for a group photograph.
Let's make this moment special, a frame to remember. Give them a big round of applause once again, please. Thank you. Thank you so much, everybody. What a beautiful start to what promises to be a truly meaningful and inspiring day ahead.
Thank you,
Thank you, everybody.
That was an amazing start of the day, right? And now, before we head into our first panel, let's quickly involve you all because it's always more fun when we get to think together. So, this is a very simple interaction with our audience here. I'll just explain the concept with you. So, before every panel, we will be asking some fun, tricky, and yet some simple question to all our audience. We have 4 options. You have to select one correct answer and raise your hands for the right answer. And we will be keeping track of all the participants who are giving us the right answer, as we have some exciting goodies at the end of the event.
Absolutely, Simran. Here's a simple question to everybody in the room. Nothing too technical, just something interesting to get us all thinking in the direction of precision medicine.
All right, here comes the first question. So listen carefully. Which one of the following is considered a key element in precision medicine? A, DNA sequencing. B, randomized clinical trials. C, mass-produced drugs. D. Traditional herbal treatments.
All right, now here what we want you to do. Pick the option you believe is correct. Say it out loud. Please don't be shy. Let's hear it from all of you all. And yes, that's the correct answer, DNA sequencing. You are absolutely right, ma'am. DNA sequencing is the foundation of precision medicine, helping us understand individual genetic makeup and designed targeted, personalized treatments.
Now we have some gifts at the end.
And that's exactly what this first panel is going to explore. How elements like genomics, infrastructure, policy, and ethics are shaping the future of precision medicine in India. So let's dive right in. It's time for our first panel discussion. Implementation of precision medicine in India, infrastructure, policy, and ethics.
So, precision medicine is revolutionizing healthcare across the globe, tailoring treatment strategies based on person's genetic makeup, environment, and lifestyle. However, bringing this to life within India's diverse and complex healthcare ecosystem requires more than advanced technology. It demands a robust infrastructure, thoughtful policies, regulatory clarity, and ethical framework that safeguards patient right while enabling innovation. In this panel, we will be addressing some of the most important questions shaping the future of personalized healthcare in India. So this conversation is especially important because the decisions we make today will set the stage of how personalized care is accessed, regulated, and delivered tomorrow. And to guide us through this critical discussion, we have an exceptional panel of visionaries, thought leaders, and healthcare policy makers. Now, I would like to invite our panelists on the stage. Dr. Anushri Gupta, Additional Professor and Head, Department of Biotechnology, AIIMS, New Delhi. Let's welcome her with a round of applause. Dr. Upasana Arora, Managing Director, Yashoda Group of Hospitals.
Can we have a huge round of applause for everybody, please? Thank you.
Dr. Manjari Tripathi, Head of Department, Neurology, AIIMS, New Delhi. Unfortunately, we just got an update that she's not well, so she could not make it. Dr. Vijay Arora, Principal Director, Yashoda Group of Hospitals. Dr. Manisha Khurana, Founder, Next Edge Precision Medicine Insights. She will be moderating the session. Welcome, ma'am. Dr. Ranga Rao, Chairman, Medical Oncology, Paras Healthcare. Over to you, Manisha, ma'am.
First of all, thank you for having me here. So I believe that we have to build a huge ecosystem as far as precision medicine is concerned. So we have to connect so many dots in healthcare. And what is the heart of precision medicine is genomics. What is our asset in India? So that is diversity. We have to map, all the communities. And with the help of that, we can understand the disease better. And I believe that policies should also be in place. With genomic mapping comes huge data that needs to be taken care of, so data privacy and regulatory framework. Then comes infrastructure. Genomic labs, I think that involves huge investment. And we have to, really think that whether we need a centralized lab or what do we need? And we need public-private partnership as well that can come for our rescue. On healthcare side, I believe that doctors, laboratories, and hospitals, they need to be connected. So what will come to our rescue are the digital tools. So whatever reports are being generated, whether they are genomic reports or any other data, that has to be used on real-time basis. And with that comes training. We need to understand the report. We need to use it for patient-centric approach. So I'm a strong believer that precision medicine should not stay in the research lab and it should reach primary healthcare center. So on that note, I'll start this panel. And my first question goes to Ma'am Anushri. So, with biotechnology playing a central role in advancing precision medicine, how can public institutions like AIMS lead translational results from lab to bedside? And what structural reforms are needed to integrate genomic with clinical protocols at scale?
Thank you. Um, Thank you so much for this question. Uh, representing the students of my department, you all spoke about human touch, about the research labs, about the policy, the infrastructure, with the AI, data integration, all in the interest of the people, right? But it's a huge investment that the future generation will have to handle. And we at AIMS are dedicated to imparting skills to the students to handle the kind of data which requires a lot of training. You know, the word itself is small, precision medicine, but the implications are widespread. You know, each one of us are working in their own niche. And I think when each one of us is skilled enough, so they will rise together in a crescendo to impart the fruits of precision medicine to India. The students basically are the driving force. They are the energy. And mind you, it is not going to come too soon because the training involves a lot more than what we talk here in conferences. And one of my students is here, and probably he will be able to testify what he has learned in our department. And it's not going to be easy. That's all I can say. So, but I do believe that human touch is important, which Dr. Gaur mentioned in the beginning. And we cannot ignore the people. It is a people-centric approach. And the words may be new, but the questions that we are trying to answer are age-old, whether it was represented by eugenics, euthenics. Now the words are precision medicine, personalized medicine, sequencing, AI, but they all represent the same thing. That is a quest to understand the self and to make life better for all in this universe.
Right, ma'am. I'm a strong believer of training. So, Dr. R. Rangarao, given your experience across corporate and clinical settings, what is your view on incentivizing hospitals to invest in molecular diagnostic infrastructure? And what kind of public-private partnership could accelerate adoption?
Okay, so I'll go. I think we had a fantastic opening session. I liked and appreciated each and every speaker's comments about the precision medicine. And if you define the precision medicine, one of the persons who came, I think Dr. Amit, he mentioned it, the right medicine for the right patient. That is the precision medicine. So in that context, and if you go by the definition, is it something new? I would say absolutely not. This has been going on for last 2 decades. In the breast cancer, we refined the treatment to the ERPR positive, to HER2 positive, and to HER triple negative, and so on. Similarly, in the lung cancer, we have said EGFR positive, ALK positive, and so on. So this precision medicine has been in practice, has been benefiting the patients a lot. And all these results have generated from the labs which are internal to the most of the hospitals. Some, yes, outsourced. In the beginning, there were difficulties in understanding interpretation, credibility, reliability, and so on. And I think now it's become quite widespread, even though there are some areas where there is some scope for improvement. Having said that, do we really need to have now what exactly is different from the precision medicine 2 years back or 20 years back and today is the introduction of the genomics. The genomics, the complete genomic profiling of the tumor is making a difference, and then it is making us understand the tumor better and to understand what medicines could be used. Now, the question is, like we had in the 2 decades, of immense benefit to the patients. Can we today confidently say that this precision medicine, based on the genomics, has it benefited the patients in general? No. It's long way to go. We are beginning to understand. We have just got onto that genomic highway, and we have a long way to go. And I would just quote one of the incidents and discussion with one of my doctor patients yesterday. Very, very interesting, just to understand, make you understand, and for me to also understand. This patient is a BRCA positive breast cancer, triple negative, this lady, young lady. And she is a unique in the sense that she has both the breasts removed because she was BRCA positive, very strong family history. And despite after this, she went for the IVF and got a child. Imagine a lady having a baby without the breasts. And that's the uniqueness of this lady. Now, this is not just the beginning. And yesterday she said, doctor, my sister who is in USA, she has been detected to be positive for BRCA. She doesn't have the breast cancer or ovarian cancer, any cancer for that matter, her younger sister. But she's recently married, she wants to have a child. So our standard evidence-based medicine said that, look, let her lead a healthy lifestyle, let her have complete the family as soon as possible, and then go for the oophorectomy and some medications. Yes, doctor, they have said all that, but they want to do IVF in her. I said, why do they want to do IVF in her? The important thing here is, I actually stood up from my chair. I said, is it possible? They wanted to do the IVF, and then before they implant the fetus or the embryo into the womb, they wanted to do the BRCA testing. And then if they do the BRCA testing in that womb, in that embryo, and if they find it positive, they would discard it. Now, why she couldn't have had a normal pregnancy and then do the BRCA testing there? It would have resulted in the destruction of a fetus, which is unfair, without knowing the fate of the fetus. Now, to that extent, we are going. So that's a precision medicine, genomic medicine that we are coming to. You asked me the question whether we should incentivize in the private sector or any other sector to have this. I'm not sure whether I can be able to answer that. I think there's enough incentives already built in that. What is required today is a build up a good network of the precision medicine. I don't think the precision medicine labs are such thing that you can establish in every nook and corner. Absolutely no. Neither we have the human skill people that, as we've been just listening, human skill is very, very scarce in this particular field. So it's not possible to have in multiple places. It should be highly specialized, centralized laboratories with high credibility. And what is required is amalgamation of all these to one particular center and the database collection. And then there have to be some good policies in that. Because if you see the reporting of one lab to the other lab, absolutely different. And there are 10 pages report, which just 2 sentences are relevance to the clinician. Rest all is worth going to some other place which they deserve. So what I mean is the printing of, I'm just sorry if I'm not answering your question precisely, but I think we should refine our way of working. Okay, so what am I asking is, what am I asking? Does this patient have certain genome genes in the tumor? The patient has got so and so gene, and then you could try these medicine. That's all I want. Now, giving the information that we have tested for 200 genes, and if these genes are present in that, is all. I mean, I don't want to use unparliamentary language. It's an unnecessary thing. And the patient, when he reads it, he confused so much. So, I mean, I think these are the things which we need to understand that, okay, fine, there's no point giving irrelevant, unnecessary, and confusing information to the doctor or to the patient. So your answer, the question number 1 is incentivization, no. Let there be credible laboratories. And is there any other part of the question which I'm missing? Right, okay, thank you.
So I think the cancer is one thing which is torch-bearing everything in precision medicine, and definitely BRCA testing, if we can implant the embryo without BRCA, especially if mother is positive, that is something which is unique, sir. And of course, I believe that genomic labs are required, and definitely there has to be, strong infrastructures to support that. Right. Moving on, Dr. Vijay, from your perspective, how can precision medicine reshape the way we manage chronic and lifestyle diseases like diabetes, hypertension, and cardiovascular disorders? And what are the early steps hospitals should take to integrate personalized care pathway in internal medicine?
Thank you. Precision medicine differs majorly from the one-size-fit-all approach in medicine, and we need to be more refined and defined in prescribing, in diagnosing, in giving therapeutic approaches, in prognosticating, and in preventing different type of diseases. And the precision medicine takes into account further genetic, genomic, environmental, and other factors which are responsible for the development of the disease, and then precisely tell us about the diagnosis. As far as the lifestyle diseases like diabetes, hypertension, and cardiovascular disease are concerned, because India being the capital of diabetes, and where 2023 ICMR Indian F study has shown that 101 million people are already having diabetes and 136 million people are having pre-diabetes, and the total of 237 million people who needs proper care. So the precision medicine is going to be more helpful in this scenario to convert these patients from pre-diabetic to non-diabetic, rather than in next 3 years these 137 million people will convert from pre-diabetes to diabetes. So where comes the role of precision? Precision in the diagnostics. So when you diagnose a patient, whether it is type 1 patient or type 2 patient in diabetes, so we need to further classify whether it is having a different type of antibodies against insulin, whether it is CA156 or insulin or GAD or ZNT8 antibodies, and at what level of age these antibodies has developed, and what is the level of antibodies patient is having to define a patient having type 1 diabetes, and at what particular time you are testing common tests like C-peptide or insulin in type 2 diabetes. If you are testing C-peptide or insulin at the beginning or treatment naive patients, then these are very helpful tests to differentiate type 1 or type 2 diabetes. And in further type 2, when you are going for a genetic testing, then HNF1A or HNF3A or GCE typing, then you can define whether it is having MODI 1, 2, 3, or up to 12 different type of maturity onset diabetes of the young. You can define, and you can then generalize your treatment accordingly, whether this patient set is going to respond to sulfonylurea or this patient is not going to respond to sulfonylurea, or in a sooner we need to add insulin. So precision in diagnostics, precision in therapeutics, precision in treatment, precision in prognostication, and precision in monitoring. All the six parameters are required, and only then we'll be able to deliver to the patients the exact and the precise treatment. As far as blood pressure is concerned, and we are most of the time diagnose the blood pressure by seeing only systolic and the diastolic blood pressure. There are different things. A patient comes to the OPD and patient may have a different blood pressure, and then nowadays home blood pressure is considered to be the best BP monitoring. And then there are certain things called white coat hypertension, there is mask hypertension. We may not be able to define the hypertension as patient. So in such patients, we are going for a level, next level, then we can have ABPM, the ambulatory BP monitoring, and we can define such patient. By monitoring these blood pressures, we can define two subsets of patient, whether patient is having dipper or not dipper. The patient who are non-dipper, that means the patient's blood pressure is not falling during the sleep. They are non-dipper and they are at higher risk of developing stroke and cardiovascular illness. So we need to define, and we need to set the doses accordingly so that patient's blood pressure is not increase suddenly in the morning, because most of the complication of the blood pressure, they happen between 5 a.m. to 10 a.m. and more so on the Monday. And we should be very careful that this early morning surge of the blood pressure should be monitored, and we should give the medication accordingly. If you are giving long-acting medicine, then the timing of the medicine should be according to the need. And if patient is on steroid, then we should give those medicine according to the surge of the cortisols, where the level is increased. And if you are avoiding this blood pressure variability, which is more common cause of stroke and cardiovascular diseases. This variability, whether it is glycemic variability in diabetes or is blood pressure variability in the patient with hypertension, these are the commonest and cause of complications. So by avoiding these variabilities, by precisely diagnosing and precisely treating such patient, we can prevent the complication or we can delay the onset of complication, whether it is diabetic, cardiovascular, or stroke.
Sir, very well said. And I believe that non-communicable diseases are not being monitored with the help of wearable devices. And we can tailor the treatment, we can monitor the treatment. We have pharmacogenomics, as you said, for our rescue. And it is not only the diagnostic part which is being taken care of. Right. So, Dr. Anushri, India still lacks clear regulatory framework for data sharing in biomedical research. In your opinion, how should we design policy that encourages collaboration without compromising patient data security and consent?
Um, Patient data security is very, very important, especially in the era of precision medicine. In our institute, we do have the ethical body. In fact, whatever kind of research is done, whether at the undergraduate level, postgraduate level, or PhD level, so whatever research, it has to go through all the regulations of it has to get clearance from the ethical body. The patient data is coded. Usually, the clinicians play an important role here. Even when they have collaborators, they do not divulge the entire information to the collaborator. At least the name and the a few basic things like age, gender, and all that, that is not shared. It is given in a coded manner. So the clinicians have a pivotal role out there, and so the identity of the patient is not revealed. With whatever data you have, you have to present it with the coded format. So that we follow very strictly. We do not allow, sometimes what happens is when we monitor the research proposals coming from different labs, many times, there is a habit amongst researchers to sneak in a few aims and objectives which do not fall within the overall objectives of the ethics. So in that case, also, we sort of don't approve of it. We send it back to the people, to the concerned person, to write the proposal in the correct form. We do have the patient information sheets and patient consent forms where the people are like, it's the responsibility of the clinician to make the patient understand what the research project is all about and what kind of drugs they are being monitored uh, in the language that they do understand. So in case it's a child who is not able to understand, the parents are there to basically understand whatever is there. And then only if they consent to the particular treatment or the proposal or the investigations that are to be carried on, so that we move ahead. So that is the ethics part of it. So even in collaborations, there is a strict surveillance mechanism. So if you have to collaborate with different institutes, a memorandum of understanding is signed between the institutes. The do's and do nots are there. And what was the other part of your question? I think it was mainly related to ethics and the regulatory guidelines. So the regulatory guidelines are as per our institute. So one thing I would like to mention after listening to both the panelists out here. So most of the time, the clinicians clinicians are interested, like he said, in just one or two lines. Now, precision medicine it cannot be covered in one or two lines. The body is an integrated whole. I think there are very few disorders that are due to a single gene defect. Most of the lifestyle related disorders, so they are multifactorial. So not only at the genetic level, the environmental level, and the habits, the lifestyle related. So, to pinpoint, like if you go through the gene-wide association studies, you will find many SNPs. So, but you may not be knowing the function of those SNPs. So, but if you go through, like if you have a locus-specific variation that you are aware of, you see, especially when he talked about certain patients not responding to the medication. So then you know that the medication is targeting a particular receptor or a particular enzyme. So the studies can be done in a very focused way to find out so whether the different variants in that gene or in that drug target, so they are responding to the medication or not. For example, I'll tell you the molecule that I'm working on is the endothelin gene, right? Endothelin is a potent vasoconstrictor and is responsible for hypertension. And the receptors are the G-coupled receptors. So when we did an initial study in a cohort of patients cohort of patients undergoing coronary artery bypass graft surgery, and we found certain SNPs both in the receptors as well as in the ligand, that is endothelin 1. Now, we found certain SNPs, like he said, we wanted for diagnostics. So we found one particular SNP, which was in the 5' untranslated region of the endothelin gene, which was responsible for very high levels of endothelin 1. So which, and of course, accompanied with potent hypertension. Now, but that means it can serve as a diagnostic marker. We studied that in coronary artery disease patients, in children with severe pulmonary hypertension and having congenital heart disease. So in that section, we had both cyanotic and acyanotic children. And what we found was that this particular allele, which is a minor allele, so it is absent in the cyanotic children. Now, in homozygous conditions. So if it is absent in cyanotic children, so what does it mean? So what we realized was that probably the pressure was so high in these children that it was affecting the mortality, and we were not able to score those levels in those children. So that was in the diagnostic part. So that is, you can monitor the genomes of the patients and you can look at the probability of the children acquiring that particular allele. So that might be at a risk allele. That is in the part of diagnostics. Now the receptors on which this ligand is acting. So we have found certain silent mutations. Now the silent mutations traditionally are considered to be neutral because they do not change the amino acid sequences. But our research is showing that the silent mutants are not neutral at all. In fact, if you have different codons for the same amino acid, so I do not want to go into the technical details, but the time taken for the formation of the RNA and the protein, the kinetics of the formation of the receptor molecule is different. As a result of which, the medication which is available in the market, like bosentan, so which targets the endothelin receptors, so it is able to elicit the functional response that you desire from one allele, but not the other. So that means here it is whatever dose you may give to a patient having a particular allele, it is not going to respond, it is not going to help that patient. Only the one in which the ligand binding leads to downstream signaling events would the patient respond. So therein the precision medicine does play a role, and it is important to know that, right? So, but for that, I think we have to learn as we walk. You see, the best way, I think, would be to have the data on the non-responders for medications and do the the research along those lines. So because nothing is unimportant in this body, you may not have the desired effect that you want, but that the one which is not giving you the desired effect may be involved in something else. So we do not know that. And I think we can do a research more in that direction to understand what is happening. So, the integrated whole nature of the body so requires a better understanding, and that is what we train our students for. There cannot be no yes or no phenomena. Yes or no phenomena is a very rare thing, and I think medicine is an art which all the clinicians who are present here, so they know, they have learned by experience, and they have done a wonderful job, you see. And there, the medical history which they take, so that as a practice, the tradition that they follow in taking them, that helps a lot. And I think it will help the researcher, so in finding out the meaning of the variants that you see in the patients.
Rightly said, ma'am. I think the concept of research is to, translate into clinical practice. And I also believe that SNPs or whatever the variants which we are finding should lead the way to better diagnostics, better therapeutics, and better future. So moving on, Dr. R. Rangarao, in oncology, precision medicine is already demonstrating improved outcomes. From your clinical practice, what systemic gaps do you see in making genetics and biomarker testing routine for cancer patients?
Right. I think before we come to the gaps in the precision medicine and the labs here, most important thing today is we must have very sound and very robust onco lab, which has got the diagnostic. I mean, you can't be building castles in the air. You need a very good foundation. And that foundation is a good oncopathology lab. And then a biochemistry lab. I mean, everything. So everything related to that oncology diagnostics has to be there in a robust manner. Only then you can go a step forward, that you can have a genomic lab. So in the genomic lab, can we get to the question, please?
So I just want
Gaps.
that we should know the systemic gaps, sir,
Right.
so that
Okay.
we can, the patients can make use of the biomarkers which are
So
there.
the gaps which I find as a clinician with whatever little experience I have, number one is the lack of people who are well trained and who understand the needs of the patient and the needs of the clinician. That is one. Number two is the cost. The cost is enormous. I mean, simply any next gen NGS sequencing, the whole genomic sequencing costs around $3,000, $4,000 abroad, 2 to 3 lakhs here per patient. And then what do we get out of this? 3% to 5% chances of finding some kind of an abnormality, which can be therapeutically targeted. And then the molecules which are targeting, they are either not available or in the clinical trials or extremely expensive. So if you do the exercise, and in what setting are we doing it? In a palliative setting. What are we looking for in that? Is only an improvement in the survival for this patient. So the most important gap is it has to come into the curative area, where we can say that the patients can be cured, and then that is the most important thing. Doing in a palliative setting is, I consider, is a wastage of a lot of financial resources, which are very important. At the same time, we are increasing the hype to a patient. Oh, this is some Lakshman booty which has come, genes ka pata kar lo, treatment ho jayega, main theek ho jaungi. That's the unfortunate truth of the day. So I think number one gap is that we need to go into the curative thing. The other thing, a very important question was raised in the first session. How this can be important for the public health? I think we have now coming to the area where we can discover the patients who are prone to cancer, who are not prone to cancer. We are very close to that by doing various tests from the body fluids, including the blood, the urine, the stools, and so on, and even some buccal mucosa and so on. I think we need to concentrate on that. Now, how does it help? I think Madam asked that question. How can it be helpful to the public? I mean, let's take that a geographical area, we do this kind of a test. I mean, all the laboratories, I'm sure the funding is not a problem in this country at all. I mean, gone are those days we are saying that we are poor, we can't afford. We can afford. We are nowhere near poor, and we are quite well to do to spend money for these utility things. So if we do the genomics for this thing in related to the cancer and also all the other NCDs, non-communicable diseases, we could develop a huge database, and that's where the public and the private partnership can come in. All the laboratories can collect the data from the public, and then in 5 to 10 years of time, using the using AI, everything, the data, everything we can do and come to a conclusion as to what are the patients, and then we can produce these results, and in future we can put them into a public genomic screening. I think that's a dream situation. We can't do the screening for 3% or 5% of the population as on today. The resources are not adequate to cover the entire population. But this applying the precision medicine and the genomics in future, I mean, visualize that it should be possible to extend this to all the one single blood test. A person, not a patient, a person goes to the laboratory nominated by the things, and he gives his blood sample, urine sample, saliva sample, stool sample, and then from that, I'm sure the people who are experts in this field can contribute to this idea whether it's possible or not. And then we could say that, okay, these are the people who are susceptible to cancer, must be going for screening. And these are the people who are not likely to get cancer. They could be decreasing intensity of screening. I mean, I think that's a fantastic opportunity that this precision medicine in future can give.
Right, sir. I think the message is that we need to use it on the curative end first. And of course, we should not target only the palliative end. And definitely, we need to do the stratification. Risk stratification is where we can save the money, and cost is one thing which needs to be taken care of. Right, sir. Dr. Vijay, internal medicine often acts as the central coordinator of multi-specialty care. In a precision medicine framework, how do you envision clinical workflow adopting to integrate genomic data, predictive risk profiling, and patient stratification across departments?
To integrate personalized care pathway in internal medicine, the hospital needs to take strategic early steps to lay a strong foundation for precision medicine, which may be in the form of data-enabled, then it may be in the form of workforce training, then the workforce redesigning, then workforce training redesigning, then interdisciplinary collaborations. If you see different structures which can be done under, they build a precision medicine infrastructure. This can be done only by a strong EMR, the electronic medical record system, which can incorporate genetic and genomic parameters along with the wearable devices parameters, which can incorporate and which can decide on a further day-to-day basis. We can take a certain decision on the outcome of these parameters. Then to establish the genomic data repository and connection with the external genetic testing laboratories. Then implement the clinical decision support tools to help interplay and apply patient-specific data at point of care. Then to start the pilot programs, especially in patients with diabetes, hypertension, and cardiovascular disease, where there are already pilot programs are existing with enough data, evidence-based data is there. We can start the pilot programs with the subgroup analysis, where we can to subgroup, we can have genomic studies, and we can decide that these are the patients who require this type of therapeutic and medicinal approach. Then the other part is to educate and training. The educate and training the internal medicine staff and genomic literacy, and then telling them the ethical and the legal aspects of the use of genetic data. Then the digital health tools and the AI assisted decision making, and then develop internal medicine champions or precision care leaders who can drive the development departmental adoptions. Then comes the establish multidisciplinary teams, and with the help of pharmacogenomics specialists, genetic counselors, data scientists, and internal medicine serve as a coordinated nodal of referring and communicating based on the risk stratification, then integrating predictive and analytical and risk stratifications, then engage the patients in shared decision making, to develop personalized patient portals with the risk insight, genetic information, and the tailored recommendation. We use the digital tools and the behavior tracking, medication adherence, and the remote monitoring. Empower the patient to become active participant in their care based and the personalized data. To set up the governance and the evaluation framework, form a precision medicine oversight committee to develop protocols, monitor ethical issues, and assess the ROI. Then define clear metrics for success, clinical outcome, cost saving, patient satisfaction, and the care efficacy. So these foundational steps not only enable internal medicine department to deliver the targeted proactive care, but also position the hospital as a leader in the shift towards the value-based personalized healthcare.
Right, sir. I think the clinical decision tools are much required because data is huge and it's difficult for clinicians to use this on real-time basis. And I think if we have digital tools in place, then definitely we can use it for patients' benefit because ultimately this is what is required. So I would like to ask each one of you that as we envision a future driven by precision medicine, what one policy reform or infrastructure shift or mindset change do you believe is most critical to ensure that personalized care becomes equitable and accessible and not just a privilege of few? So, ma'am Anushri first. Or whatever, whether a policy reform or infrastructure shift or mindset change.
I think it requires a mindset change, to be very simple. Because what I find in a hospital setup, uh, there's a gap between what a clinician understands and what a researcher understands. So basically coming together because of paucity of time, clinicians are too involved in the clinics. They're doing a wonderful job there with whatever established knowledge base is there. Now, to communicate with the researcher, uh, the, it is not a simplistic science. It requires years of training. I started my training in this field way back in 1990, and now it is 2025, and still I'm learning. Like I said, it is you learn as you walk. And in order to communicate, people should have the will and the willingness, the flexibility, and the willingness to learn that there can be an alternative way, which is not better or bad. It is just complementing what the clinicians already know. I know that they're doing a very good job. Without that, even our research is not going to be successful. They are facing the patients firsthand. We are in the backdrop in the laboratory. But I think finally, so a flexibility is required both ways. They have to sit together seriously in earnestness. So with the will to learn about the human body. In fact, they say all research ends with the knowledge of the self. You see, there are two paths that an individual can take. You can take an outward journey and you can take an inward journey. What I have realized that in my pursuit of the outward journey, I have turned more towards the inside in learning the self. And I think that openness has to be there. Like what you are delivering in the interest of the patient may not always be true in the interest of the patient.
All right. So, mindset change, ma'am. Sir, what's your take?
Right. I think number one is that we need very good training of the people
Yeah.
for this. I think India is a vast number of youngsters are there who are science students, and I'm sure they can be trained to become the genomic scientists, genomic workers, and whatnot. That is the first thing. Second thing is the quality accreditation of the labs. Of the labs which are, we already have the quality accreditation of the normal laboratories. I'm not sure whether we have any policy of quality accreditation of the genomic labs. somebody has to correct me. I'm ignorant of this. So if it is not existing, I think we need to do that, standardize, and then give some kind of an accreditation so that a clinician would trust them. I mean, okay, it's an accredited lab, so that I can trust and send the samples to that. And the third thing is there is a policy which is required from the government to integrate all of them and collect the data. Because, and then the other thing which I think the government could do, I saw that from the ICMR, the scientist was talking about the genomic lab of the population. I think we need to, it's high time we do the genomic studies of our Indian population, collect the data of different things, and it could be of an immense value, immense value. I mean, there's no doubt of it. Probably we could lead the world in this direction as to what is to be done. And if you see the laboratory people, whichever, wherever say, most of them, they introduce themselves, I'm Harvard trained, I'm so-and-so trained, I'm so-and-so trained from abroad. Why can't we say that, okay, I have been trained in India in this so-and-so laboratory, and then we should be proud of that. I think time has come to start this, the coaching has to be, teaching has to be done in this. So, and then when we use it for the mass, the cost will automatically come down. So let's not waste the money of these tests on the palliative setting, but in the curative and important thing in the preventive setting. Thank you.
So standardization of lab is required, and I believe that quality work is something which clinician, banks upon, and so that he should trust the report and he should treat the patients better. Very good message, sir. Dr. Vijay.
Yeah. So, sir has touched the tip of the iceberg, then starting from the genomic study and establishing a very good genomic lab. But if you see the base of the iceberg, which is more and more towards the preventive aspect of the disease. And if we train our people, we should have multiple filters so that disease can be prevented at the base level. Then it is more helpful than we see establishing more genomic labs, because we do not have a moral science or health period in our schools, because this should be promoted in our school level, so that we should be more aware of our healthcare needs, and we should, how can we prevent these diseases. The childhood obesity has been so rampant in the last 2 decades, and this has been caused the number one disease. Even the new term has been coined, the type 2 diabetes of the childhood, the children. The children who are at the age of 14 or 15, having BMI of more than 30, they are developing type 2 diseases with a lot of features of insulin resistance. So if you start working at the school level and more towards the prevention of the disease, then we may not be requiring more and more of a disease, because precision in prevention is also a part of the precision medicine. So if we work on that precision of prevention, then we might not be needing more elaborate things in our country. But the most of the people who cannot reach or cannot have this access to the most advanced laboratories or treatments, then these are the people who can be prevented of these diseases by more and more awareness. Awareness in public, awareness in the doctors also. And because most of the doctors also do not know what exactly is going on, whether it is in the field of oncology, because oncology has been restricted only to the oncologists, to oncopathologists, oncosurgeons, and oncoradiation oncologists. Because most of the physicians, most of the surgeons, they are not aware of even the basics of what is happening in the field of oncology. With these targeted treatment which are available everywhere in India, you have every treatment for CD28, CD25, CD35. You can now target each and every by the biologicals. So more and more awareness will help in preventing further diseases and early detection of the diseases, rather than having more.
I think that's well said. You've finally hit the point. The awareness has to start right at the beginning, you see, because rest will fall into place automatically, but it has to start right at an early stage.
So I also believe that prevention is better than cure, and it's a very, very good message. And with that note, I thank you all to participate in this panel and giving your insights. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you, everybody. What a truly meaningful and insightful session that was. Our panelists
Thank you so much. It is a wonderful discussion. I just want to congratulate the bold questions and bold answers, and very frank. I think just Dr. Rangara, sir, you mentioned something. I'd like to just probably update on that. What you talked about, I think Dr. Divya mentioned about, we are, public health. I think this is what in US and some of in European countries, what they're doing is they're correcting the data of public, and especially piloting of studies and geographies, and making that data as the source for budget allocation on health. In that particular area, because there are a lot of people who are probably hypertensive, likely to be 80% of hypertensive predisposition, that is drive on hypertension, not kind of a thing. So from the people-centric to go to population-centric, that's one area probably we're looking into it. But then I think I'll add on here is a little bit of caution, like what you talked about, the human touch, because if I get to know, like, oh, I'm going to develop a hypertension at 45, going to infarct at 55, probably I have may not develop because of 90% risk. Probably I'll start having stress at 25, I'll die at 55 or something else. I think the counseling is equally important probably in this part. Without that, probably standalone, it might not work. But it is a need, definitely. And lastly, talk about accreditation. Let me update you. Today we have NABL, we have CAP, we have a few other accreditation. But they're all technical processes and skill. We have Dr. Upasana here, which she's really part of the QCI and NABH for a long time. Last year, we have taken what you said, because a lot of molecular labs, genomic labs coming out, 500 gene, 300 gene, 200 gene, multiple things, and everybody's coming whatever they want to. So we have taken, I'm part of a FICCI Health Co-Committee. We came out of the white paper. Entire study was done over a year. This document has been submitted to the Ministry of India, to VK Paul. Probably, I'm sure we probably have to take it more forward. And Dr. Upasana, of course, is here. We can probably, I can request her, we work together to take it more forward. And probably your contribution and help will be required so that we structure the report. Probably it is a genetic, formatting is there, protocols. Otherwise, it becomes very unstructured, what you mentioned about it. That was it. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. Our panelists have touched upon the heart of what it takes to transform. Thank you. Our panelists have touched upon the heart of what it takes to transform precision medicine from an idea into accessible reality through policy, infrastructure, ethics, and system-level collaborations. Let's please give them another round of applause for their leadership and vision.
And now it's time to honor and express our gratitude to our wonderful panelists. May I request Dr. Manisha Khurana to please come on center and felicitate our distinguished panelist. Dr. Anushri Gupta. Dr. R. Rangarao.
Please keep your hands rolling, everybody.
Dr. Vijay Arora. Thank you so much, Dr. Khurana, for steering this vital conversation with such depth. Now, I would like to invite Dr. Naveen Nishchal to please come on stage and felicitate our moderator for their exceptional role in this discussion.
Can we please have a huge round of applause?
Let's capture this moment with a memorable group photograph. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, ma'am. That was an insightful session, and the discussion around implementing precision medicine in India have truly set the tone for today. As we have seen, there's a lot to consider when it comes to infrastructure and policy and ethical frameworks.
Absolutely, Simran. And while we have touched on these foundational aspects, we can't forget a crucial component in the precision medicine ecosystem, that is immunology. It's not just about understanding genetics. The immune system plays a vital role in disease modulation, diagnosis, and personalized treatment strategies.
Exactly. And today we are fortunate to have Dr. Vichitra Biswal, one of the India's leading immunology experts, here with us. presentation will dive into the latest immunological trends in precision medicine, the importance of immune profiling, and how integrating immunologists is transforming treatment pathways.
I am really excited to hear his thoughts on how immunology is shaping the future of personalized healthcare. Let's not keep our audience waiting any longer. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Bichitra Biswal, Scientist G, at the National Institute of Immunology to share his valuable insights with us today. Can we please have his presentation on the screen?
And let's have a round of applause for him. Thank you, sir.
Very good morning to all of you. There are so many high quality doctors and researchers, my colleagues. Uh, and special thank to Khushbu for inviting me to become part of such a huge and interesting gathering. National Institute of Immunology is committed to advanced research in frontier areas of biology. And although immunology has been a core area of our research, unless it is integrated with other components such as structural biology, drug discovery, vaccine development, it is addressing a societal problem becomes incomplete. So my lab at the National Institute of Immunology, uh, we combine X-ray crystallography, structural biology, biochemistry, infection biology, immunology, computational biology, and drug discovery. And India, unfortunately, harbors the highest TB burden in the world. But there are so many doctors and senior colleagues, they will agree with me. Unfortunately, India does not have a TB drug yet from its own country. This is very pathetic in my understanding. So what is lacking can you address to some extent. So that with that in background, my laboratory trying to address a fundamental problem, meaning humans do not make 9 amino acids. F, H, I, K, L, M, T, V, W. These are all essential amino acids, and doctors know these essential amino acids, we take it from the diet. However, TB causing bacterium, Mycobacterium tuberculosis, can make all 20 amino acids de novo. It's fact. So therefore, a pertinent question arises: if you block one of these 9 amino acid pathways through, let us say, structural biology approach or computational biology approach, the organism cannot make histidine, one of them. And therefore, when any organism is deprived of one amino acid, the organism cannot make its protein. And therefore, all the biological processes, it will erupt into a disruption. And therefore, the organism is likely to die. And this is the concept we have been using in the National Institute of Immunology, that you target one of the pathways, that is histidine. In my lab, I am working on histidine biosynthesis pathway. And histidine is made by this organism by employing, do you have a pointer here? No. So let me say, histidine is made by this organism by utilizing 10 enzymes in 10 paths, starting from a precursor molecule, phosphoribosyl pyrophosphate. And also it has, this is just to advance slide. I'm taking pointer. No pointer? Yeah. So don't worry. Yeah, this one. Yeah, this one. This organism also has a transporter. It can take histidine from outside, or also it can make histidine from by de novo. So if you block this pathway, this organism is going to die. And this is the laboratory work that we have been doing for the last 15, 16 years. Can you advance the slide, please? Okay. Go back, please. It's difficult to hear. Yeah. So a major milestone, and this is one of the major projects that National Institute of Immunology is currently spearheading. Okay. So recently we had a meeting where the Minister of Science and Technology launched the the 10,000 isolates of mycobacterium tuberculosis, which has been sequenced in India by different institutions, but the spearheading is done by the National Institute of Immunology. By doing so, and this is where the concept or the realization or the application of precision medicine comes into when it comes to treatment of tuberculosis. So by doing the sequencing of strains from different parts of the country, you will be able to understand the strain circulation and which strain is prevalent and which strain is drug resistant and which strain is drug sensitive. And therefore, you will be able to apply the concept of precision medicine based on the patient's requirement. But unfortunately for that, what we do not have, and certainly you need to have, is number of medicines for tuberculosis. Then only we can apply correct medicine to the correct patient. And this is how one of the major problems that we need to do is to discover more and more TB drugs, and that too from India, if we want our precision medicine concept to be validated or to be applicable to tuberculosis. Okay, yeah. The next one, please. And as a structural biologist, Dr. Gupta will agree. So the first and foremost thing, you determine the structure of a protein. Okay, and this is one of the structure of a protein that is making histidine, one path. Okay, of the 10 enzymes, this is one of the pathway enzymes, which is the protein structures like this. And in fact, when I was a postdoctoral fellow at the University of Alberta, Canada, there are a lot of doctors used to come and do PhD with my supervisor on that concept known as MD PhD, where they learn protein structure and how to determine and how to use the protein structure in their research so that they can discover, in addition to their practice, they can discover new drugs utilizing structure-based drug design. And this is one of such structures where we have determined the structure at the National Institute of Immunology using X-ray crystallography and have elucidated a very three-dimensional structure with absolutely high resolution, meaning it is highly accurate structure. And knowing the details of the structure, you will be able to design small molecule to inhibit the activity of this enzyme. And therefore, when that small molecule inhibitor is applied to the TB causing bacteria, the bacteria will die. With that, the next slide, please. And this is another picture of the same structure, which it shows the charge distribution. Every protein molecule, because proteins are the working horses of the cell. If your protein is defective, your cell is defective, and the organism cannot operate. So therefore, understanding the details of how the charge distribution, how the molecules are looking in vivo or in vitro, you will be able to design new anti-TB drugs. Next slide, please. Yeah, so that concept, meaning you integrate structural biology, immunology, computational biology, microbiology, and collaborate with immunologists, microbiologists, doctors. We have designed very good anti-tuberculosis molecules, and they show activity at the mice model. You can show that our inhibitor, when you apply, it's killing tuberculosis bacteria in mice model, showing a very big prospects. The target-based drug discovery has serious potential in terms of identifying new drug against tuberculosis. So if you have a country like India, which unfortunately bears the highest TB burden, if you have more number of tuberculosis drugs from our own country, then the precision medicine concept in clearing tuberculosis can perhaps be realized or can prevail. Without that, we will simply keep buying drugs from elsewhere and try to use them. But in my understanding, there are new groups are coming up with new ideas, with new technology, new platform technology, and new biology. So we all should come together and collaborate with each other, basic scientists, doctors, clinicians, and try to find at least few new drugs in the next 10 years. And next slide, please. And these are the details. So this work, majorly I have been working on this pathway for last 16, 17 years, and bulk of my students who actually contributed not only in understanding the pathway, but identifying new anti-TB molecules. They are Abhishek, Anam, Bhavya, Deepak, Said, Najia, and Satish. They are currently doing their postdocs, are doing their job elsewhere. And this project would not have been possible without support from ICMR, DBT, and NII. And as I said, we have multi-institutional collaboration to make this kind of mission mode project a reality. And I thank you again for giving me this opportunity. And I wish you all the best for the future endeavors. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Dr. Biswal, for that enlightening session. Your research and perspective truly emphasize the multidisciplinary nature of precision medicine, uniting genomics, immunology, and data science to improve patient outcomes. May I now invite Dr. Naveen Nishal to felicitate Dr. Vichitra Biswal with the token of appreciation for this amazing presentation.
Can we have a big round of applause, please? Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Now, to understand precision medicine more in depth and to understand more of its verticals and in depth of knowledge, I would like to invite Dr. Dheeraj Gautam, Director Lab and Pathology, Medanta di Medicity, Gurugram, for the presentation on early NSCLC diagnosis.
Huge round of applause for sir, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the organizer to inviting me. So in this precision medicine conclave, let me begin with the the cancer, which changes for last 10 years, the complete change. So it is the non-small cell lung carcinoma. So if you see, there are around 2.4 million lung cancer in the world per year, and 55% are detected in advanced stages, and unfortunately less than around 7% we detect in stage 4 carcinoma. So if you see the prognosis, 5-year survival rate of the patient who were diagnosed early is now 61%. If you see 10 years ago, it was only 20%. So the precision medicine, and I'm talking about the very primitive precision medicine here, that is immunohistochemistry, has changed the scenario from 20% to 60% in just 10 years. So how do we test the lung carcinoma? Up to 30% of lung biopsy require immunohistochemistry. So the scenario is lung carcinoma. We do the HND, that is hematoxin and eosin. Then we go for the immunohistochemistry, and then we go for the targeted therapy. So like Dr. Rangarao said about the NGS. So NGS is very expensive, but we in-house made a panel of 12 gene panel of lung carcinoma, which is only 30,000 rupees, and we do around 12 targeted gene panel for the lung carcinoma. So immunohistochemistry we can do FISH, and we can do NGS on that. So patients with non-small cell carcinoma who are eligible for the target therapy or immunotherapy are now surviving longer. So what are the gene we are targeting is EGFR. The Western data is 21% lung adenocarcinomas are EGFR positive. In our own data is around 29%. ALK is 77%, KRAS is 25%, and rest. Unfortunately, in 31% cancer of adenocarcinoma, we don't have a detected genes. So why this testing is important? Because we have a drug for anti-EGFR, we have a drug for anti-TKR, and it changed completely the prognosis of the patients. So what are the drugs for ALK? ALK is done by immunohistochemistry, which is very rapid. It can be done in 6 hours. It is done under the bright microscopy, and the drug is crizotinib. So it has changed the scenario of the patient survival from 4 months to 24 months. So this Roche diagnostic is come with the companion diagnostic. What is companion diagnostic? You have to do one particular clone on particular platform with a particular drug. So here the clone is D5F3. The platform is Ventana, whether it is benchmark Ultra or benchmark ST or Ultra Plus, and the drugs is crizotinib. So the combination of these three are approved by FDA approval for the adenocarcinoma ALK positive cases. So the scenario of the cancer patients are either you do surgery, then you do radiation therapy, or you can do immunotherapy, you can do chemotherapy, and you can do targeted therapy. So this crizotinib drug, which is anti-ALK positive, is for the targeted therapy. So what is the advantage? The ALK can be done by three methods. One is for ISC, second is from fish, and third is for NGS. So what is the advantage to doing the on immunohistochemistry is it completely involve the 11 genes, fusion genes. Second thing, it can be done by bright microscopy. It is very early to interpret, unlike the fish, which required a lot of cytogenetics lab, a expensive microscope, and the skill to do the fish testing. So this is the immunohistochemistry, the first one. You can see under the microscope. This is the fish which take around 2 to 3 days to come. So I have already mentioned you what is the difference between fish and Ventana. It is quick, bright field, well understandable. So why I am talking about the companion diagnostic? If you see that this diagram, this is companion diagnostic with D5F3 clone on Ventana Ultra platform with the crizotinib drug. But this is the 5A4 clone, which is less expressible. So the chances of false negativity are high if you use this clone. So it can be used for crizotinib, then cetinibin, alcitinib, and lorlatinib. So the value of Ventana ALK D5F3 assay is reliable in quality, fast turnaround time, only takes 6 hours, easy to score, that is 1+, 2+, or 3+, and workflow efficiency. It has a better turnaround time. Thank you very much for your attention. This is very primitive precision medicine, but it is we are using this for 10 years and certainly change the scenario. Yes, ma'am, please. Pardon, ma'am? No, ma'am. In companion diagnosis, if you are using particularly this clone on this platform, then it is equal to the fish. If you are using different clone, then fish is more reliable than this clone. It is NCCN guideline, yeah.
Condition fish is being recommended.
Pardon?
In which particular condition fish is supposed to be recommended?
If you don't have a clone and this platform in your laboratory.
Yeah, maybe this is the cheaper version as compared to fish. That is the idea.
It's not cheaper, it is much quicker and less skill is required, yeah.
Yes,
but
yeah, that is the one factor.
Yeah.
High technology-wise, fish is the more complex technology.
Cumbersome, yes, more cumbersome.
Costing-wise also it is going to be expensive.
Yes.
But as per NCCN guidelines, fish is still the gold standard for.
No, ma'am, they are all equal if you are using the companion diagnostic. If you are not using the companion diagnostic, then fish is, has an upper hand on this fish, on this immunohistochemistry.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and fish is only contains 6 genes. Rather, this immunohistochemistry have 11 genes, fusion genes.
Dheeraj, just 1 minute I'll take. I think very nice. I think we talked about the same concern Dr. Vinay has. In fact, I remember way back when Al came and we have partnered as an Onquest with the Pfizer lab to start ALK4 studies in India. And that is where initially we did fish, and later on, I think we Ventana probably had a partnership when we came around.
Yeah.
So, I mean, at that point of time, we noticed that, like, and it was, of course, we did a lot of work with these people, and then it became a normal test in 2010 and 11 into the market. The percentage positivity, I think, probably by fish, we were getting almost 3 to 4%, and probably, and by ISC, we're getting almost 7 to 8%. That was as per the international standard. I'd like to understand from you, has this changed or something different has come up or still remains the same?
In our data, we are doing both. We are not doing only immunohistochemistry, we are doing both. So the fish is around 3.5% positivity, and ALK immunohistochemistry is around 5.6% positivity. But we have followed the patient in only positivity with immunohistochemistry. They have given the crizotinib and the drug works. So
that means the issues remain the same, because that's something what we get that point of time. We did even spoke to ESMO, and we presented there.
Yeah. So we have a paper of that with 5.6%. The crizotinib has worked on that.
Yeah. But globally, they're talking about 7%, right?
In our clinical data, it is 5.6%. Initially, when it started in 2013-14, it was around 2.3 or it was a data from Rajiv Gandhi around 2.3%. From us, it is 2.6%, but now it is 5.6%. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Dheeraj Gautam. So I would request Dr. Dheeraj, please. So I would request Dr. Manisha Khurana to please come on stage and felicitate Dr. Dheeraj Gautam for this amazing presentation and for sharing his insights with us. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am.
And before we dive into our next panel discussion, Shweta, I have got a question for you and for everyone in this room as well. As we move deeper into the world of precision medicine, I would like to ask the question. So the question is, what is the key benefit of combining genomic profiling with digital pathology in cancer care? And the options are A, faster wound healing, B, better nutrition advice, C, more accurate and targeted treatment, D, increased hospital revenue.
Oh, wow. That is the correct answer. Answer is more accurate and targeted treatment.
So I think our audience is, very well enthusiastic, and
Absolutely.
we don't have to, ask you, okay, we need more hands and everything. They are very active. So, and that's what makes this such a game changer. These are, helping us to head precision medicine.
I'm really excited to hear the room's response, though. It's great to know where everybody stands. And I'm sure this next panel is going to shed more light on how those cutting-edge technologies like immunotherapies, genomics, and digital pathology are advancing in India.
Exactly. So let's not wait longer. We now transition to our second panel discussion of the day, one that dives deep into the technological heart of precision medicine. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome our panel for the role of technology in driving precision medicine, genomics, digital pathology, and beyond. To unpack these important themes, we have a phenomenal panel of experts and innovators with us today. I would like to warmly invite our panelist, Dr. Dheeraj Gautam, Director Lab and Pathology, Medanta, the Medicity, Gurugram. Let's welcome our speakers with a round of applause. Dr. Neeta Radhakrishnan, Additional Professor and HOD, Pediatric Hemato-Oncology.
Please keep your hands rolling, everybody. Thank you.
PGI Child Health, Noida. Dr. Ashwin Dalal, Head Diagnostic Division, Center for DNA Fingerprinting and Diagnostic, Hyderabad. Dr. Priyanshu Mathur, Head Medical Genetics Division, SMS Medical College, Jaipur, State Nodal Officer for Rare Disease, Rajasthan. Dr. Love Bansal, Consultant Neurology, Yashoda Super Speciality Hospitals. And now I would like to invite our moderator for the session, Dr. Ravi Gaur, Chairman, Medical Advisory Committee, Oncos Laboratories, Founder and Director, DRG Path Labs. Let's give a round of applause for our fantastic panelist. Over to you, sir.
Well, I think it's good afternoon now. We were supposed to start a session in the morning, but I think we delayed by some time. I think good afternoon, everyone, and thank you so much for. I think we had a wonderful first session. We had a nice inaugural session. We heard a lot of things about precision medicine. We heard a lot about how it can change this healthcare. And I am fortunate to have a very distinguished panel, and everybody is expert in their own field. So my job is, I think, become very easy because I will probably not speak much. I love everybody to speak, and that gives you answer and kind of a thing, probably what we're looking for. We are, I think, as I understand, we are, you can say, a pivotal moment in Indian healthcare. And we are shifting from volume to value-based care, to symptom management, to root cause analysis, from generalized treatment to personalized care. And that's the digital, the era. Digital pathology, genomic profiling, probably this is an area which we feel is a true game changer, and they are changing a lot. Today, we will be discussing probably much more than the technology. Because why? Because it's something like how to understand, diagnose, and you can treat each patient uniquely, because this has become a necessity today. We cannot have a generalized treatment, as we spoke at the start with also. This is something what we say, like, in India, I think we have east, west, north, south, too much of genetic diversity. There are a lot of factors, whether it's environment, what you eat, your culture, your habits, everything is probably different. Especially that being all the more important. Although Devya mentioned about we have probably 99.9% the same genome, but I think 0.1% that makes a lot of difference. That 0.1% added with all the factors probably makes a much more difference. Similarly, and probably there's a data which says that whatever we have done in the past, I think especially target therapies and companion diagnosis, we have found that the treatment part, I think clinical friend will be able to justify that better. Probably the survival, the treatment has become much better quality of life. 25% probably, to some extent, survival has become better because of the personalized therapy. Then second important part we talk about, we look at no numbers in India, but something like 30 million surgeries are done in India. And even if say no cancer is diagnosed without a biopsy, even blood cancer even require a bone marrow or biopsy. Now, how do you address that? Because this is a challenge. Because getting a histopathology report in time, have a second opinion and a third opinion, how do we work on that? Remote areas, tier 2, tier 3, and a second opinion, because 20% of, I'm sure Dheeraj is sitting here, will require 20% of all the cancer cases, biopsy, which is especially oncology, they require a second opinion, a final opinion. At our center, what we have, probably we're talking about more of a final opinion diagnostic center. What is because this is something what we have really required. So digital pathology probably could be another tool. We'll discuss that today in the past session. So without going ahead, I think I have a wonderful panel. I think let them speak much and probably talk and deliberate on the topic. Today, the digital pathology, we start with the Dheeraj. It's like we can probably say when we examine something cell, it's a morphological eye and the genetic or the makeup eye. So Dheeraj, the question is for you for that question. You are like the morphological eye. You actually sell the cell morphology. Your experience, you work in one of the India's largest pathology network or largest hospital in the country. How have you seen the digital pathology changing your histopathology workflows? That is one. And what's your thought about how you can get that into tier 2, tier 3, maybe primary or secondary level hospital? How can we bridge the gap and how we can reach there? Let me ask from there.
Very, very, very good question. It's a great question. So every science has two aspects, pros and cons. So definitely digital pathology is a future. We all have to adopt it. But if you ask me, there are two scenarios. One, if I put digital pathology in my lab, which is a high throughput lab, we have around 600 slides in a day. And second is we have a satellite centers, like we have centers in Ranchi, Indore, Patna. So if you ask me, the Patna and Ranchi, the neurosurgeon is there, the neurosurgeon is there. They are doing the neurosurgery, they are doing the euro surgeries, but uropathologist is not there. The neuropathologist is not there. So they can do the processing there, scan the slides, and send across the slides to us for the reporting, because we don't find the good neuropathologist and uropathologist there. But if you see, if I put the digital pathology in my lab, which is around 600 slides, whatever I have experience around 8 to 10 scanners. Okay, I am not a research pathologist. I am a commercial pathologist. So on any scanner I can report. So there's no problem like this scanner is better and this scanner is not better. The problem lies is with the speed. Okay, 600 slides means whatever they say, every scanner guy at least 2 minutes will take to scan one slide. So imagine a 600 slides in a day. So it take around 1200 minutes to scan. Okay, 1200 minutes means 20 hours the scanner is running. Okay, which is not practical, first thing. So speed is a problem. And second thing is the cost. The high throughput scanner is more expensive. If you put the scanner in Patna, which is a 6 slide scanner, it is affordable. But if you put a scanner which is around 400 slides scanner, which is very costly, believe me, I can train at least 5 pathologists for the 10 years with this cost of the one scanner. And I have a social responsibility to train my pathologist. Okay, so that's the cost effectiveness. So first, scanners guy, they have to bring the cost down for the affordability and increase the speed of the scanner.
Rightly said, I think, yes. We have seen, I think, in the evolution of scanners. I think it's costing around about 2 crores plus, now come down to some extent. Of course, speed matters because we have single slide scanners, multi-slide scanner. That's very important. Second, but I think currently what I understand from you is like we can use it selectively for a second opinion or subspecialty opinion from the peripheral, right? That's where we can, because if you have 10 cases a day, probably 8 minutes it takes a slide to scan. Probably there can be centralized center at the
Yeah, that's why. This is more important for the remote centers. Yeah, rather than a high throughput lab.
I mean, that's a very important question.
Yeah, that is very important.
How do we take it to the remote? Because remote feel that this is too expensive for them. I think
it's 6 slide scanner is currently is around 20-30 lakh rupees for the lab.
But so I think that awareness has to come probably, and that is where we need to, again, what we mentioned at the start with like, we have a centralized kind of a report. Can we have a call center? We have neuropathologists, we have nephropathologists, we have gastropathologists, everybody aligned, because in the tertiary hospital or a secondary, like in tier 2 or tier 3 or smaller town, you probably have a one neurosurgery a day, not more than that. So probably all the specialists can be at one place, wherever they are, digital, because advantage is you can be in the entire part of the geography of the world, wherever you are. Images can be directed, at least is employability justified. I think these are the two important factors we're looking at.
And another area is frozen sections. So, frozen section is available everywhere and pathologist is not available. So they can do and every type of surgery can be done with the frozen section.
Yeah, I think that's very nice point. I think we definitely, and secondly, would we come back to it again? There's a lot more, 1 or 2 things in my mind, probably I'll ask you again in the next round. Well, thank you so much for saying that. I think, when we say when the pathology goes digital, diagnosis become dynamic and every slide tells a different story. And that is what we're looking for, because I think when the role of AI will come into it, and probably will come back to you on the second round. So this was one part when we talk about morphological part. Then we talk about the genomic profiling. The genomic profiling, the molecular blueprint we're talking about. So my question, Dr. Neeta, to you Yes. You are a pediatric oncologist, and especially hematological malignancies often require precise cytogenetic and molecular markers to guide the treatment. From your perspective, what are the most critical challenges when you feel that integrating that genomic profiling in pediatric cases and almost every possible care? What are the challenges? Like, I'm sure because they give you a lot of insight. Can you hear from you?
Thank you, Dr. Gaur. So yes, in pediatric malignancies, especially over the last 1.5 decades, we have seen a sea change of how diagnostics, getting to decide what treatment protocol to follow, getting how to monitor these children, and how to do long-term follow-up. All of that has changed from a predominantly pathology visual-based diagnosis to flow cytometry and later now to genomic profiling. So every new edition of WHO classification would have more subtypes now, more risks groups now. So we now know how to escalate treatment, how to de-escalate treatment based on these. The only access issue is the issue currently that we face is that we need to have an access to this to all the centers that are treating children with cancers. And in many centers in the West, they have demonstrated uniform testing, as in wherever the patient is. For example, in the US, if you are on a COG protocol, the diagnostics would be centralized, and even the molecular reporting is verified centrally. So that brings in a quality angle to it, which is currently we are struggling with that. So yes, it is very much helpful to have a molecular testing on board, but it's just that it should be accessible to almost all of the children that we treat.
That's rightly said. I think it is already in. I think without that, I think probably you will not have the desired outcome, a better quality of life, better clinical outcome. There's no doubt about it. But I think one of the point you mentioned was centrally, like one central lab probably. And I think it's very important, especially for everybody for that matter. But when it comes to the children or the child, probably not only the child may not be that apprehensive, but the parents, the family is highly apprehensive. The turnaround time, urgency, that really matters a lot. Now, how do you address that? Because when you have a centralized lab, we have challenges because sample has to be transported, reported. But then the challenge is the urgency of the turnaround time.
Yeah, true. But I think as the protocols evolve, I think the turnaround times have also come down significantly. Earlier, we had to wait like months for a report, and now it has come down to a few days. You have a report, and now I believe there are better machines which will give you a turnaround time of 24 to 48 hours, which is like fantastic if you have a prognostic information available with you. What we used to tell parents is that we'll have to wait for like 7 working days to get to this report. So now that's no longer the case. If you have a lab which is reporting it in time, it comes in very quickly. But yes, regarding the centralized part of it, so that centralized part, as in one lab, was probably a concept in the US. For when we are catering to volumes such as there in India, it would not be definitely one lab. It should be a network of multiple laboratories which are accredited and have very high expertise in reporting these patients. So then if we can integrate it to the current system, that will definitely help in improving the quality of our treatment. So we need not, it's again, everything finally boils down to how you can convince your policymaker. So if you can show that it can actually help improve treatment, early treatment or de-escalate treatment, the ultimate outcomes are improving. So your investment is coming down actually. I think it would still work.
I think rightly said. I think you know how do you project across to you because you have to make quality of life, outcome better life, better care of life. I think that's where the most important thing. Now we have heard about the morphology. We talk about genomics. We have a question to answer to you. Like the microscope shows us the structure, and genome shows us the stories, what is inside. Genomics kind. My question to you is: neurological disorders, they're often complex. They are like you can say they're overlapping pathologies. How do you see digital pathology? Because that's something very important because not especially what he mentioned, neuropathologists are not there in any case, everybody not across. And then seeing diagnostic precision in various neurodegenerative disorders, autoimmune disorders, or anything for that matter. And how this digital imaging can it be like AI-based pattern, what you're talking about, can change the way that neurologists are approaching the diagnosis of various diseases and treating them?
Thank you for the question, sir. Clinical neurology, regarding the digital pathology, the first question was. Neurological biopsies are, sir, usually invasive procedures. Like you have to go for a brain biopsy, maybe a muscle biopsy, and a nerve biopsy. But with digital imaging coming and lot of genomics coming and genetic testing and all the biomarkers that are coming up right now, we have moved away from pathology. Tissue biopsy is being required less and less in neurology nowadays for clinical decision making. Maybe in cases of tumors and in cases of unidentified ixol lesions, intracranial space occupying lesions, we do require pathology. But with the advancements in imaging and biomarkers, the need for invasive procedures has drastically reduced down. Having said that, digital pathologies, because there are various manifestations in Alzheimer's disease, or you can say a lot of neurodegenerative disorders, digital pathology can be helpful in identifying those patterns at the research level. But at the clinical decision making level, the digital pathology might not be that relevant as of now, in wake of so much of advancements in the radiology and the genetic testings, etc. When we talk about AI-based digital imaging, that has shown wonders in past 10 years. The treatment of stroke has now been redefined to great levels. Earlier, when a person has suffered a stroke, there was only rehabilitation that we could do. But now with AI-based models, we can even go for revascularization strategies within 6 to 24 hours. There are models that can let us know what is the ischemic penumbra and what is the likelihood of saving the tissues. So initially we were going for mechanical thrombectomy within 6 hours only, but now the time has extended to 6 to 24 hours. And even imaging is helping us thrombolizing the patients beyond 4.5 to 6 hours also. So the imaging part and this genetics part has changed the treatment paradigms a lot, if we say that.
Well, that's, I think, I think we require definitely markers, and you talked about it with the AI is now taking over, and probably you have a better answer to various functional disorders, probably in the only the biopsy part. Probably that's where the technology is. Again, we could talking about liquid biopsies, and maybe probably that's help us out, because especially in neurology, you not be able to actually do a needle biopsy. It's very difficult. It's really not advisable also, probably to my mind. We'll come back to you, because I think something a functional disorder like dementia, Alzheimer's, epilepsy, all this, I think probably will have asked you some second round question. How do we use the technology today? And we'll come back to you on that. Thank you so much. Now you know, genomics gives us, you can say, a rare voice and a precision, a purpose. That's something. That's what we talk about. Now, when the microscopes, you know, meets the molecule, and medicine becomes truly personal. That's what we are talking about today, genomics and digital pathology integrating together. My question to Ashwini Dada. Now, Ashwini, as a precision medicine advances, now how we can bridge the gap between genomic discoveries and routine diagnostic adoption, especially when it comes to rare disease, because you know rare disease is something even probably Google say you go to GPS and sorry I haven't seen this. You're probably wrong. It's like that. So how do you know like bridge this gap, and how do you see bioinformatics and national database playing a role in the scaling this? Because till about I remember about 6 years back, there was no rare disease even policy, and I was one of the like we had a white paper, and government finally came out with the rare disease policy. We have a task force here, all the rare disease also now. So what to hear from you?
Yeah, so thank you for bringing this very important aspect of genomics, taking it to the masses now. So when really we started doing genomics, I remember in 2011 and 12, we never imagined, we thought that this will be really a tool of research where we would use it for identifying some novel genes and all. And that time we never imagined that it would become so democratic that even a village doctor is now prescribing exome or a genome sequencing. So this expansion has really helped with the intervention of lot of laboratories which have started providing these services. And today, I think sequencing is no longer a great thing to do. There are so many nice platforms available that sequencing is much easy to do now. The problem or the bottleneck is mainly of the interpretation, and therein lies the requirement of a lot of trained manpower, a lot of trained geneticists, pathologists, whoever can help out in interpreting these results which are coming out of these large sequencers. And then the question comes of how to take this to the masses. If it remains only in the apex centers, it is not really going to take the benefits of these new technologies to the people who need them. And that is surely happening now with a lot of initiatives. As I said, through the private laboratories, it has reached, but then again, the cost becomes an issue. And therein, a lot of government initiatives include one of the program from Department of Biotechnology called as the DBT Ummeed program. Under this program, laboratories are being set up at smaller medical colleges. Almost 30, 35 have been established, and they plan to establish more than 100 in the near future. These are really going to take the fruits of genomics to the smaller places, to the cities and towns where these can be applied. And as you rightly said, the national rare disease policy that Ministry of Health came out in 2021. Through this policy also, there are center of excellences being established, wherein now government is even funding for doing many of these tests at a much lower cost. So I think it's the right time that we need an army of trained manpower to really take the benefits of this new technology to the masses.
Definitely.
And the next thing about the databases. So this we have reiterated earlier also, that it's the 0.1% that is different, that makes we have to find this 0.1% different among all of us. And out of that 0.1% difference, it is that one mutation that leads to the diseases. And these polymorphisms are really different in different populations. So we have a lot of databases worldwide, but most of them are Caucasian centric. And we really did not have a local Indian database till in January 2025, that is just 3 months back. The Genome India sequencing database was released by Honorable Prime Minister. And this is a 10,000 Indian genomes. Although 10,000 number looks very small compared to such a huge population of the country, but at least now we have a glimpse into the local Indian polymorphisms, and that is going to make life easy for interpreting many of these genomics based tests. So I feel in future more of these sequencing, collecting these all databases, collecting sequencing data from multiple different companies through collaboration will really help in interpreting these large databases coming out of technologies.
That's
Thanks.
nice. That's something what at the inaugural session we spoke about. Like, can we have you can say so many NGSs sequencing across India? I think, can it be something like every data, whatever is coming out of it, it should be centralizedly put. It should be a part of mandatory kind of a thing. Probably that becomes the biggest repository in the world, probably, and we can be. Not they have mentioned about it. I think they already have a cohort and they're already working on it. Probably we'll be looking forward to a partnership, and let's see how we evolve into it. And rightly said, like technology has to, I always believe, where I started the first session itself, no, any technologies is, if technology has to be powerful, it has to reach the powerless person, the remotest person. If it does not reach, what is the point of this technology? The aim is like that. And that's where I think we come to, Priyanshu, because he talked about skill and kind of a developing people, and you come from a state, Rajasthan, as well, medical college genetics. So from your dual role of clinical genetics and public health policy both, how do you assess the current readiness straight on institution, and how does, because you are responsible, like medical college institutions are responsible for policy making, training, everything. Of course, there's always a partnership. I want to hear from you.
Thank you very much, sir, for bringing this question. So I'm working with the state government as a state nodal officer for rare disease since last 3 years. And I have seen a significant positive change in the state of Rajasthan. So the government, because we are advising the right things to the state government, so they are really keen to develop a state as a role model for genomics. And we got so much from state government. We got a Department of Medical Genetics in the state government institution. Then we got a Yojana, Bal Sambal Yojana 2024 by state government. So in that, under that Yojana, government is supporting with 50 lakh treatment, and along with the other expenses, government is giving 5,000 rupees for each rare disease patient to support their basic requirements. And then so there are some challenges. Challenges are like there is an infrastructure gap. We are having only one center, that is a tertiary care institution, SMS Medical College, Jaipur, where we are having some infrastructure, and we are Rajasthan is a very big state. Second is the biggest challenge is having trained manpower. So that's the biggest challenge we are facing. Only very few people, those who are interested and those who are trained in this area, they are working in our medical college. And the third challenge is there is no standard workflow guidelines. So workflow guidance. So genomics technology is still under process of integrating into the standard diagnostic algorithms. So these are few challenges we are facing. But things are improving, and there are a lot of awareness nowadays in Rajasthan, I've seen in last few years.
Well, thank you. I think I'm well aware of Rajasthan. Probably being he did about a year and a half back. The state, I think, one of the state for information. Probably Rajasthan has got target therapies and all these therapies, a part of the state cancer program, which not many states have still adopted. A great work. I'll come back to you to hear from more from what success stories of Rajasthan. I'll go back to Dheeraj. I think Dheeraj, in fact, yesterday we had a conference something on talking about AI. And I was supposed to talk something on AI with a hype or a hope. So I think we realize that artificial intelligence could be, some people say, no, AI, I am not interested. I am not AI. That's what some will say it's just an artificial intelligence, it's not really something. I think more will say, yes, it's augmenting intelligence. We probably say actual intelligence. I am the human being, the actual intelligence. All this together, now how do we use this? Should we make it again another AI that's awesome intelligence, or we create an awful intelligence? It could be anything for that matter, AI. I want to understand from, because there's a lot of talk going on about automation versus the pathologist interpretation. Same thing in the procedure, data-driven kind of thing, forget about the human being. So can you, throw us some light on this, diagnostic competence in ambiguous areas, and does it risk descaling human expertise over time, or what's going to be the future?
No, every science you have to control, every new technology. So if you're talking about the AI in pathology, there's one, you can use AI in morphology. Second, you can use AI in genomics. Okay. So if we are talking about the morphology, we have done the project. I just give an example. Like ERPR Hercept. Okay. So when we are doing manually, the 2+ Hercept means then you have to go for the fish for confirmation. So the 2+ fish was around 15 to 16%. So all our cases of 2+, like 15 to 16% cases will go for the fish technique, which will take 3 to 4 days, and the patient has to come again. But when we use this software to do ERPR Hercept and on AI, then it reduced from 16% to 6%. So that is a very good use for AI. So the Hercept 2+ reduced to 6%, and then 10% patient cannot come again and everything. The inter-observer variability in Ki-67 is very high in pathologists. So we can use this Ki-67, and in rare diagnosis, it is very common. As far as the NGS is concerned, I think the use of AI is very, very important in NGS. Like there's a huge data. It is not practical possible for the human being to, correlate and everything, collaborate the data. So with the help of AI, we can use this AI into the NGS panels and everything. So AI is very useful in pathology, and in clinical scenario also. Most of the, like we have a project for the clinician, like if your conversation with the patient, okay, you are saying something, the clinician, and the patient is saying something, and you are typing the report. So you are not eye to eye to the patient. So now we have a project like AI is controlling the conversation and only typing the relevant things. So we are in the project. So the discharge summary and everything can be used with the help of AI. So it is very important.
Thank you. I think that's something, humans, AI is important, but human skill can't be denied. In any
exactly.
case,
You
both
have
have
to
to be together. In fact, there is a project going on. I'm sure many of you must be aware of that. The voice, the way you describe your symptoms, the way you patient talk, and that voice itself gives you a differential diagnosis. I think a lot of these studies are on. There is a startup right in Gurgaon itself, and I'm sure you must be doing
Yeah.
something
So
similar.
like patient is saying that my mother has breast carcinoma in 2002. So the patient has said only this thing, and the AI will convert into type into the past history or family history. So that's the project we are in.
Great. I think we look forward to say that, because I think there is this, I know a startup which says use whatever you have, you just call up, you dial 7 minutes is given to you, describe your entire symptom and history. And then they come out with shortlisted 4 or 5 differential diagnoses. Well, I think let's see how the voice, because if recognition happens, they do recognize, because maybe you have spoken something else, your father spoke something else, the mother spoke something else, then probably say interpret it differently. These are the complications. In fact, nice. I think AI is something on digital pathology is also be part of education, because that's what the learning is. Because the whole data, images, which can be today, there is a huge challenge in the various medical colleges. We have DNB students. There's no actually material out there. Can we use these images for teaching them and learning? I think to my mind, digital pathology utilizing and the tools should become a part of a medical colleges processing, because you should be exposed. You need to know the post graduation, because there is always a hesitancy to report. You have learned, because I remember Vedanta has been like one of the first adopter of all this. So, but I think many people still, and in histo and biopsy, the expertise grows as you become more senior. So I think it is part of your education, your specialty, then probably it'd be much better. Thank you so much. I'll come to you now, because Dr. Neeta, especially, he talked about NGS. It's very, very important. Like in NGS, we need to have because AI is very old. But like, is India ready for this, for the AI you can say the NGS based kind of a thing for every patient, or what could be the strategy? It could be like, tired, or first line testing shouldn't, point of contact should not be there. What could be the strategy to have NGS testing into the pediatric or even generally kind of a thing? Because how do we do that?
Yeah. So over the years, we've seen a big explosion into availability of services in every area. So now, earlier patients used to be sent with, okay, this is the complaint. This is like this, we have seen thrombocytopenia for 6 months. We don't have a diagnosis, please see. Now they come with an NGS report saying that we have identified this VUS. Now you tell us whether this is related to the thrombocytopenia or not, eosinophilia, everything. Now we have actually gone back and looked at the test that they have performed, and then said whether this is actually, has it covered the genes that we want to cover. Maybe at times they would send in an immunodeficiency profile. We want to look at something else. So every now and then, at least once in a week, there is a request for raw data which should be sent out to the company, asking them to send it back so that another team can look at it, our genetics team can sit and look at it separately. But yes, a tiered approach would be especially helpful in malignancies, for so to speak, because although in like the premier centers in the West, every single child with a malignancy would have a genomic profile. It would also look at the drug responsiveness, the pharmacodynamics, that it would predict the response of the drug as well. It would predict which drug should not be given. For example, amikacin, aminoglycosides. So many centers in the West, in hematology centers where we use a lot of aminoglycosides, now they actually profile and tell you whether this child is at risk for nephrotoxicity and autotoxicity to aminoglycoside more than a general population, and in which we would avoid that. So that would be ideal, but I don't think we are there yet. But at least in the children who are high risk, children who are relapse refractory, the volume of data that can come out, the percentage of patients whom you will identify a targetable mutation would be significantly higher than in all cancer patients. So if we have an approach to at least target those children children who are outliers, who have a cancer has come in at a weird age, like a particular age would be like 3 to 5 years for when say Wilms tumor, it has come in 6 months of age. So then you know that is something which is not normal. You want to know the genetic makeup of that tumor. So at least in those high risk children, relapse refractory setting, it would be definitely helpful if we have that information upfront before we prognosticate or treat.
Great. I think definitely we love to have as a screening tool, maybe everywhere. But I think it's very difficult at that point of time because there's a lot of infrastructure gaps, costing, skill. I think till the time we reach there. So tired approach probably, especially into, you can say, high risk cases or maybe relapse kind of a thing which we have. And maybe the geographies, because people are coming, say, from Batenda, they're known as a cancer belt, maybe part of Bihar or somewhere we have a lot of oral cancers. Maybe geographic specific in those areas, okay, let me do this, maybe something like that.
Yeah, especially I would like to say, like there are targetable mutations which you think if you had got it in the first time around, like in relapse setting, we are now sending genomic profile for all cancers. So when we identify something, we'll find, okay, this could have been treated with a TKI earlier on. Why didn't we have this information earlier? So definitely to reduce toxicity also, it would be really helpful to have this information.
I'll come. Thank you so much. I think come to love actually. We just spoke about the neurology part. So conditions like today we have various biomarkers. Probably we talk about dementia and people prediction for Alzheimer's coming up, even epilepsy or neuromuscular disorders. This is where we again genomics is playing an important role. And what do you feel? Can it be again part of integration of routine care, a patient with dementia when it comes to you? Okay, let me screen for prediction of Alzheimer's. Can we do that? Or maybe, some lung disorders. Can we have something talk about interstitial lung disease? Maybe the new markers, KL6 has come. Can we do that? Probably I'm talking about neurology point of view. Let's not talk about this. What's your thought on that? How do you fit that? Can you do that? And what are the challenges you face that?
Talking about neurology, the most important thing that we need to know about neurology is it is different from other fields of medicine in a way that in most of the other fields of medicine, you go to cardiology, you go to nephrology, your tests are going to give you the diagnosis. So if you have a deranged creatinine, you know there is something wrong with the kidneys. But in neurology, you have a lot of dependence on the clinical data. So you have to make sense of the clinical symptoms, and diagnosis is mostly clinical. We rely on data from the labs and the imaging. We interpret the results of the imaging and data in coordination with the clinical markers. For example, let's say a patient is having a calcified lesion in his brain. He may come to you with headache. He may come to you with seizures. So if it is a small lesion, we definitely know that that is not causing headache. So but those patients get referred to us because they are having a calcified lesion. So when we talk about prediction models for Alzheimer's, unfortunately for most of the neurodegenerative disorders, we do not have medicines at present. We cannot change the course, or we cannot even slow down the course. So these prediction models, definitely they can help us in knowing the probability of Alzheimer and everything. But what we need to emphasize is that we do not miss out the treatable factors. So if we are relying on genetics and these genomic markers, they will give us an idea of, okay, you have a probability of having this disease and you might be suffering from this disease. But the clinical decision making takes precedence, because you don't want to miss out the treatable factors, and you just want to make sure that the symptoms patient is having, because one gene may have 4 or 5 phenotypes in presentation in neurology. So you need to make sure that all those phenotypes the patient presenting to you is fitting into those phenotypes, and we are not missing out the treatable disorders.
Great. I think it was equally important that you can't treat them all like in isolation. Probably you have neurology imaging plays a very important role. Genetic will be some role. Maybe I think you add biomarkers to it, maybe blood-based biomarkers, or maybe fluid-based biomarkers. They help in all together. And that's where I think give you a answer. But of course, if there's no treatment available, again, there's a question mark, what to use, what to not use. But I think we can prepare an individual and say that, look, you're not, as of now, reach your destination of whatever it is. You might hit there, probably slow down, work on diet. That will be, I think. Now I come to Dr. Ashwini. I think now he's talked about a lot of data that's been generated, a lot of things. I think I like to have you because there's a lot of talk about data, ethics and data, and rare disease is something which is a rare data you get kind of. So I'd like to understand your point of view. How do you envision the ethical governance of genomic data, and what could be the the views and what, because there are a lot of issues with the privacy, trust. Government is doing a lot of regulations into space. Still, people are not talking.
Yeah, so in general, ethical principles would apply to genetics also same way like it would apply to any sort of medicine that we practice. But genetics becomes more special because genomic knowledge helps us to know the past, present, as well as sometimes the future of the patient. And not only that, about his close relatives also. And that we have seen in multiple like cancer predisposing genes or genes which predispose to certain arrhythmias or something. And so that raises multiple issues of when you know something from the genome, whether it will lead to some discrimination at insurance, some discrimination at the job. All these issues come up, and that is why data privacy becomes very important. Although all medical data privacy is important, but from the genetic point of view, it becomes even more important. And from that point of view, various different steps are already in place, like the ICMR ethical guidelines has a separate chapter whenever you talk about human genetic research. So even in the ethical approval form, so there would be a separate form whenever a human genetic analysis is involved in. So multiple different initiatives are taken. We hope that the data privacy act also would be in place soon, just like the GINA in USA, wherein again the data privacy about the genomic data of an individual becomes important. And we have to tackle all this. So they say, with great power come great responsibility. So we now have the power of doing genome sequencing and knowing all the knowledge, but at the same time we have to keep in mind about the responsibilities that come along with it.
That's why, like you said, because we need to be responsible ourselves, how to handle that. But again, let me just, because today you feel the data, in any case, has to be protected and kept properly. Because you never know, because you say, oh, this data is of no use to me. But to you being a rare history specialist, sometimes, oh, that's the rare patient I've gotten once in a world. Probably, I think every data, where you feel is the worth, or it's there, or it is not really valuable, I think everything should, we need to protect it from that point. Well, coming down to, I think that was the time is precise. They put 00 out here, stopped. I think I won't take more than 3 more minutes more. I'll come to my last question to Dr. Priyanshu. Now the biggest challenge everybody is facing is you come from state government and your medical colleges, interoperability because the data, because multiple institutions. What are the challenges? Can we do something, work on that space, or you require autonomous body like Dr. Divya is mentioning about it? And what's your thought? How do we make sure that interoperability happens, regulatory compliance everywhere across India, and that can be helpful? What is the possibility?
Right. So at the level of a state government, I feel that there should be some task forces, and these task forces should have the multiple specialists, and they should well versed with the national guidelines, and they should form guidelines for a state. So that is very important. Second important is there should be a standardized format across the country so that we can contribute, we can collect data at the state level, and that can be supplemented to the national databases. So these things are very important. Then there is a definitive role of public-private partnerships because we are having limitations in terms of trained manpower. So that can solve many issues. And then there is a role of government mandate and budget tax. In budget they should announce it, and the government mandate should be there to implement it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. We can have, I think we have Dr. Simi sitting here. I think she can take the message to the government of India. She represents the Director of the Health Office. Well, I think, thank you so much. Our time is already up. I think I wish we would have continued more. What I'll say that, the slides to insights, from genes to journeys, diagnostic is getting refined, redefined and redefined. And it's just not care. It's more of a tailored care. I think that's what we're all looking for. Thank you so much for sharing your insight and a thoughtful and deeper like thoughts, and which is like we need a lot to be done. But I think one thing is very clear, because precision medicine depends not on just on technology, but on how we integrate this into our practices, into system, train people, uh, ensure ethical inclusiveness, and maybe a patient-centered application. I think it has to be seen in totality. And but then in a case, as we conclude this powerful conversation, one truth stands out, that precision medicine isn't just a technological shift. I always say it's a human commitment. I think it's important for all of us to make sure that this reform revolution happens in the right way. It's not like it can be in one direction. From pixels to genes, from data to decisions, the future is personal, precise, and deeply patient-centered. Let's continue working together to bridge science and care, transforming diagnostic into true pathways for healing. Thank you so much. Thank you, everybody, for that wonderful insight. Thanks.
Thank you so much, sir. And that was an extraordinary discussion. Our panelists provided with rich perspective on how technology, genomics, and AI-driven diagnostics are accelerating the precision medicine revolution in India. The insights shared today hold tremendous promise for transforming clinical workflows and improving patient outcomes. Let's give them another round of applause. And now I invite Dr. Ravi Gaur to come on center of the stage to felicitate our panelists. Dr. Dheeraj Gautam. Dr. Neeta Radhakrishnan. Let's have a round for our panelists. Dr. Ashwin Dalal. Dr. Priyanshu Mathur. Dr. Love Bansal. Now, I would like to invite on stage Dr. Manisha Khurana to felicitate our moderator for the exceptional role and for adequately moderating the discussion.
Can we please have a huge round of applause? Thank you.
Let's have a group picture. Thank you. Thank you, our expert panel and audience, for participating in this crucial discussion. As we continue our journey through the day, let's reflect on how data, technology, and genomics are creating a more precise, predictive, and patient-centric healthcare landscape. So, do you know, Shweta, every time we talk about precision medicine, it feels like we are standing right at the edge of something extraordinary. A future where treatments aren't just based on average, but truly tailored to individuals.
Absolutely, Simran. And while the science and technology behind it are incredible, what really drives this forward are the people, the medical experts, researchers, and thought leaders who are turning these possibilities into realities.
Exactly. And speaking of leaders in this space, we now have a fantastic opportunity to hear from someone who is right at the heart of this transformation. Yes, up next is a very special presentation by Dr. Prudvidhar Sriperambudru, Director of Medical Affairs at Miltenyi Biotech. He's going to share some thought-provoking insights on how medical affairs in biotechnology are evolving and how precision medicine innovation are already reshaping the healthcare landscape.
You know, I am really looking forward to this one, Simran. It's just not about technology. It's about how experts like him are helping bridge the gap between science and patient care.
So without further delay, let's give a warm round of applause and welcome Dr. Prithvi Dhar on the stage.
Uh, which one would work? Both works. Okay, great. Good afternoon. Yeah, so good afternoon. I hope you can hear me okay. Yeah. So, what I'm going to speak today, it's a new emerging therapy, very exciting, much more exciting than my name there. I know it could be a challenge to some of you. You can try it sometime. Uh, so yes, so I'm going to speak about democratizing cell therapies. What exactly do I mean by that? By using that word there, is cell therapies, as we know, CAR T is one of the cell therapies that we keep hearing, right? I believe that it should be more localized, affordable, scalable, and very accessible, right? All of this needs to happen. And how do we as a country enable this? So, before I proceed further, let me declare my conflict of interest. I'm a full time employee with Miltony Biotech. So, let me start talking about this one patient, right? She is a young 20-year-old female of lupus, a type of autoimmune disease. This patient at very young age literally failed on every other therapy that's available to treat lupus, or tried even the novel drugs like belimumab. If you look at the data here, anti-dsDNA and the complement systems are all elevated. This patient had no other treatment, right? So now we do see many such patients with rare conditions, where mature treatments are not readily available. And, when the commercial grade solutions take time, what do we do in such a situation? So I'll come back to this patient. So what is our vision? Our vision is, when we are talking about cell therapies, what's happening right now across the world is this. Most of the time, we are talking about the central manufacturing of cell therapies. I'm talking more with reference to CAR T, right? And the therapy now is supplied to the hospitals. Now, our vision is to take this to a more decentralized and the point of care approach, right? So, in the decentralized approach, as you can see, there will be a one CDMO supplying to multiple hospitals locally. We are already reducing the logistic challenges by doing that. And our vision is to go for the point of care manufacturing, where every hospital will be able to locally manufacture this at their own site. So, how do we intend to do that? What gives us the right to even dream about it is our rich heritage. So, we as Miltony Biotech, founded by Stefan Miltony in 1989. So, at the heart of everything that we do is MAX technology. It's magnetic cell separation. He did it in his mom's washing machine before he built it as a company, right? So, there's a rich heritage with which all how we have progressed through cell therapies. In fact, we have about 35 years of total holistic experience in doing that, even before incorporation as a company. So, one of the innovation which I will talk about as Miltony Biotech is this instrument called Clarimax Prodigy. This not only enables uh, a large, let's say, commercial grade manufacturing of cell therapies, but also this is a tabletop machine. It can be placed anywhere in a GMP room within a hospital. And the advantages it has is it's fully automated, it's closed with its own in-process control systems, and the software is flexible, wherein you can modify based on the cell that you need to develop. This has been tried in many clinical trials, and this is still being used in India as well at many institutes, mostly with respect to the graft engineering solutions, where CD34 enrichment happens or alpha beta depletion related therapies. And also the engineering of T cells is happening with some institutes like CMC Vellore and other places. So the prospects are multiple, and it all happens with help of single instrument, right? So while this is good, how does the practical application happen? So I'll just give you another example of a rare case of an ulcerative colitis and associated PSC. Now, this is a very rare condition. No one would develop a commercial therapy for this, and the investigator clinician then thought of administering Tregs as therapy, and this was produced locally at the hospital inside, and they had published this as a report, and the patient is doing really well even right now after the follow-up, and there has been a significant improvement over years. Now, while this is one example of rare, now when we are talking about lupus, leukemias, we have multiple examples. This is the patient that I talked about in the first slide. She is completely treated. I'll talk a little bit more about that patient in a while. In the point of care manufacturing, we have multiple examples right from India, CMC Vellore, to Spain, to Europe, to Spain, to USA, and multiple places. And we are also doing this in solid tumors. So talking about this patient, as you would see, this is not a commercial grade CAR T, right? This is done as a named patient program at one university hospital because this patient had no other therapies. With the approval from the regulators, as you can see, immediately the complement levels are normalized as soon as day 7 to 21, and all the clinical signs start improving. And if you look at this, the days after CAR T infusion, after day 37, you barely see any of the symptoms that were seen in that patient who literally had no other therapy at that point of time, right? So what's happening now? Jan 24, we had the privilege of meeting this patient. We can no longer call this person a patient. She's a person now because completely treated, back to normal life. She's pursuing medicine right now. So before I end my presentation, this is the washing machine which started it all for Meltini Biotech. And each Miltanian has a responsibility to learn and teach. And I intend to do that by interacting with most of you. Please feel free to connect with me as well during the break or anytime. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Prithvidhar, for that enlightening session. So we request you please stay back for a felicitation ceremony. Your expertise in medical affairs and your insights into precision medicine have certainly expanded our understanding for the advancements in this dynamic field. May I now invite Dr. Manisha Khurana to please come on stage to felicitate Dr. Prithvidhar with a token of appreciation, and let's give them a round of applause. Let's have a round of applause for the speaker, Anna. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir.
All right, Shweta. I have to say what a day it has been so far. From policy immunology to digital diagnostics. And now we are about to dive into a space that honestly sounds straight out of science fiction.
You are so right, Simran. I mean, cell and gene therapy, pharmacogenomics, these are no longer just futuristic ideas. They are actually redefining the way we understand and treat disease, especially rare genetic disorders and cancer.
And before we get our expert panelist on stage, let's get the audience thinking a bit. So here is a question for everyone. How does pharmacogenomics improve cancer treatment? By eliminating the need for chemotherapy, B, by selecting drug based on patient genetic profile, C, by replacing radiotherapy, D, by lowering drug manufacturing cost.
Can we please have some answers?
Any guesses? We can't hear you.
Just Okay, that's correct. It's B, by selecting drugs based on a patient's genetic profile.
And that's exactly what our next panel will be diving into. The session is titled Revolutionizing Treatment, the Future of Cell and Gene Therapy in Rare Diseases, Oncology and Pharmacogenomics. We are talking about AI-driven innovation, clinical breakthroughs, global collaboration, and yes, the very real challenges we face in bringing these therapies to India's mainstream healthcare system. So let's not keep everyone waiting. May I now invite our panelists to the stage as we unravel the future of precision treatment together. Let's welcome our speakers with a round of applause. Dr. Ratna Duapuri, Chairperson, Institute of Medical Genetics and Genomics at Sir Ganga Ram Hospital.
I really can't hear anybody. Can we please have a huge round of applause? Thank you.
Dr. Gagan Saini, Vice Chairman and Head of Radiation Oncology, Yashoda Medicity. Dr. Sangram Keshri Samal, Scientist D, Indian Council of Medical Research, Government of India. Let's welcome our speakers. Ms. Priya Kapoor Ji Hingorani, Managing Director, India and Southeast Asia, Miltenyi Biotech. Dr. Vineet Talwar, Director, Medical Oncology, Rajiv Gandhi Cancer Institute and Research Center. Now, I would like to invite our moderator for the session, Dr. Vamshi Krishna, Head, Genomics and Clinical Cytogenomics, Dr. Lal Path Labs. Let's give our speakers a round of applause. Over to you, sir.
A very good afternoon to everyone. I think I have an esteemed group of panelists. I think the introductions have been done. What today we're going to talk about is cutting-edge advancements in cell and gene therapy. We are going to look at how the cell and gene therapy is going to help out in rare disorders, especially for what we understand were the orphan drugs, which we used for rare disorders. We are going to touch upon the pharmacogenomics for rare disorders, for oncology-based therapies that we have. We also will talk about AI-driven innovations in cell and gene therapy, the transformative role of CAR T cell therapy that we've just heard in the previous session. How do all of these redefine treatments for us in the era of precision medicine that we are in right now? The impact of pharmacogenomics, based on the individual genetic profiles. How do you, based on the question that you've just seen, how does pharmacogenomics help out both the patients as well as the treating clinicians? And how do all of these get adopted based on the regulatory pathways that we follow in India? My first question would be to Dr. Ratnapuri, ma'am.
Thank you.
You have been a pioneering force in molecular genetics and genomics in India. And I would want to understand, obviously, how the early diagnostic interventions using these molecular genetics, trying to identify what patients' problems are to actually sort of enable precision medicine for them. How have these interventions improved outcomes for rare disease patients in India?
Thanks so much for the question, and thank you for the invite to be a part of this wonderful program. So, as for any disease, it's not only for rare diseases, early diagnosis translates to early intervention and management. The only additional part for rare diseases is that we also have prevention of at-risk individuals, for recurrence of that rare disease in family. Now, in the days gone by, when technology was not so freely available, and neither was it, there, we only had targeted testing. So in the clinics, it used to be a list of differential diagnoses and only things like, beta thalassemia or hemophilia. Those simple things actually had a molecular diagnosis. Very often we used to make a clinical diagnosis, go into literature, find, okay, this has been reported maybe in the US, and you find 2-3 patients from an Indian background and Indian ethnicity, but in the US in that paper with a common mutation. And we would get an idea, maybe it's a common mutation, and we would set that up in the lab and test our patient against that. But now with the availability of NGS, the whole concept and the scenario of diagnosis, and also other technologies like microarray, etc., the whole concept has changed. One, it's become available to other physicians, so it's not, one niche test that needs to be done. And it's also decreased diagnostic delays. They used to be about 7 to 14 years of diagnostic delays for patients with rare diseases, and there's data to say that they have to visit 7 different doctors to come to a correct diagnosis. So all that has happened, and this is really translated to improved outcomes for those families. And because that, like I said, with diagnosis comes therapy. And so the earlier you diagnose, whether we are giving definitive therapy or supportive therapy, the quicker do we get better outcomes.
Thank you, ma'am. And just a follow-up question to that. So any challenges to kind of, for the early intervention pathways at our systemic level?
Well, yes. So the attraction for genetics actually came across when these very, very expensive therapies came into the world, and knowledge spread because of the availability of social media. And that's when a lot of parent groups formed. You could never find a parent group before that. I remember we formed, other than thalassemia and hemophilia, we brought together families to form the lysosomal storage parent group. And after that, it's just been history. And so these parents started demanding for definitive therapy. And to some extent, as that became available, we realized that definitive therapy has absolutely no value unless you support the system, because genetic disorders have multiple organ involvement. They are systemic. And so if you give SMA child gene therapy, but you don't do physiotherapy and look after the lungs and infection, the gene therapy has no meaning. And that is at present what we are lacking. It's only there in tertiary care hospitals. It's not there at district levels. And actually, not only is it lacking, but the concept of the importance of therapy, supportive care, is also lacking. And so we have to educate not only the patient groups, but also all our friend colleagues and doctors.
Right. Thank you, ma'am. As you rightly mentioned, the cost of these interventional medications, I was just recently looking at an early metachromatic leukodystrophy drug, which costs $4.5 million. I mean, you can afford that, but then what about the quality of the patient? That's what comes in at the starting level, wherein you put up good intervention systems so that you're able to make the quality of life much better. Thank you, ma'am. My next question would be for Dr. Vineet Talwar, sir. In the field of oncology, where we are, as I was mentioning, we are in the era of precision medicine. How does pharmacogenomics, is gaining traction? Do you understand? How does it incorporate into your genetic profiling and into making real-time decisions and real-time management of your patients easier?
Thanks for the question. So, as they say, Rome wasn't built in a day. So it's a conundrum, it is a bourgeois process, as you say in French. It is, becoming more and more apparent as the time is passing, as people get more aware. And at Rajiv Gandhi, when these rare cases come to us, we have our multi-specialty clinics where not only does the physician decide, but I, as a medical oncologist, am heavily dependent upon the molecular geneticists, the molecular pathologists, the pathologists, and of course we have our own in-house molecular lab where we dabble in all this. So just to give you an example, we had a patient of colorectal cancer, and that patient we treat with common drugs like 5-fluorouracil. So we treat about say 130 odd in a week, these kind of patients in which we give this drug. And we found, to our surprise, that a couple of patients were not doing well at all. They were totally washed out, and they had tremendous side effects, as compared to their other counterparts. And we tried to, do a deep dive, and we found that there was an enzyme which is DPD, which causes 4x or 10x manifestations as far as the side effects are concerned. So what we did, we started a pilot project. We started checking prospectively in those patients about the enzyme, and to our surprise, we found that it was, we checked in about 160 patients. It was to the tune of 5 to 7%. And then we look back, we look at the international controls, we found that it was about 3 to 4% there. So there is a difference between the Caucasian literature and the Asian literature and the South Asian and the Australasian literature. So what I mean to say is that generally, whenever we talk of figures, we talk of the Western literature, the Caucasian. There is a difference between the races. So what we did in that patient, which is the standard treatment, is we reduced the dose to 50%. And to our surprise, the patient's side effects came down drastically, and he started behaving like any other ordinary patient which we were treating for the disease. And now, once we have gathered this data, we are trying to process it into paper and publish it so that it can get greater coverage and people become more aware. So these small manipulations, they take you a long way as far as the treatment is concerned. And of course, we have to dish out our own data, the Indian data. That is very important because the previous talk in which you have EGFR mutations in cancer of the lung, if you go to the Caucasian literature, it's a dismal 10 to 15%. But when you come to the Indian population, it's about 40 to 45%. So that figure, if you have in mind, it acts as a big armamentarium to tackle the disease. And of course, at the background, the quality of life of the patient is paramount. And when you do all these, you get the rewards.
Absolutely, sir. I agree. So, Farm JKB and CPEC guidelines talk about certain genes that you have to kind of look at, the DPYD, the TPMT, the NUDT15, and so on and so forth, to actually have a valuable, lessening of the side effects and the efficacy of that particular drug for that patient. So one drug doesn't fit all. That's about the genetic makeup. In the previous discussion, in the previous panel discussion, we had one of the authors of Genome India project, Dr. Ashwin Dalal, who was mentioning about the SNPs. So these allele genotypes obviously would calculate those SNPs in different populations to actually come about and say that that drug does well, that drug sort of needs to be reduced, or maybe in that patient the drug needs to be given in higher doses. So that pharmacogenomics awareness is really sort of picking up in India as well. A follow-up question, sir. So what do you see that the PGX testing should be done in all the diagnostic labs, and how would democratizing that in all the labs in India would help you in each and every patient based on your study that you just mentioned?
No, as I said, that would be the way to go, because now we are honing deep, into the molecular facets of the disease, and you are having a lot of tailor-made therapies. So I feel that should be the way to go. Definitely.
Right. Thank you, sir. My next question is for Dr. Sangram. As part of ICMR, how do you evaluate India's current research ecosystem for gene and cell therapy in terms of policy readiness, in terms of funding, and how is its translational potential would benefit our masses?
Regarding Indian perspective about the cell and gene therapy, ICMR, DBT, CDSCO, all of them are really into it and how we can enhance the cell and gene therapy in India in next few years. If you look towards the rare diseases like hemophilia, sickle cell, and some muscular dysfunction, etc. And it has a huge, tremendous potential to change the Indian healthcare ecosystems. And for that, with time to time, ICMR is taking a key role to generate some regulatory and policies in combination with DBT as well as the CDSCO. And in recently, if you look towards the ICMR contribution, we generate new kinds of guidelines, is the WHO pattern, like evidence-based guidelines, and that really shows what is the clinical trials output in India and also in abroad. Although there are some gaps, it may be overcome very soon to get a data from the international clinical trial as well as the Indian clinical trial system. That's why digitalization is essential. AI and machine learning should be incorporated in this system. Then only the clinical trial period can be reduced. Then there is another achievement by the Department of Biotechnology for the Genomic India initiative, where they have sequenced around 10,000 populations, and that really provides a very good platform for the precision medicine. About the funding, it is not a very big deal nowadays, although it is a little bit modest compared to the US and the European Union. But still, I don't think funding is a major issue in India now. And ICMR is providing a lot of fund in recent years about the cell and gene therapy research, as well as the providing Wellcome Trust also providing some good amount of fund. And if you look towards the recent news about the Bharat Biotech, invested around $75 million. That's really gives the opportunity for the industry academia collaborations. And if you look toward the success of any kind of research, it's definitely it's need a industry and academia collaboration is needed, which is a major gap in India. We don't have any collaboration between the industry and academic system. And nowadays in the healthcare system, the private medical system should come together with the government medical system, as well as the some academic people, some engineering peoples. Then only the interdisciplinary system can really enhance the cell and gene therapy. About the translation potential, definitely it has a huge potential for next coming years, and cell and gene therapies can really solve many diseases. Like if you look towards the FDA approved products, it's around 43 products approved in US, but in India we have only two products, like NECAR 19 and some Imtucell, and these are the some products we have. But we need to improvise our clinical system. We should have collaboration with the harmonization with the international system, like US FDA and European Union EMA. Then only we can implement those products available in the abroad, as well as the indigenous product. We can facilitate them and we can translate into the market.
Thank you, Dr. Sangram. So you picked on that point where the industry academic collaboration is required. This question is for Ms. Priya Kapoor. As the MD of Miltony, from an industry implementation standpoint, how do you see that the key learnings do you have for introducing these personalized cell therapies in India as well as in Southeast Asia?
Thank you, Dr. Vamsi. This is interesting. In fact, I was listening to all the panelists and I was thinking whatever is coming up as a need gap is precisely what Miltony is doing in India. So let me just elaborate a bit on this. Miltony has been present in India, just to give a context to the people here, for about 10 years, and we have been working through our channel partners. But just the last year, we have set up our own operations in India. And very recently, we inaugurated a facility in Hyderabad under the government, with the government of Telangana, for training on cell and gene therapy. Now, where did this come from and why was there this need? And that brings me to your question on key learnings and what's happening in the industry today. If we look at when we go out and speak to eminent doctors and researchers like all of you in this audience, one of the the thing that we hear is there's tremendous excitement about cell and gene for whatever reasons. Diagnosis is better, like Dr. Ratnapuri mentioned, or patients are coming up with different differential requirements, or funding is coming up, like what we have heard. But because of this excitement, one of the things that we picked up is there has to be a semblance and a collaboration between the brain to vein and the vein to vein time. So when we diagnose something, how soon is it that the therapy can reach the patient? And to do that, one of the learnings that we had was that you need to democratize it. And Dr. Prudvi just spoke about it from a point of care manufacturing. So one of the things that Miltony is doing in India is we are going where the patient is. Our trials are looking at with CDSCO. We have started with CMC Vellore, where we are looking at getting the CAR-T to the point where the patient is. And so we are also with Rajiv Gandhi and very many other institutes. We'll be very happy to collaborate and do the trial. How is it possible? We have this wonderful machine, which is a closed system called Prodigy. It's tabletop. You put it up, you can run it. Now, I can say this very easily, but the second learning was the upskilling of the people who are interested. Everywhere we know Indian researchers are the best, and we know they bring in the international quality. But how do you make them competent enough to do this research without multiple levels of support? So the second key learning was the upskilling is required, and therefore this MITC facility that we have opened, which is Miltony Innovation and Technical Center, we can bring in researchers and train them on different aspects, not only of cell and gene therapy, but also on flow cytometry and everything else that you require across the value chain. The third key learning for us was that it is very important to create access for the therapy. And that's why the point of care also came in, because in tier 2, tier 3 cities, there is a requirement and most patients get left out because of this treatment, especially when it comes to a centralized manufacturing. Because today, no matter how good our cold chains are, there is still an element whereby the outreach, the preservation, the storage of our CAR-T cells may or may not be optimal. So that's where we figured this out. And the fourth learning that we had in the Indian market, which is resonating with every other market, is there is a need to expand very quickly across indications. Whether it is today we are in liquid tumors, but soon we will get into autoimmune diseases. We are looking at neurological disorders and many more, which will come for the future.
Wonderful. I still remember 3 to 5 years ago when we used to be prescribed this CAR-T for a patient. It used to cost 80 lakhs in China. And now that we are actually sort of doing it in India, I hope the patient is getting that cost effectiveness. Do you see any challenges as to implementing it in these in these specific centers? I know that you just spoke about the strategy, you spoke about clinical training, but any challenges that you have to implement to democratize it actually in India?
No, I think it's more about, I heard this in the morning, it was about the mindset of what you need to do. What I would like to, what our judgment is basis what we are hearing, what we are seeing. I'm very pleased to have Dr. Amit Awasthi, and I think I saw Dr. Karthikeyan from THSTI also, who are here, who came in on our invitation. Researchers like them are very excited to bring up the newest therapies that are possible. The challenge that we need to get together, and I think this is not unique to India, it is global, where the regulatory framework around how these approvals are going to come in, how is the treatment going to reach the patient, needs to be worked through. And I don't think it is a single person's work, it is the ecosystem that has to work around it. Like you said, industry academia partnerships, as well as regulators coming to us, or access models that are getting built. I must tell you, and I'm very happy to share this, compared to the globe, Indian regulators seem to be very proactive in accepting that, yes, we need to learn, and they're willing to learn and partner from the experts. That's a very big good news for us.
Wonderful. Thank you. My next question would be to the radiation oncologist, Dr. Gagan. How do you see this in this era of precision medicine, the cell and gene therapies, getting integrated into radiation treatment for the patients, as against the conventional therapies that we previously used to use. As we've just seen, it was either surgery, radiation alone, or say immunotherapy and targeted therapies. Now, how do we integrate them, or rather, how do we give along with the radiation therapy to our patients at the first line, maybe as a first line option?
Yeah, so certainly cell therapies are emerging as the first line option. There is no doubt on that. And just as the oncology is progressing, the way every branch of oncology is taking its own place is like, for example, cytotoxic chemotherapy is at a certain place, surgery is at a certain place. So similarly, radiation will also find its place as cellular therapies show promise and they deliver on it. So right now the cell therapies are very nice, but of course we know that they are not in the space where solid tumors are. But as cell therapies progress and we can, have more MHC guided cell therapies, which will be more relevant to solid tumors, maybe they will be supplementing the role of radiation and complementing the role of radiation. And who knows, in some tumors, which may be more homogeneous or with a better understood genome, maybe they will be able to replace the radiation. So as of now, let's not assume radiation to be anything separate from all the other known therapies. It's another form of therapy, if you would, if for the sake of this discussion. So that's what would be my submission.
Thank you. Since morning, I think we've heard about the tip of the iceberg that we're treating the patients right now, and the base wherein we kind of try and prevent them, try and look at them as an early diagnostics thing. And we also spoke about the digital pathology. So there are FDA approved sort of algorithms wherein you look at the H&E, you try and decipher what the molecular signature of that would be. And in the field of radiology, obviously we're looking at the earliest diagnostic, especially non-small cell lung carcinoma, trying to give out the patient diagnosis and in such an early stage. I think on that note, the cell and gene therapies, along with the traditional, at least the radiation therapy, would definitely benefit our patients, at least on whichever are at the tip of the iceberg.
So totally. Targeted therapies which are chosen as per the patient's, driver mutations or receptors with a clinical trial backing them, they are always helping radiation therapy. I think these I'm sorry, sir, Dr. Talwar, the ones which are, which we use in these BRCA mutations, these therapies, PARP inhibitors. Sorry for leaving that word. So the PARP inhibitors are probably holding the most promise with having sort of a final, cell kill sort of a promise. So yes, targeted therapies are delivering. So if your question is about targeted therapies, yes, with radiation therapy, there is a lot of role, especially with immunotherapy, because radiation therapy, once given, acts like a kind of a vaccine. So remember the vaccines we used to give during COVID, you would just flood the patient system with antigens of the COVID, the novel coronavirus. So similarly, radiation therapy, when you give, it floods the system of the patient system with antigens of the tumor. And then the innate immunity has a chance to build up. It doesn't always build up, has a chance to build up. And therefore, the IO, the immunomodulators, the immuno-oncology can help. So yes, that is definitely another branch of things. But if we are talking about cell therapies, then cell therapies do take a backseat because unfortunately the solid tumors are more heterogeneous in their milieu. Yes.
Thank you, sir. My next question would be to Dr. Ratna. Ma'am, so we've spoken about democratizing. You spoke about NGS. You spoke about the microarray. Now the homologous recombination deficiency which obviously would look at all of those TAIs, the CNVs, and so on and so forth to bring forth the final sort of treatment in the form of PARP inhibitors in a patient who was possibly not BRCA positive, so there was no PARP inhibitors to her. There's no hormone receptors, so we're not giving any hormone receptors. There's no HER2 positivity. So a triple negative, actually getting a HRD positive, again gets the benefit of PARP inhibitors. So on that note, if we have to look at the collaborative models between public hospitals, academia, industry, how do you think that these things would benefit us into giving us access of gene therapy to our patients, and especially in pediatric rare disorders?
Well, as I said before, that it's just not giving a therapy. There are so many therapies that we have to give to a patient. It works more like that, I think, for most of our pediatric rare disorders. And so, therefore, collaboration is very important. But how do we think about the collaboration? I think we have something like a hub and spoke model. Unlike the CAR T therapy, where you can go to a patient for these gene therapies, the therapy can't go to the patient. That's a challenge because, at least at present, they do have a lot of side effects, and you really have to monitor. Whatever little experience I have with delivering SMA gene therapy, that's the only one that's there in India. And so, while trying to do telemedicine across, I think in that crucial period, they have to come to a center of excellence, whether it is an actual center of excellence, dealing with these disorders, or the government centers of excellence, etc. And then we have the spokes at the district level, where the patient is actually there for monitoring as well as for providing the multidisciplinary care. And we already did this not for gene therapy, but for enzyme replacement therapy, where it's a continuous process. It's a form of treatment for lysosomal storage disorders. It has to be given every week or once every 2 weeks. It's impossible there's no point for telling the patient to come to a big tertiary care center, because while you're giving therapy, you're taking away the quality of life, if they have to miss school and come. And so therefore, we interacted with the local physician, provided the protocols, they gave the therapies there, and got the patient once in 6 months, once they were stable. Of course, you do all this when the patient is stable. So this model works very well. Along with that, I think it's very important that I look at Europe very often as far as genetic rare diseases go. There are multiple countries like our states, and they work together in various networks. Whether it's related to diagnostics, whether it's related to looking at SNPs, whether it's related to therapies, whether it's related to follow-up of patients of a disorder. And I always wonder why in our country of over 1 billion, we can't have these systems in place. One hospital, one center, one individual cannot do everything, because then you're surfacing everything and you're not, really at the depth of anything. And so I think with telemedicine and what it's taught us during COVID, we can do so much is with collaboration, whether it's the public sector, private sector, patient group, academia, regulatory bodies. It just works so well.
How does the rare sort of multi-speciality, like pediatric rare disorders, the specialists itself are pretty low in India, and how does that sort of is there anything that we can does increasing that speciality would that democratize more and truly be good for the patients in the tier 3, tier 4 cities?
So, working in a hospital and trying to make genetics popular amongst our pediatric residents has been an uphill task. And I believe that this will only happen when it becomes a mandatory subject and comes in the examination. That's the way we all did it. We only read. I remember I used to just read that chapter one day before. Yaad hi nahi rehta tha, kuch dekha hi nahi tha. Things have changed now. And therefore, we have to excite them, we have to interest them. And so you need good teachers, and I hope that with these centers that DBT is setting up with the OMID centers in the medical colleges, that is what is going to change.
Right, ma'am. Rare is not anymore rare, actually. We kind of see it in different populations having different percentages and so on and so forth. And I think that's a point well taken, ma'am. Thank you. Next question, Dr. Vineet. Do you think India is ready for pharmacogenomic tested pathways? I think you mentioned that, yes, we are going into that, in that direction, and we obviously are doing certain, DPY, DT, PMT, and so forth. But what are any clinical or any technological gaps that you see, which are as challenges to implement them to every patient of ours?
So I think I'll answer it in a different tangent altogether. Uh, whenever we talk of a marker or a target, we give the drug according to that. Why is it that it doesn't work in 100%? So that is the key question, because you know the autocrine pathway, the standard pathway which it follows, but there are thousands of other paracrine pathways which are there, which might be there. There is a lot of tumor heterogeneity. In a given sample of tumor, you might find that there might be a loci of some gene somewhere, and that expression may not be there somewhere else. Classical example is glioblastoma multiforme. You might find there a lot of different mutations going on simultaneously. And then again, whenever we talk of data, because data is king nowadays, you talk of clinical trials, right? Now, clinical trials, as all of us know, are hand-picked patients. You have a definite inclusion criteria, you have a definite exclusion criteria. Now, whether that applies to the populace, answer is a big no. Because once you translate it into a real-world study, you find that there is a big dichotomy. What you try to apply to a clinical trial population, they might be totally different for a real-world population. So how do you try to augment, how do you try to reduce the gap is, you do a PMS, post-marketing study, or a phase 4 study, or you go back to the records and try to dish out where we went wrong or what are the fallacies. So these are the things by which you try to do. And when we talk of precision medicine, we talk of all the things like vectors, the viruses, how to tame those viruses, because they themselves can cause immune-mediated reactions. So all these things, they go in the mind whenever you talk about the gaps, so as to say. So these are the physical gaps, the tumor heterogeneity, the real-world scenario, and the clinical trial scenario. And of course, as it has been talked in the last panel also, the regulatory bodies, that's a big issue when you talk of gene manipulation. There was a case in China where they tried to do some manipulation in the embryos of twins who had hemophilia, and it had a lot of hue and cry. So they are in place in America and Europe, and we were talking about Data Privacy Act, which is going to come. So I think these steps are the ones which would make it more robust and reduce the gap, not make it 0%, but then definitely the lesser the better.
Absolutely, so got it. Gene editing, obviously in somatic versus germline, that's something which obviously has to be regulated really well. My next question is to Dr. Sangram. What are ICMR's key priorities in shaping ethical governance for advanced therapies like gene editing?
Gene editing is already ICMR has placed a regulatory in combination with CDSCO and DVT, and it allow for the somatic gene editing, but it's not allowed for the germinal gene editing system. And it is you can do it if it is in special cases, but those kind of rule and not placed yet, but it can be if the patient safety is concerned about the minimization of cost and all those things. If it can be productive and it has no harm to the patient, then it may be little bit flexible regulatory system can appear in coming years, and in that way I think it can address some
Thank you.
regulatory
Thank you.
systems.
So, Ms. Priya, as these therapies move towards mainstream clinical trials, what considerations should be made to ensure that the India's population genetic diversity is actually represented? When which drug is going to work? So, as Dr. Vineet just mentioned, responders versus non-responders. What are the biomarkers which actually are pushing the patient towards responding, and what are the ones which are actually stopping, and then the patients become non-responders? It's not 100% right, but then personalized genomic medicine, how do we include India's genetic diversity into whatever that you are kind of trying to look at in the industry?
Absolutely valid. I wish I had a one-line answer for this, but one way to do this is what we learned was to have as many possible diverse centers to do the trial. So do multicentric. Of course, we all do multicentric, but it is more important in cell and gene, where the patient diversity truly comes to light. The other thing that's happening globally, and I think a lot of our panelists referred to what is happening in US and Europe, and I might be able to shed a little bit of light on this, basis our experience at Miltony. I think AI is playing a very, very, very big role in how the trials and patient population is getting defined for the trial. Whether you do in silico, whether you do genomics, multiomics, whether you pick up a patient pool and then try and see and then extrapolate and see whether the drug will work and then save the trouble of getting into the clinical trial altogether in the population if you know it's not going to work in. All this is going to apply. Over that, I think we heard this morning on the 10,000 patient genomic data. That will serve well. With my past experience in Gulf, where I was leading a previous company, I think the genomic data there gave them a head start in terms of how they were looking even at PARP inhibitors to administer to the patients. So I think it's a win-win situation if we can get this data with the diversity that we have, and of course our strength of 1.4 billion people.
So should we wait for that data for that many people? Because it's just 10,000 that we've just sequenced. So
I don't think
how
so.
do we
I don't think so. I think
that?
the more we do at different centers, the more patients we get experienced with, I think the more learning will come in. Our trial itself, which has gone through phase 1, we know very well the diverse patient groups that were taken in, or diverse patient, not groups, but diverse patients that were taken in, and we could see the differences in responses. So it gives you a sense of where this will work and where this may probably have a little more distance to cover.
Thank you. As Dr. Ratnama mentioned, India is like Europe. So India is not just a country; it's a peninsula with having 87 different ethnic populations which are represented in that 10,000. So 87 ethnic populations in that 10,000 is maybe that ethnic population which was represented might not be a true representation in just that 10,000. So we would have to look at a bigger number to actually sort of get to a meaningful understanding of that. Dr. Gagan, please.
So you have made a very nice point, and this point has been made since precision medicine started, that we need to have our own genomics, pharmacogenomics being another matter. We need to have our own understanding. Very nicely made, and it's a question. It's an ongoing process. So yeah, it's a point to be made all the time. I sometimes wonder, and that's why I'm asking you this question, that why is it so that with cytotoxic chemotherapy, our results used to not be very different from the results of the West? Why is it so that most of the biomarkers that we do in practice today, I'm not very much into NGS and all, but most of the biomarkers that we do today, the percentages are more or less similar to what we see in trials, except HPV. HPV is a different matter, the oropharyngeal HPV. Why is it so? So it's not, I think there is some ray of light at the end of the tunnel there, because I do feel that there is something more unifying in oncology. Only in oncology, I will say, maybe not in the other rare disorders. I've never been really that much into that. But there's some unifying thing in oncology. I will probably put a little bit of my money on that, if not a lot.
All right, thank you.
That was a question, actually. Your yes or no?
I'm not sure how to sort of get that thing. Now, if you look at pharmacogenomics, I would believe more on what the microarray sort of tells me, how the haplotypes have come up, the SNPs and the GWAS. If I do a next generation sequencing for that specific gene, I'll get a many variants of uncertain significance, and I'll get back to the treating physician saying, please up trial and error kar lo. Reduce kar lo and then see how it works, because my NGS says it's a variant of uncertain significance, which means that I'm not sure if it's actionable for you to reduce the drug or to increase the drug. So we would have to go in for something which is validated, something which is CPIC or the PharmGKB guidelines would tell you. And So the responders versus non-responders. I'll go back to the responders versus non-responders. Wherein, yeah. All right. Thank you. I think thank you so much for my esteemed panelists for enlightening us on cell and gene therapy.
Can we
And
have a huge round of
questions
applause? Thank you.
That the audience have can please catch up during lunchtime or after this. Thank you.
That's great, sir.
Thank you,
you
sir.
so much. Thank you so much for excellently moderating this session. So that was a promising session. The perspective and possibilities shared today underline how cell, gene, and pharmacogenomics therapies will be the pillars of tomorrow's medicine. So let's have a round of applause for our panelists again. Now, may I request Dr. Vamshi Krishna to felicitate our esteemed panelists for the amazing speak. Dr. Ratna Duapuri. Let's have a round of applause,
please.
Dr. Gagan Saini. Dr. Sangram Keshri Samal. Ms. Priya Kapoor Ji Hingorani.
Please keep your hands rolling, everybody. Please, I request. Thank you.
Dr. Vineet Talwar. As Miltenyi Biotech is also our associate partner, I request Dr. Vamshi to please felicitate Ms. Priya also for the partners. May I have the certificate?
Huge round of applause, everybody.
Now, may I request Dr. Naveen Nishal to please come on stage to felicitate our moderator, Dr. Vamshi. Let's have a group picture. That was an insightful panel, Shweta.
Absolutely.
The future of treatment is truly exciting.
I agree, Simran. And speaking of the future, one area where precision medicine is making huge strides is oncology.
Right. And that's exactly what our next presentation is about.
Yes, so let's welcome Dr. Vikash Kumar, Senior Product Specialist, Clinical Sequencing Division, Thermo Fisher Scientific, who's here to share the latest advancements in precision oncology.
A big round of applause for Dr. Vikash Kumar. Sir, can we have you on stage, please?
Ladies and gentlemen, after this, the lunch will be served in the designated dining area. We'll reconvene right here in another 30 minutes after this presentation. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Before I start with my presentation, I want to extend my thankful from entire team of Thermo Fisher, and thank you all for being here. Your presence and time means a lot for us. So, all of the respected panelists have spoken about one-size-fits-all medicine and precision medicine. So this slide, it's a very basic slide, and we talk about primarily on the changing landscape, that how from one-size-fits-all medicine, we have moved to the precision medicine, which is primarily where each patient will be benefited. Referring to this slide, which is a Nature publication, and we can see a market trend of how tumor agnostic therapy and tumor specific therapies are compared. In a short span of time of 5 years, you can see the number of tumor specific therapies have increased to a level where we are standing 30 to 35 plus therapies. And tumor agnostic therapies, definitely the rate at which is increasing is on the lower side. These are some of the clinically relevant biomarker. This is something definitely taken a reference from 2023 publication data. The list is growing, be it lung, thyroid, cholangiocarcinomas, melanomas, colorectal cancer, ovarian. The list of druggable targets are increasing so that the targeted therapies. Now coming to this slide, this is an interesting slide. This is the list of FDA and EMA approved medication. When we talk about the biomarker, be it ALK translocation, be it MET exon skipping, be it HER2 amplification, what are the indications? So in case of NSCLC, if we're having a ALK translocation, we have the medications, anti-cancer drugs prescribed. Similarly, let's suppose in case of colorectal cancer, we have a MSI, high MSI. What are the drugs that has been prescribed? So different TKIs and IOs depending on the biomarker and the indication they have. These are the list of anti-cancer drugs which has been prescribed as per the guidelines. This is a very interesting presentation, publication which came early this year. There is always being a debate, even like today respected panelist was also having a debate that what proportion of cancer patients are benefiting from precision oncology. So in this publication, close to 47,000 patients data samples was analyzed, especially and primarily from the solid tumors. And you can see this one, that there is an increase from 8.9% to 31.6% where the druggable targets are reported. So definitely 31.6% is, I will not say that's a very great number, yes, but it is increasing. The incremental from 8.9 to 31.6 is a definitely impactful number. Coming to the hope, what we are carrying with the precision oncology. So this data is approximately 80% of the Asian population in case of advanced NSCLC is having a druggable markers, druggable targets, druggable mutations. Primarily when we see it could be KRAS, ALK, MET, ROS1, EGFR definitely, and the biggest contributors. So these are the list of all the reportable targetable mutations for which there are targeted therapy available. And 78.3%, close to 80% is a very good number for to take it forward. This is one of the, again, interesting publication that I will be talking about, which was presented in JCO. So where 3 subsets was compared, and this slide talks about the significance of having a faster turnaround time. Group A, Group B, Group C. When we talk about Group C, the patient in Group C was never gone for a targeted therapy. They was always on IO and chemo, so we can see the life expectancy on the lower side. Group 2, post-identification, IO and chemo was started, followed by a targeted therapy after the induced result was available. Definitely there is an improvement in Group B in the lifespan of the patient. And Group 1, Group A, where targeted therapy with TKI immediately after the genomic profiling was started, and their life expectancy was higher. So let's see, 2 year post initial treatment, there is 22% higher probability of survival when compared to Group B, and 35% higher chances of survival as compared to Group C. So that indicates how much that is important, especially when the targeted therapies are available. Now again, this is a biomarker journey. So once the pathological confirmation is done, the molecular testing and the IO testings, maybe the PDL1, if we have actionable molecular markers, And even if PD-L1 is reported to be positive, targeted therapy is something which is recommended. Now, let's suppose we don't have any actionable marker, then PD-L1 low, PD-L1 negative will go for chemo, and PD-L1 high, especially if it is more than like less than equal to 50%, that can go for the IO. So that leads to foundation that targeted therapy is something that gene sequencing is something that which is very pivotal, because even in case of PD-L1, and if we have an actionable marker, targeted therapy will be the first choice of the treatment. Study which has come up from a Massachusetts General Medical Hospital. It talks about the faster TAT, 2 to 3 days genomic testing. So if we see, biopsy was done, day 1 itself, the mutation was reported for EGFR L858R, and right from the day 1, the medication, the targeted TKIs, third generation TKI was prescribed, and we can see that tumor size at day 2 and after 48 days of response, there is a significant decrease in the tumor size. So that again emphasizes how important it is to have a near to patient genomic testing, with definitely a shorter turnaround time. Now, again, we talk a lot about having an NGS for the genomic profiling, but it also comes along with the NGS that, especially in case of NSCLC, when we have a smaller sample size, the sample is very precious. So amplicon-based NGS is definitely a preferred choice when compared to hybrid-based NGS, because the failure rate, hybrid-based NGS will require a higher amount of sample input when compared to amplicon-based. So similar study was performed out of 100 patients, and 88% sample was positively tested. With the same amount of sample, when we have done the hybrid capture, only 19 patients could potentially miss the targeted therapy. So that also emphasizes that it's not only targeted therapy, it's NGS that we have to do, but we also have to be sure that which technology, because the sample that we get is not a common blood sample. This is a very precious sample, and we have to utilize it judiciously. Same thing, benefits of having a fast in-house NGS testing. So the first one talks about we have taking from week 1 to week 6, if we are sending out the NGS sample outside, and then when we are getting a result. And the second is having an in-house fast NGS scenario, in which we have week 1, week 2, and we have a result in hand. And then the targeted therapy, if the druggable markers are there, can be initiated for having a better outcome. Definitely, that's all what was talking about the solid tumor. Let's not forget the hematomalignancies. For the hematomalignancy, these markers are the window. It's not only for diagnosis, but it plays a pivotal role for risk stratification and therapy selection. So this chart, especially in myeloid neoplasm malignancies, let's suppose some of the alteration that we could list here for AML, like FLT, IDH1, 2, NPN1, and other genes which is responsible for AML, the required TAT lies anytime between 24 hours to 3 to 5 days. And that could only be possible if we have a faster NGS near to patient care, and I will say kind of a patient POCs NGS, which will solve the problem. Now, this is what we have talked about, how the precision medicine has evolved and some of the recent advancement. So what solution Thermo Fisher brings in, and what the role we play. So we are a partner in genomics, starting from a basic instrument like real-time PCR, digital PCR, followed by capillary electrophoresis, microarray, and eventually the talk of further today is NGS. So even when we have to do a single gene testing, we have real-time PCR and digital PCR, followed by capillary sequencing. Definitely, if somebody has to do a larger deletions, MLPAs and all, or 1 or 2 targets, C will play the role. And when we talk about a massive parallel sequencing, when we want to generate high amount of data, multiple targets, not only limited to targeted therapy, also like MSI, HRD, then we have loss of heterozygosity, the NGS will play a role. Now, one of the, among all the panel discussion, respected panelist has brought that, yes, having analysis, having a bioinformatician is something which is lacuna in NGS. So we have come over that, this lacuna part of having a trained bioinformatician to analyze your variant of concern, and then analysis of data takes a lot of time for you to, even after having a sample run, generating and releasing a report. So the answer to all this thing is a Genexus integrated system. So this system is more over like, I will say, plug and play, two touch point system, and any one of us can run this instrument. It does not require a lot of technical expertise like conventional NGS. It is just like we have extracted nucleic acid, we place the extracted nucleic acid inside the NGS system, we start the run, go home. 24-hour, you will have an actionable, analyzed data. So you will be having a data within 24-hour. I will also take you through one of the sample report, how it is generated. Definitely, you will have a backup file. You can always go back and validate that data. You have variant calling file, you have BAM files. You can analyze this data and see whether the reported data are reported, analyzed using AIs, which has been incorporated in the system, is correct or not. But yes, within 24-hour, you will have your data in hand. So chance of having reportable thing in 2 to 3 days can be managed here, even in the resource limited setting of B and C cities, where it is very difficult to get a technical expertise to run a traditional NGS and get a very expert bioinformatician to analyze the piles of data and make a reportable, actionable report. These are some of the assays which is currently being available, be it for solid tumors, be it for hematomalignancies, or for immuno-oncology. It is spanning across your NSCLC, melanomas, and lymphoid and myeloid malignancies. And then definitely one assay that is being talked a lot, a comprehensive assay, which will cover more than almost 550 plus target. And it will not only give you a targeted data, but it will also give you data of GIM, which has been like a homologous recombination deficiency data, tumor mutation burden, MSI, which will be helpful for you to decide your colorectal cancers. And definitely other copies like CNV, SNVs, fusions, indels, all this data will be given. And trust me, we don't have to spend hours and hours doing pipetting, generating library, making barcodes things. It is just that the system will do everything. The hands-on time will be less than 5 to 10 minutes. And within 24 hours, you will have your actionable result. This is the report, how it has been generated. So genes, be it ALK, BRF, EGFR, ERBB2, whatever genes, whichever panel we are running, then what are the finding, whether it is detected or not. If it is detected, whether it is T7090 mutation, 858LR mutations, or specific to whether it is MET exon skipping, and then which are the gene on which it's been given, and the findings. This is just a screenshot of the front page. It will also give you the recommendation that if there is a EGFR 19 and deletion, which medication, what is the recommendation, which comes under EMA, which comes under ESMO, NCC, and FDA. So the detail, everything will be given in the report. So that's all for the my presentation. So what we are eyeing as a Thermo Fisher team, that the genetic testing, when available, right away near to the patient at hospital, it will definitely improve the patient outcome. That's all from my side from today. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Vikash, for that insightful session. The presentation has beautifully captured how precision oncology is moving from potential to practice. Now, I would like to invite Dr. Naveen Nishchal to please felicitate Dr. Vikash with the token of our appreciation. Let's have a round of applause. Also, as Thermo Fisher Scientific is our associate partner, we would like to felicitate with the token. Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for a well-deserved break. and enjoy a delicious networking lunch. This is the opportunity to connect with fellow healthcare professionals, innovators, industry leaders, exchange thought, ideas, and perhaps spark collaboration for the future. So lunch is served in the designated area, and we will be back next 30 minutes for exciting technology-driven panel on AI and data science in precision medicine. Enjoy your meal and conversation. See you. Dhirubhai Ambani Hospital. Ms. Vandana Vadhva, Chief Operating Officer, Onquest Laboratories. Dr. Devjani Saha, AGM Marketing, Premas Life Sciences. And now I would like to invite our moderator for the session, Dr. Prashant Kumar, Chief Scientific Officer at Dattar Cancer Genetics. Let's give them a big round of applause. Over to you, sir.
Hi, a very good afternoon. These two ladies actually put a lot of pressure to us that this is going to be the most exciting session, and the brilliant minds are sitting here. Unfortunately, we are addressing this session post-lunch, and I hope we will not fall in sleep. We'll make this session as more comprehensive. At the same time, we'll make it in a way that we will have more interactive session. Before I'll start and engage these leaders for a very mindful and very intelligent topic, what we are talking, artificial intelligence, I must appreciate the effort of Voice of Healthcare. Miss Khushbu and Miss Pinky, I think you are doing extraordinary work. The way they have started, I think this is the second edition, and I found it very, very permissible, bringing leaders across India, finding people from the company, from the academia, as well as the leaders from clinical background. So kudos to you both and your whole team. So title what have been given us about the artificial intelligence and data mining. See, I see last 10 years what had happened, that every kids, even school-going kids, talk about artificial intelligence. And this is something very interesting, that we are in the era of data. The data is the key, doesn't matter which kind of data. And artificial intelligence or machine learning is something in a very primitive way, is a way to find a signature. If you identify a signature, you could identify based on those signature, can you do a prediction? Can you identify a predictive biomarker, diagnostic biomarker, prognostic biomarker? And this is the beauty of the data, that you need to integrate the data. We are also in the era of omics. And when we call omics, just the prefix, you can call it either genomics, transcriptomics, proteomics, metabolomics. But each of the omics, when we talk from left to right, from genome to proteome, we are talking about genotype to phenotype. And this is very important, that when we talk about the phenotype, we try to understand the structure of the molecule. We try to understand the phenotype in terms of the molecule, what it actually represents. And I'm very excited about this session. I think one of the panelists who couldn't able to join. So I have 4 experts, and they are very good colleagues. And I thought at some point of time that Khushbu has prefixed this, that all these colleagues, all these people sitting there are all very good friend of mine. And I have to trouble them, but let's have a discussion. So very quickly from each of you, opening remarks. What comes in your mind when you hear the term artificial intelligence?
Intelligence. All right, I think I'm on. So artificial intelligence means something to help us to have a better diagnosis, to predict better, and to personalize treatments better, to help us do our work in a better way.
Dr. Gautam?
Okay. I am a trained biologist. I'm a scientist. So artificial intelligence, when the word comes to me, it's a mirror of our own brain. So I like to see it as something that learns, remembers, reasons out, and then gives interpretations. So that's my way of thinking and looking at artificial intelligence, wherein there is neuronal circuits, synaptic transmission, everything that a brain can do. So that is what I see artificial intelligence as.
So Miss Bandana, please. So see, this is a very interesting combination. What you see here, that there's a founder of a company. There's somebody who's coming from CTO. So the background, how diverse the background. Dr. Amrit is a very good friend, and she's molecular pathologist in KDH. And again, Devjani, correct? Yes, Devjani, who is the marketing expert from Premas. So it will be a session where we are going to twinkle with the questions and try to understand different perspective, how differently they think. Yes, please.
Yeah, so as or we at, more precisely, we at OnQuest look at artificial intelligence is augmented intelligence that can co-pilot with human intelligence, and that can enable, things like uh, some kind of variability in human reporting, providing consistency to that base in a diagnostic setup, and can provide with can support through machine learning, add to the human intelligence element.
Okay. Dr. Devjani.
Yeah, I mean, from the point of view of a person who's actually in the thick of omics, which is associated with data deluge, to me, artificial intelligence is something which will help you kind of sift through that mounds of data in very less time, helping us to recognize maybe patterns which can potentially be missed by human intelligence. So it's like maybe, yeah, as she said rightly, augmented human intelligence. Things that we miss, it'll help us to kind of see.
So I will conclude. I think artificial intelligence can never overcross a human mind. So I think we have to keep the artificial intelligence in place, and we use it to assist in our reporting and patient treatment.
Yeah, so this is very interesting, and I'm going to catch her because the medical science, the way it evolved, and we keep talking about how can we use the immunohistochemistry or yeah, please.
Define what AI is. AI, to my mind, basically is artificial comfort base. What I'm saying is actually actual intelligence, what we are, use it when it's awesome. We don't use it often.
So why don't you join here? Because we are missing one of the panelists. Please, come, join. Yeah, no, please come. Okay, so I completely agree what he had mentioned. And coming to Dr. Amrit, do you believe that AI is going to transform clinical practice? And why this is very important, that every time we go to a clinical meeting and there's a debate that a histopathologist will think that, okay, tomorrow you are out of job. Just imagine that a histopathologist, tomorrow he will tell that I have no job because artificial intelligence has taken over. The way we discuss about solid biopsy versus liquid biopsy, and keep questioning the same thing, that today or tomorrow, the time will come when we'll talk only about the liquid biopsy. We may not need solid biopsy. My question to you is directly that, do you think that are we ready? And if not, then what is something which is lacking? Yes.
I'm into molecular completely now. I'm not into histopathology, but definitely digital pathology helps us to understand the basic morphologies, the disease prediction. Example, in KI 67, we have to understand how much is the total count and everything. We have to count the number of tumor cells. But when I look into molecular pathology side, there are two type of things. Certain morphological patterns give rise to certain sort of genomics. So that is known as morphogenomics, is something which is very, very significantly to be known. As if we have a KRAS mutation, all those will have a solid tumor. So if on a digital pathology, AI predicts it's a solid, so it can predict it's a KRAS mutation. If I see an adenocarcinoma which has a lipidic or an SNR pattern, I can predict probably the patient is having EGFR. And if it is ALK, it has a totally different varied morphology. It can be from papillary to solid to lipidemic to acinic. And if the patient is a female patient, Asian origin, and adenocarcinoma. So actually AI is augmenting us, as Madam rightly mentioned. At the same time, there are different experiences which can be put up into those networks and CNNs to help the pathologist have a better diagnosis. Yes, I totally agree with you. And I also report next generation sequencing, in which the bioinformatics is a very, very important part. So in that, we analyze the data. The AI helps us to first, streamline the data, give us a quality data. Most of them, we have a passing throughput. And after that, when we have a 10 variants, it's very difficult sometimes when we have 20 patients to report. Out of this 10 variants on a single patient, which one to report and which one to, which is clinically significant or not. And if AI is able to help us understand and narrow down those variants from 10 to 5, then we are able to correlate with the patient's disease better. This is another one very good improvement which we can help. And sometimes, as you already mentioned, there are some variants of unknown significance which happens, and we have to give a patient informed decisions. So in those cases, we get into multiomics, we get into the proteomics, we get into the transcriptomics, how the patient is behaving, how the protein is forming. So in silico predictions, the functional studies comes into picture. So if this AI connect all these databases to one point, and there are so many VUSs which are not there in Indian population, but they are there in cancer patients. So if these predictions, AI predictions, are able to help us a better diagnosis and calling a variant with a proper annotation, probably AI can make wonders.
So I see a lot of students are also sitting at the back side. And this is the question we keep asking, that what would you think in last 10 years, bigger revolution has happened in the healthcare? And the first thing comes in our mind is the next generation sequencing, the genomics, the utilization of genomics. And when we talk about the genomics, it's not only we talk about the cancer. It could be multiple diseases, starting from diabetes or hypertension, and you keep adding those diseases, because what is happening is the genomic changes happen in the body. Now, if you see those alterations, and when we talk about these alterations at the level of copy number or single nucleotide variants or structure variants, one bigger question comes in our mind, that how much data is required. In India, our representation is very poor, and it's very sad to say that still when we talk about 1.5 billion population India has, and we are still struggling for 10,000 samples, not 10,000 samples have been sequenced at the level of whole genome sequencing. The UK has put an amazing effort where 100,000 whole genome sequencing have been done, and they found some of the mutation PIK3 and P53 mutation very prevalent. So the question goes to Dr. Gautam Das. Two things. He has started a company very recently, Microbiome, if I'm correct. And the perspective has changed. We are talking genomics, but now we understood the microflora, gut flora, and people have started understanding that it is not only about just sequencing the tumor, but to understand the whole tumor microenvironment. And such kind of initiative, a company which started in India. So my first question to you is that how challenging it was. Second would be that there is always a debate that where is the reference? If there is a reference, if there is baseline data for me to compare that somebody has the very enriched microflora versus somebody may not. So how would you define those kind of setting up the bar, that which one would be considered? And the third question is that where would you see in future that artificial intelligence could be used also to predict the microflora of a human or an adult or a child or a woman or a man?
Great. Thanks, Prashant. All three questions are very great questions. So first thing, when we were starting the startup, MyBiome Therapeutics, working on microbiome, specifically focusing on microbiome research, the first question that came to mind and relevant to today's discussion is, where is the data? And today morning, I heard some very good speakers talking about a central repository, having a genomic database, etc. But Nothing like that exists in India. And we were struggling to find minimum data sets for a given disease for microbiome. And we went the hard route. We went through all publications that exist from India. And during that time, 2020, 2021, we found about 5,000 data sets that existed from India. We collected all of them manually, curated all of them, and decided to go bold, form our own reference. And that is what we call the Indian gut microbiome reference. And based on that, and only then, we moved to developing a product and releasing the product in the market in 2022, which sequences all your metagenome and recommends food, prebiotics, probiotics based on that. But getting that baseline reference was very, very important, as you said. So that was the biggest struggle, I would say. The second question, like how does AI augment this? Yes, we have been using AI machine learning quite extensively in this. For example, if you have an inflammatory bowel disease and the gut microbiome, and you use machine learning, and always we have been very particular to use Indian data. We never use Caucasian data, especially microbiome where diet, ethnicity, geography, everything is different. Our microbiomes are extremely different. I can confidently say that from the Caucasian population. So we then decided that we'll use machine learning and AI to form patterns that exist in Indian microbiome in the given diseases like IBD, IBS, Crohn's, etc. So that is how we developed algorithms which can look at patterns in these diseases based on Indian microbiome average baseline, and then spot differences which would suggest that a person has IBD or IBS, and then recommend that to a gastroenterologist, etc. So that's the route we took, and then it was very tough to go through lots and lots of data and then arrive at such conclusions that could help the Indian average patient.
Yeah, so very interesting findings. I am amazed to see that we are talking about the microbiome. And I'm telling you, 5 years back, we would have no idea that the microbiome would play such an inclusive role. And I learned from Gotham recently that IPL team, Indian Premier League team, so each of these players and each of the teams, either Royal Challengers Bangalore or you can call Rajasthan Royals and all these teams, they are put on a spot to get that microflora testing, because they could plan in advance that what kind of food has to be given to these sportsmen. And just see the implementation of such discovery, implementation of such findings which could help. And India being so diverse country, I will just refer one of the data. EGFR mutation, you know, in lung cancer, well defined, well established. There's a recent study from Tata where they just found the EGFR frequency. Mutation of the EGFR varies from one state to other state. So you go from northeast to middle to the west side of India or east side of India, and each of the state has one particular mutation, one particular variant vary from state to state. And what could be the factor? It could be the food habit. One particular community who are more prone to get cancer or more prone to get disease because they are more exposed to some kind of food habit. Now, I'm going to go to Miss Bandana. So, see, we are talking about that data is very important. And even though a person like me or many of us sitting here will get lots of data, but they need to understand that how they chew the data, how the data could be understood very well, and in scale. This is very important. COVID is one such example, that suddenly we need to identify that in scale, how can you produce the vaccine? Because the millions and millions of people has to be given this vaccine. So my question to you is that as a company, when you see the data, what strategy you opt so that you can utilize the data, as well as you can scale the data and the information so that it could transform from bench to bed?
So as you rightly said, data, yes, data exists, but it's very important how we synthesize that information and make it into for meaningful decision making. So as an organization, especially in a diagnostics sector, the various diagnostic data that is there, it is important that we don't just view it as test results, but that it's basically untapped intelligence, which by virtue of uh, machine learning or by synthesizing those information on the relevant platforms or on the relevant softwares, whereby that untapped intelligence can be structured to create maybe smart dashboards, which the clinicians can then use not just for reading out the test results, but which also help synthesizing information, valuable information pertaining to not just the patient clinical history, but also some kind of predictive diagnostic analysis or some other historical data that may be used to make those dashboards more meaningful. So I think clean, structured data and having data from all the relevant diagnostic touch points is a very, very important factor. It's not just about the clinical data, it's also about lab operations. You know, when we look at various other facets like maybe logistics or maybe clinical trials within that own diagnostic framework, it is very important that all that is synthesized into a meaningful way, whether we do it through an LIS, CRM framework, or by some other tool. You know, the tools are various available in the market, but I think the success lies that if the people are aware how this data has to be dealt and how this data has to be structured so that meaningful decision making can be taken out from there.
Okay. So now I'm going to Devjani, and this very important area which you will touch base. My mind goes off when I visit to various hospitals, and I'm not talking about the metro cities, the top tier cities. Imagine those villages or remote areas where the data, even though there's no structure, simple patient information about the history of the patient which has been written on the paper. If a company comes and they want to collate the data and they want to structure the data, that something would come out. And this could be very simple strategy, either by gender basis. Can you predict that gallbladder cancer is more in female versus male, or bladder cancer is more in male versus female? So such kind of informations are very important for us to collate the data. And I'm talking about very basic data. I'm not even reaching to the omics, where you need multiple brain, multiple insights and intelligence. But what you think as a country in India, what are the barriers? What are the limitations that even I would like to develop a simple algorithm or AI-based model which could actually translate all the information about the even patient registry? And we keep complaining that India, we have a very, very poor patient registry. With the numbers we throw, we don't know what percentage of patient is going for benign or what percentage of patients are going for metaplasia. Is all these numbers are, we are still running behind the numbers. So what would you think, two questions, the challenges, and what could be done to evolve the strategy so that we would be far better than what we have been in the past?
So I think, it's such a pertinent question, because I think whenever we're talking about, let's say, AI implementation models, I think the only thing that we are considering is tier A cities, and forget about tier B. Even in tier A cities, there are only select pockets which are not scared of technology. I think overall, any kind of a technology or AI or omics in general is viewed as privilege. It is not viewed as something which is necessary. And that's basically because I think people just want a direct, like a ROI model at the outset. They're not looking at the downstream benefits of implementing something upfront, which will basically ease the operational efficiencies, which will ease the maybe redoing tests. Like suppose any kind of a test has to be redone. That is basically cost to the company. But people are not taking that into consideration. So they just view AI or any kind of automation or any kind of intervention which is probably technological as something which is a privilege. And that barrier needs to be removed. How we can do it can be multi-frame. So basically, I think we'll have to demonstrate some very simple to understand use case studies, do some POP models, implement something in the hospital framework, which can pertain to, let's say, a select department, or it could be related to a small cohort of patients, but show the value add that it can bring to that ecosystem for maybe, let's say, a period of 2 months, 3 months. Because suppose if there are decision makers of the hospital that are actually seeing the data emerge from their own hospital settings, I think it will basically appeal to them much more, and not basically talk of AI as a broad term thing. Like, we want to implement AI. It is basically, when you actually talk about AI, maybe added to use cases. That yes, AI will help you in triaging of incidental findings. AI will help you in stratification of the patients. AI will help you in decreasing the patient stay in the hospitals. AI will probably help you in streamlining operational efficiencies or reducing the test redo rates. So I think simple to execute models, work on the ROI frameworks. It's also on the technology providers. So suppose if I'm a startup, I will have to create very easy to understand ROI frameworks for the investing institution to understand, which should not be just like, what you get at the outset. It should be a 12-month, 24-month, 36-month, kind of a plan, whereby they can actually see what are the benefits that they get out of that automation in the long frame, so that the benefits are not just viewed as tangible or intangible at the very beginning of the conversation.
Rightly said. So I'll ask a very basic question now. We keep hearing this term collaborations. How can we more collaborative? And we use the term hyper collaboration. And I think 2 weeks ago, I was in ICER Pune, and there was a debate again. I was sitting as a panelist, and there are people from government, there are people from industry. And the title of the discussion was that how industry and academia can collaborate. And we keep pointing finger at each other. You are coming from industry. And I keep telling that nobody born from industry. It's a fallacy. Anybody who become industrialist, they are coming from academia. We have done PhDs, or somebody have done MD or DM. And then they found that, okay, they have different aspirations and they opt for industry. So first thing, I always debate and I always talk that first we need to understand that this demarcation about academia and industry, it is not viable. We keep complaining, we keep pointing fingers. And especially when we talk about the artificial intelligence and data mining and data integration, me as an industrialist or somebody from academia may not able to achieve until we start sharing the data, until we are open. And this is very important that we should, yes, IP is one such thing where industry dream that, okay, this is my IP, or even academic institution where a PI want to buy the IP which belongs to them. But multiple times you see that we publish the work, but there is lack of translation. And again, this could be debated when we can keep talking. And I'm very open for this particular question, and anybody from audience can actually put their point. What we could do so that the industry, academia, or clinical, because even clinicians, they tell that, okay, scientists, you guys never come and talk to us. And we go and tell that, okay, you never share the data, you are all busy. So this busy is oversold term, I tell you very frankly. Everybody is busy. Even a rickshaw puller tell, I'm very busy. So how can we come with this silt where we would not tell busy, but we will prioritize that how can we do the priority? Because this is, if we talk about the cancer, by 2050, what has been predicted that there will be 77% surge of cancer. So imagine it will be pandemic. And I think everybody sitting in this room, you may know somebody from your family or friend who has demised the life, or who is going through a very hard time in terms of cancer. So I think the time came when we talk about the hyper collaboration. And when we discuss this data, I think this is something very important that we should understand, that this could only be achieved when we hyper collaborate, and we would open arms talk to each other, discuss to each other. Even we are sitting, we come for a meeting and we don't say others, hello, how are you doing? Can we work together? So I would really want to know that what is the barrier, what you think, and anybody can pitch. I would be very happy to hear. And quickly, I want to hear from the panelists one liner that what they think that this is particular barrier which is stopping us to not collaborate.
Yeah, I believe I've been on the both sides. I've been a professor for 10 years and now I'm into industry in one of the biggest corporate hospital. I believe any research which is clinically oriented, which solves your clinical questions is worth enough. And I think, and if the proper transparency, as we are mentioning about the AI, proper transparency about the networks, about the different criteria that has been used and shared with the clinicians and given enough advantage to the clinician to validate it in their own fashion will improve the credibility between both the partners. Yeah. And immediately after that, accountability, which is sometimes it is lacking. So if clinicians face a problem, then there should be someone to support and be accountable if anything goes wrong. And the accountability has to come both from the researcher, from the clinician, from the institution, so that everybody is equally involved and equally responsible for this new beginning.
Yeah. Gautam, one liner, quick. I want to, because I can touch base 4 minutes.
Sure. So I am in industry, and then we work a lot with clinicians. I think, as you rightly said, the lack of time for research for clinicians is a barrier, according to me. And I have faced this multiple times. Not blaming any clinician, but that is the fact. I mean, we have a big patient load in our country. But if we somehow, as you rightly said, if there is a positive hope that if we somehow break that barrier, I think India can lead this. I mean, with 1.4 billion people, with so many ethnicities, imagine the data that we can collect just in our country that can lead the AI and big data revolution.
So I'll just chime in with a very elegant example. So if I'm sure all of you will be aware, ISC has hived off this medical school, which is basically called the Tata Medical School, ISC Tata Medical School. In that annex of the institution, 60%. So it basically breeds this new species called clinician researchers. We have very few of these species in India. So in that particular institution, 60% of the faculty are this clinician researcher species, and it is a mandate by the institution to have this. So that institution has basically come off through a philanthropic funding by the Bagchi Parthasarthi group. So they called Mindtree, and Tatas have also kind of given, they are also the benefactors. And it is a mandate for 60% of the clinicians in that medical school to also have research projects.
Yeah, so MD PhD program, I don't know, many of you heard, especially in Western world, that there's a MD PhD program, and now in India also some of the institutions started. The idea is that how they could be exposed to research, but other way around also, that the researchers should also get exposed to the clinical world, where you can go in the OT and understand that what important, because sometimes we get the biopsy sample, and I keep telling, even the blood sample, they are very precious, trust me. And those samples need to be well educated, the people who process it. And we should be very mindful. Quick, if there's any other comment from the listeners, if you want to make any comment about the collaborations, please, madam, please.
Thank you. And I appreciate your coming down to bring the mic to me.
Thank you, ma'am.
I just want to know, why is there no research in Indian languages?
Absolutely.
Very simple question, nothing more. Tell me, why is there no research in Indian languages?
I completely agree your point, and there are multiple such areas. I would say, madam, we are coming from the medical background, and it is shame on us when somebody come and teach from Western world about the tuberculosis. TB is our problem. So if somebody coming and teaching us what is the kalas are, what is the cause, what could be the remedies, gallbladder cancer, GBC, it is the problem from India. So this is where I think we need to be. This is the right time for us to really stand for the questions, for the areas which is India centric, region centric, and we should have a collective effort. That's the only I can answer you. Yes, there's the comment.
Hello.
You have any comment?
I'm Dr. Julka.
Ji, sir.
I was Dean of AIMS after being professor for more than 20 years, 30 years. And what I found, I have more than 400 publications in leading journals like NEJM, Clinical, JCO, and all those.
Oh, congratulations.
And did over 50 clinical trials.
Oh.
Which are being followed now as a treatment strategy. So on breast cancer, lung cancer, we have the ALK and other. So basically what now I'm with Max. Now the timing between the clinicians and the researchers.
Ji, yes.
What I found after AIMS, if you come to corporate, of course you have to superannuate sometime. So if you come to corporate, the research thing, lurks in your mind. And still after coming here, I published a case report in oncology, and that case report was purely on MSI high, pembrolizumab, KRAS exon 2 mutation, bevacizumab, and capecitabine to make the tumor hot. So immune. So basically, on the basis of molecular oncology, I made my own schedule, and I'm making it, my own schedules, and that has been published.
Yeah, so I completely echo what you're saying. Yes, yes.
So what I'm saying that here we are absolutely short of staff. Of course, these type of if some of you, any of your team or any member,
yes, sir, yes, sir,
can come to us. Every this thing is a publishable, case. All the thousands of cases which we have seen in the last so many years, they are purely on oncology, this molecular oncology basis.
We will come, sir. I will just end because I think they are waiting for conclude this session.
Yeah, right. That is the difference between the connection between
yes. So that I would say the take-home message is that integration of the data, and this could only happen when we are talking, discussing with the open arms. What sir has mentioned, I tell you my experience. We should not chase to publish a very high impact factor journal, not necessarily. Every case is important. And when we do in the real world data, when we search some of the novel mutation and we start PubMeding, there's no paper. For clinician to get an idea that what has been treated in the past, that could only happen when we put each of those unique cases and then publicly it could be available, where people can cite the data. And I think bund bund se ghara bharta hai. So that's the policy, that if you bring all these publications, then tomorrow somebody will do the meta-analysis. You heard about the meta-analysis, and that could only happen when you are collating the data across the world. So thank you very much for your attention. I thank my panelists for your attention.
One small comment from us, from both Gautam and myself, and he is a researcher, I'm a clinician scientist. So we have collaborated to do a research with a hypothesis saying that if we can see microbiome in the stool samples of the cancer patients, why don't we do a sequencing of the tumor sample and then compare it with the normal mucosa and see if those microbiome were actually present in the patient before cancer. So now we are going to take up a study on the colorectal cancers in the first stage. And the second stage, we are going to go for triple negative breast cancers. And then afterwards, we are going to follow up with the transcriptomics in both the cases. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for all your attention. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. So that was an exceptional exchange of ideas and experiences. It's clear that AI and data sciences are no longer future concept, but indispensable tool for precision healthcare today. So let's give our panelists another well-deserved round of applause. Now, I would like to invite Dr. Prashant Kumar on stage, center of the stage, to please felicitate our speakers. Dr. Gautam Das.
Can we have a huge round of applause, please?
Dr. Amrit Kaur Kaler. So, Miss Vandana Vadhva.
Please keep your hands rolling, everybody.
Dr. Debjani Saha. Now, I would like to invite Dr. Naveen Nishchal on stage to felicitate our moderator, Dr. Prashant Kumar.
A huge round of applause, please.
Thank you so much, sir, for moderating this session. Let's capture this moment with a group photograph. That was a brilliant discussion.
That indeed was.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am.
So that was a brilliant discussion. The potential of AI and data science in precision medicine truly feels limitless. A huge thanks to our panelists for those powerful insights.
Absolutely, Simran. And while we have been talking about digital tools and data-driven decisions, it's time to now switch gears to a different kind of precision tool, biomarkers, especially in the world of immunotherapy.
Exactly. Immunotherapy has been a true game changer in oncology, offering new hope for many patients. But as we know, not every patient responds to immunotherapy in the same way. That's where biomarkers come into play. They help us identify the right patient at the right time and for the right therapy.
And also, biomarkers do much more than just predict the best treatment. They can also help us monitor progress, refine treatment plans, and even know when to adjust or stop therapies that are not working.
And to explore this exciting topic further, we have a very special guest with us, Dr. Bhuvan Chugh, Principal Consultant, Medical Oncology at Max Healthcare. We would like to invite Sir for the presentation. Sir, can we have you on the stage? Let's welcome him with a round of applause.
Give me a mic. Go in the center if you want. But if you're doing this, you would have done the center stage thing. That would have been better. But then. Hi, good evening, good afternoon, everyone. So I'll keep the talk brief so that we can have the discussion a little more. So I'm going to be speaking about the markers of immunotherapy beyond what we already know, the PD-L1s. I'll be going a bit in detail about the TMB part to it and the MSI part to it. And the purpose is to understand them at a certain basic level so that we don't falter where. So I think these are the usual disclaimers. The talk has been given by the Roche. They have this beautiful product called as, I should say Roche Diagnostics now, because the Roche per se doesn't count, but so they have this beautiful product called as Foundation Medicine, and it's called as Foundation 1 Companion Diagnostics, which is what the product is. Can I have the slides in front also? Is it not possible? Can I have the slides in front, or it's always on the back only? Otherwise, I can. Anyway, so by the time they put it there. Anyway, so we're going to be talking about the immune signaling and the immunotherapy biomarkers. Not to go into the details of it, but then there's a certain way that immunotherapy works in cancer, and that's basically to challenge one of the cancer biomarkers. The biomarker or hallmark of cancer is the immune suppression, and the immune suppression happens because of expression of certain molecules on the surface of the cancer cells and on the surface of the T cells in which they interact, and the cancer cell is able to shut off the immune system. So what immunotherapy does is it goes and blocks, it goes and prevents that blocks, and it allows the immune system to go and kill the cancer cells. It's at a certain level, it's one of the most basic things, the way you could have killed the cancer, that is by allowing your own immune system to go and attack the cancer cells. It's a fairly simple thing, and it's obviously the discovery of it had won a Nobel. But then there are certain limitations to the molecular profiling, and there's certain limitations to this entire thing, that the responses are uncertain. Not everybody responds in a similar manner. Some patients, they have a very prolonged response, some do not respond at all. So obviously there is a variability in all of these things. Then there are these biomarkers which predict whether it's going to work or not. They're also not perfect. So while we are talking about these biomarkers, and that's where the immunotherapy biomarkers comes in, the most common which we use in our clinic is the PD-L1. It's if you go a slide back, I'll just go a slide back to tell you what is PD-L1. So PD-L1 is one of the markers on the surface of the cells which allows, I think let's move forward, which allows the immune system to be closed. So that's the PD-L1. And the other biomarkers are called as tumor mutation burden, which is the number of mutations. We'll go through the definitions in a minute. It's the number of mutations present in the tumor per se. And then there is the microsatellite instabilities. This is a very interesting study which has obviously been published by the Foundation Medicine. What they said that the most commonly used marker in our clinic, which is the PD-L1, there's another marker which is called as a tumor mutation burden. They do not completely overlap. So what it means to say is, while you may have all these subset of cancers who may have a PD-L1 high, you can increase the number of, or increase the proportion of patients who will benefit from immunotherapy when you do a TMB. So there is a certain degree of overlap when it comes to the PD-L1 and the TMB. However, they are not completely overlapping. When you do the tumor mutation burden, you also tend to catch this set of patients who probably be benefiting from immunotherapy, which you would have probably missed by just doing the PD-L1. There are number of methods, or the number of ways in which you can go ahead doing these biomarkers. There's a PD-L1, there is a MSI high, and there's tumor mutation burden. So for the shortage of time, let's skip to the part in which we talk a little more in detail about the TMB, because that's the interesting bit. And it's an interesting bit because they have a lot of data which is very interesting. So the tumor mutation burden is basically it's the somatic. So whenever you talk about mutations can be germline, which are present which have been given to you by your parents, or somatic, which is what we all understand it's in the tumor tissue which has happened in the lifetime. So the tumor mutation burden more than equal to 10 by a foundation assay, which is the companion diagnostic to actually define it as a high tumor mutation burden, is one of the biomarkers for the use of immunotherapy. And this has been obviously tested on the patients, and the results have been published in NHM, which we were. So the tumor mutation burden is defined as the total number of somatic mutations per megabase. That means number of the acquired mutation per megabase of the genomic sequence which you have read. And they all should be non-synonymous. deep detail. I don't think let's not go into it. So basically, somatic mutations per megabase of the genome studied. And it does require germline filtering because there's a lot of chips which are present. And it usually is best read when you have a high VAF. So we'll come to that in a bit. So why is this important is because what Foundation Medicine felt was that all of these patients who had higher TMB, they had a better survival as compared to the patients who had lower TMB. Again, a good data published by them. What are the ways, or these are the few examples in which it has been proven that TMB works more in a tumor agnostic way, in which when you mean tumor agnostic, that means it works across the tumors, doesn't necessarily be limited to one particular tumor. The examples are there for the small cell lung cancer, then there's a pancreatic ductal adenocarcinoma, in which, if you look at the real world data, the patients who had a higher tumor mutation burden possibly had a survival of somewhere around 27 months, vis-a-vis a lower mutation burden of 10 months. So there is more than doubling of the survival once you use immune checkpoint inhibitors in patients who have a higher tumor mutation burden. And again, this is a very interesting study. Why is this interesting is because we all are built differently. Our germlines are different. So when you take my tumor tissue and you call out the tumor mutation burden, you need to negate the germline differences which we have. So which is what this says, that it's ancestry independent. Foundation had the foresight to look at the ancestry, cancel the germline out, and across the ancestries, they were able to show that the tumor mutation burden works well. Then there is, up till now, we were talking about the tumor mutation burden in the solid tissue. That's, we've done a biopsy and you read the solid tumor mutation burden. This talks about the blood TMB, which is rather interesting because now we are moving more and more towards the liquid biopsies, in which we do the blood test. We draw out a sample of blood and we study it for the genomic mutations. This data is obviously evolving as I speak. For this, the blood TMB can be done when you identify the substitutions, but provided that the variant allele frequency, that means the somatic load in the blood is more than 0.5%. And why is that important is because you will need certain amount of minimum ctDNA to rule out the chip mutations. Not important to go into it, but basically there's a certain amount of threshold which is required for it to calculate a blood TMB. Now, this I'd like to spend, I think, 30 seconds on. I know we are running short of time and we need to have this, but so look at the graph. The central line is a line in which the best correlation between the solid and the tissue and the liquid, or the tissue and the blood TMB happens. Why is this important is because let's look at the adrenal gland, which is possibly here. Adrenal gland has a high tumor fraction, and it has a higher blood TMB, but it does not have equivalent solid TMB. So while you may pick up a high blood TMB in adrenal tumor, the correlatory of it that the immune checkpoint will work, the data would still be absent. So there is a good correlation which has to happen between the blood and the tissue TMB for your immunotherapy to work well. So what they found was, and I think I'll skip after a few slides after this, but this slide, what they found was that the high blood TMB works well when you have more than 1% of tissue fraction. The tumor fraction is more than 1%. Like, for example, if you look at these three graphs here, and the other thing they kind of figured out is that it best correlates with your solid or the tissue TMB when you repeat or when you do the liquid TMB within 1 year. So just an example, within 90 days, if you have a tumor fraction of less than 1%, you can barely see any blood TMB. However, if it is between 1 and 10% and more than 10%, you see a good high amount of TMBs in the blood. And this drops down when the time gap becomes more than a year. So the gist of the slide is do it within a year of the tissue TMB for you to act decisively on it. And make sure the tumor fraction is obviously inside, but then we also need to understand that there are multiple factors which determine the blood TMB. Is the shedding of the tumor, the chips there, the tumor heterogeneity, and so on and so forth. Again, it does correspond to, at some level, blood TMB does correspond to the immune checkpoint inhibitors. Coming briefly to the MSI, I'll take another 2 minutes and then we get to it. MSI is a fairly simple marker to understand. We have done, all of us done in the clinic. So microsatellites are these short tandem repeats which are present in the genome. They, during the replication, they can be either replicate normally, which is called as MSS stable, or they can be mutated, which is called as MSI high. Why is this MSI high? Is because there are these short tandem repeats. If they are mutated, they lead to a higher neoantigen burden, which leads to more activity of the immunotherapy. So keep it simple. If MSI high is, the immunotherapy works well. Obviously, there are limitations to, there are obviously benefit as a limitation to detecting the MSI. There is IHC, there is PCR, and there's NGS. I think most of us have moved from IHC to the PCR to the NGS now, because we anyway get NGS is done a lot more. But then a lot has to be understood. When you do with an IHC, you also need to understand that the sensitivity of the antibody has to be seen. How good did it attach to the antigen? So there are multiple soft points when you're doing all these tests with all of these methods. There's good data that if you have MSI high, it works well. It also is important is to understand that it doesn't work equally well in all of the organs. If you have a MSI high, endometrial works very well. However, if you have a MSI high ovarian, it doesn't work that well. So what I'm trying to say is, yes, MSI is a marker for immune checkpoint, but it is not a homogeneous marker. You will not get the same result in every organ. So I think obviously the flag bearer for MSI high has been the colorectals. And by the way, the MSI by IHC is best validated for colorectal, not as well validated for others. And I think I'll possibly like to stop it here so that we can have a discussion and we can move forward with this. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Chuk, for that amazing presentation. Now, I would like to invite Dr. Manisha Khurana for the Fireside session with Dr. Bhuvan Chuk. May I have the setup, please? Setup. Manisha, may we have you on stage?
So I must congratulate you, sir, first for beautiful presentation. It's a complex topic, and I believe it's been presented in such a simple and beautiful manner. So I have a couple of questions. So to start with immunotherapy rapidly evolving, which biomarkers do you consider essential for predicting patient response in your day-to-day practice?
So there are obviously certain markers which are tumor agnostic, and then there are a few tumor dependent markers. To keep it simple for the audience to understand and for me to say it in a simple manner, so I think a lot depends upon what is the available data of use of immunotherapy in that particular tumor. Not all the tumors work equally well. For example, a pancreatic cancer with a high PD-L1, which is one of the markers, would not be a good flag bearer for use of immunotherapy. However, there are certain tumors which respond beautifully. So the answer is, I would say it's not simple. If you talk about the tumor agnostic marker, the TMB and the MSI are the markers. But as I just explained, that the effect in all the tumors is not same. But then yes, both of them are tumor agnostic markers. And then there are tumor dependent PD-L1 levels which we end up choosing. So tumor agnostic, TMB, MSI high, tumor dependent PDL1 to keep it safe and simple.
Right. And I think you have answered this, that PDL1, TMB, MSI, you have to prioritize the biomarker. And do you want to add anything else for other cancers?
For example, in breast cancer,
Yeah.
again, the indications are different. I don't think these are very, these are a bit of a research and not research. I think they are a bit of a theoretical based question, and I per se feel that this is not the platform for it. But then, for example, in breast cancer, the PDL would not matter in the early stage, but it'll matter in the metastatic stage. So when you talk about immune checkpoint inhibitors, you're also talking about the clinical indication, the clinical scenario. So I would say the answer would not be one liner answer. For example, you're talking about a small cell lung cancer, non-small cell lung cancer. In that, if you're using a immune checkpoint plus immune checkpoint combination, you would probably be okay if your PDL1 is negative. So there are multiple complexities to the answer, but yes, what an NGS does is it goes up and beyond what you already know on the IHC and the PDL1, and it allows you to understand whether the immunotherapy will work, and it'll also tell you if it will not work. So I obviously I didn't show the STK11 and the KEEP1 data, but then there's enough data to say what works, in which it will work and in which it will not work.
Right, sir. And in your experience, when is TMB a decisive factor in starting immune checkpoint inhibitor therapy, and how reliable is it across cancer types?
So TMB I think it's a good marker. I'll not say in the first line, but in the second line and beyond, I think it's a fairly good marker. Patients who, for example, a breast cancer and a hormone positive breast cancer who had a signature called as an ApoBec signature, in which you find the high TMB, I'll probably end up using it in this third. Once I'm finished most of the hormone therapies and a metastatic patient, I would end up using there. However, for a colorectal cancer, I'll probably, again, I think once I'm done using the two more common ones, I may end up using immune checkpoint, or I may combine them with immune checkpoint. So to answer your question in a manner which simplifies it, if the TMB is high, my confidence of using immunotherapy is higher. And especially when it has been done by a companion diagnostic in which I know that there's enough data and work. So I think my confidence certainly becomes higher, and I would like to use it as early as possible while considering the toxic effects of it. I like to use it as early as possible, yes.
That's a very good message, that TMB can be used as early as possible. And for metastatic colorectal cancer, how often does MSI testing alter your treatment approach, particularly in determining eligibility for ICI therapy?
I think it's rather frequent now. So I don't think there's anybody of us on oncology sitting who do not do an MSI testing in colorectals. I think we all do it in the early stages also now, because it also has an impact in terms of the prognosis of it. But to answer your question, we do MSI testing in all colorectals, and I think the proportion, if I'm not wrong, the figure is 12 to 15% of the colorectals can be MSI high. Not colorectal, colon can be MSI high, and the rectal, I think in the rectum, the proportion is slightly smaller. But then, so MSI up to a significant extent changes our treatment in colorectal, yes.
All right. And as we move towards precision oncology, how do you see the role of MSI and TMB evolving in tailoring immunotherapy beyond traditional cancers, like we have been talking about NSCLC and melanoma?
So I think I was berated a lot while I said it on a different stage, where I said that nobody should die without an NGS. So I was sitting with a few of my prominent peers, and I think all of them suddenly, they berated me for saying that how can you make such a preposterous statement that everybody should go through an NGS before dying of cancer. What I meant is anybody dying of cancer should have an NGS done. And so to answer your question, I think in my clinical practice, I do use the NGS a lot sooner, possibly after the failure of the first line or the second line, end up using an NGS to pick up these markers of tumor agnostic markers of immunotherapy working. And as I've told you, my confidence is obviously higher once you're using the companion diagnostics. But to summarize, what I'm trying to say is that quite frequently, NGS changes our decision making when it comes to the use of all the factors, but to a significant extent when you're doing TMB and MSI. And I believe that anybody who has a metastatic cancer should undergo an NGS. Yes.
Okay, so we have been talking about NGS now. So I would like to ask you that there are multiple things in NGS report, like multiple actionable biomarkers. Do you integrate those results when deciding between targeted therapy and immunotherapy?
It's a complex science. People will sleep off. Let's not go there. There are multiple levels to it. So if you understand, and I showed one of those ethnicity slides in which you have Asians in the Asians. There's a high proportion of oncogene addiction which is there. So I think it depends on the cancer type. It depends on the mutation which comes out. It depends upon the TMB score of it. Something which would possibly make me use immune checkpoint for sure is MSI high, and more so in a colorectal cancer and endometrial cancer. But yes, again, as told you, it's a complex science.
It is complex. And liquid biopsy also coming up. And do you believe that biomarkers like PDL1 and TMB will soon be routinely tested by liquid biopsy for real-time decision making?
So we are pretty confident about calling out the PDL1 positivity and negativity on the liquid biopsies. But I don't think we are there in terms of defining the proportion of percentage. So in a solid tissue, you obviously can quantify the PDL1 score. So the qualitative PDL1 positive and negative, I think I'm aware that I do it routinely. But how do you quantify the score on the liquid biopsy? I think that's a challenge which still not been solved. But yes, TMB is pretty routine, and I did present the data for the blood TMB, which the foundation guys are doing, and they have a good correlatory data between the blood and the tissue TMBs. It works well. It is a good marker to identify the use of immunotherapies, especially done within a year, and it can help you guide the use of immunotherapies based on liquid biopsies. Yes.
Right, sir. And I would like to conclude this discussion with the question that as biomarker science advances, what upcoming or emerging biomarkers are you most excited about for expanding the reach of immunotherapy?
So there are the positive markers also and the negative markers also. There's this new MTAP drug coming in. So I'm very excited about the trial of MTAP coming in which you have MTAP is usually a marker in which the immune therapy does not work, and then you have a new drug coming in there, and then you have a lot more these newer markers coming in which have a lot more targeted therapies available, and then you have these the next generation of immunotherapies coming in which the potency is higher, the response rates are higher. There are these new bispecific molecules coming in which are trying to target both of these drugs. And there are these antibody drug conjugates coming in. So there are many of these markers which are very exciting. And I think the next 4-5 years will possibly be a lot more antibody drug conjugates. And I think that's what the future holds for now.
Thank you. You have made such complex topics so simple, and I congratulate you for that. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Manisha, and thank you so much, Dr. Chugh. That was such a clear and insightful discussion. Biomarkers are truly the unsung heroes of modern cancer care, making all the difference in personalizing treatment and improving patient outcomes.
Absolutely. It's conversation like these that remind us of incredible potential of precision medicine to change lives for the better. Thank you once again, Dr. Chugh.
And now to express the gratitude, I would like to invite Dr. Manisha Khurana to please come forward to felicitate Dr. Bhuvan Chugh with the token of appreciation.
Can we have a huge round of applause?
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
ma'am.
Thank you.
So that was an insightful conversation we just had. Dr. Chugh really highlighted how biomarkers are transforming cancer treatment and helping us get closer to truly personalized care. Huge thanks to him for sharing this such valuable insights.
Absolutely, Simran. And now it's time to shift gears and delve into another incredibly exciting area of precision medicine, cardiology.
That's right. So, as we explore the world of heart health, it is amazing to see how genetic profiling and real time data are revolutionizing cardiovascular care. We are entering a new era where risk prediction, prevention, and treatment are becoming more personalized thanks to these advances.
And now to delve deeper into this fascinating topic, genes, data, and the human heart, a new era of cardiology, we have a very special fireside chat with one of India's leading cardiologists, someone who is at the forefront of these changes. Please join me in welcoming Dr. T.S. Clare, Chairman of Cardiology at BLK Max Hospital, Delhi. And to moderate the session, we would like to invite Dr. Debjani Saha, Assistant General Manager, Marketing Premas Life Sciences.
Let's give them a round of applause as they join us for this conversation. Over to you,
Over
Dr.
to you,
Saha.
ma'am. Thank you.
So we're almost at the fag end of today's session. I think there's probably one more panel discussion after this, but it's my immense pleasure to have you here, sir, and host this session. It's my absolute pleasure. So I think to begin this discussion, what I would basically like to ask you is that when we actually speak about precision medicine, it's mostly synonymous with oncology. I mean, in the broad sense of the word, or how we know it, or the availability of used cases. Um, what does precision medicine mean in cardiology to you? And what do you see the significance of genetics and genomics data in this field of interventional cardiology? Like, I'm sure you must have come across a lot of used cases of the application of genomics or genetics in interventional cardiology. So could you please throw some light into it?
Well, I think, first of all, I want to thank Voice of Healthcare for inviting me and also selecting a topic which is very relatively new in this part of the world. In a country where everything is imprecise, so we are talking about, precision medicine. That's I think a lot of change in the attitude in our country. Well, basically, when we talk about precision medicine, in generally, like the traditional medicine has been that, okay, you have recommendations for masses, you have this treatment, this is hypertension, these are the drugs, and we don't go into the complexity of the individual we are treating. So the precision medicine means that we need to tailor for treatment as well as for prevention based on genetic constitutions, based on the lifestyle the individual has, based on the environmental factors. See, the environment, for example, in Arunachal Pradesh is very different than we have an environment in Delhi. So one size fitting all as we used to have is not the exact thing. So we want to be more precise in treating and preventing disease. For example, I tell you, whenever we see raised cholesterol, LDL cholesterol, so we prescribe medicine, statins to treat them. And I tell you, I have seen many patients whose LDL was pretty high. My own mother-in-law, She used to have LDL 180, 190, 170. I will start the drug. She will drop after a few days. She died at the age of 88 without cardiovascular disease. So why? So that's what it is, that it is not only one thing which matters in the causation of disease. It is a multiplicity of the factors in that individual. So that's what is we are talking about precise medicine. In cardiology, if you have to say that, okay, you are right in a way that we have been talking more in oncology, but in cardiology also now there is going to be a more and more role of particularly genomics, study of the genes. Like, for example, there are disorders which are inheritedly conducted. There are some kind of heart muscle disease like hypertrophic cardiomyopathy. Then you have some disorders of basically the heart is normal, anatomically echo is normal, but these people are a more sudden cardiac death. For example, QT prolongation syndrome. There is syndrome called Brugada syndrome. These are the disorders where is commonly missed in the public. You will have only ECG changes. So those, if we know that there is a certain history of certain cardiac death in a young person in a family, so genetic studies may help a lot. And certain cardiomyopathies, for example, certain cardiomyopathies, their chance of sudden cardiac death are more with particular genetic constitution. But if those genes are missing, then it's a less chance. So that means you are trying to focus your treatment based on individuals, biology, genomics, and then there's a lot of data collection in precision medicine, and billions of trillions of bytes of data. If we can compute that to the use of the society, it will be a great thing.
So let me follow it up with another question which might be relevant to this case. So there are a lot of institutions which are offering things like generic risk profiling. And whenever we talk of that terminology, it's always said with some skepticism. People say it with a pinch of salt because, there can be different sort of quality metrics or, usually there's no body to audit the data coming out of various institutions for these cases. So what do you think can be done to ensure that maybe the quality is good, and like what are the things that you probably keep in mind whenever you probably see a generic report of a patient which kind of assesses the cardiomyopathy risk?
See, all these organizations, offering investigation to the public, to my mind, it should not be allowed. To my mind, what investigation I want for you are different than for somebody else. Number one. Number two, they have a lot of battery of investigation tests, and neither the patient understands, not even many of the doctors don't understand, and they don't know how to utilize that data in what way. So I think the thing is that, for example, they spend money to having these investigations. In my opinion, all these platforms, you should go to for investigation only ordered by the physician.
Yeah. So you're saying that it should be conducted
Right.
or referred to by a clinician, and then there should be a follow-up of proper genetic counseling also, with the clinician's advice. Understood. So you've had a
See, for example, I tell you, during COVID, this C-reactive protein became very popular, and now every patient comes to me, sir, my C-reactive protein is high. I say meaningless. That causes anxiety, unnecessarily worry to the patient. It means nothing to me. So that's why investigation has to be in appropriate way so that it helps the patient.
So you've had a really long-standing career as an interventional cardiologist. In your, career, like from the beginning to now, how have you seen patient reactions evolving? Do you see patients coming to you with more ask of genetic tests? Do you see that they're overwhelmed by the data, or do you see that they're up for it? They really ask you for
Well,
maybe-
India is a very, very interesting country. You will agree with me. India, you have people who have no knowledge at all.
True.
And there are lots
Or
of them.
half-baked.
Lots of they don't know they don't know heart right side or left side. They have no idea. Then there are people, many of you sitting here, they have a lot of information, they have a lot of knowledge, but they don't have clarity of that knowledge. It's very vague, but a lot of information, they are pretty vague about it. But yes, in general, the information is increasing, particularly younger generation is increasing, and I think it is good in the long run because they understand that the role of prevention, they come more commonly for even preventive health checks. So those things are getting better and better, and people have also knowledge. They're empowered in a way by the information. So their demands are more justified. And the doctors also understand that no, he's not stupid. He's already have some knowledge.
And he should be informed. He
And
should
be.
also
Yeah.
have the information.
Yeah, it's actually, if somebody comes to me with the information he has already read, for example, sudden cardiac death. If somebody has gone through the net, he understands sudden cardiac death, he will understand very early, very simply, very early that what is the role of ICD.
Correct.
So it is powerful, it is useful, but many times it also produces a lot of undue anxiety. The thing is, information, it's a question of how you interpret and digest that information.
So, like, people who are actually coming into the field, like, let's say the young MDs or the young doctors that are actually coming into the field, how would you advise them to stay relevant? Like, because there's so much technology, there's a technology deluge, literally, what with omics and genomics and multi-omics and AI and ML and wearable tech and digital healthcare. How would you advise them to stay relevant so that there is some kind of a like they are able to probably also advise on what is the right thing going forward to their patients?
Right, so as I say always, the technology has both components. It has a good component and bad component. For example, WhatsApp, let's say, the iPhone. iPhone is a great tool, one of the greatest tool, at least in my life. I'm 70 now, 71. So one of the greatest things discovered by mankind is, so I always say that in my whole life, मैं परमात्मा देखा नहीं. I've not seen God anywhere. I've tried, but मेरे को मिला नहीं. But Google is God. You ask anything, they will tell you right away. You don't have to go anybody. Yeah, Chat GPT. I mean, it's amazing. Then I go to my village, which is a very small village. I am moving in the fields, so I can talk on video to my son who is a doctor in the United States. It's a great technology. But then people are wasting time for forwarding useless messages from morning till evening. That's useless. That's misuse of technology. It is same thing of these new devices like app watches, for example, for monitoring health.
Yeah.
It's very useful for detection of arrhythmias. You have palpitation.
Yeah.
But then it can be very dangerous to a particular person. So my pulse has gone to 48. He will call you. My pulse has gone to 96. So that is a negative effect. So you have to, when you advise any of these new technologies to a patient, you have to tailor it to the personality that person has.
And suppose if you were to crystal ball gaze today, like what would be probably the most seminal things which would basically shape, cardiology in the next 10 years? What would your crystal ball gaze
Right. I
be?
think it is future of cardiology is technology driven. Digital health, technology. I think we have reached kind of saturation in clinical medicine. As a doctor with a stethoscope, I can listen to a limit. That limit is over. So it's a technology which is changing the life actually in every field, but in cardiology, it's much more. It's much more of new biomarkers of disease prevention. Follow-up, for example, heart failure patient, you have a pro-BNP. If the BNP is going down, you can very easily tell the patient that, okay, you are improving, BNP is going up. That means you are having fluid collection. So biomarkers, the digital technology to monitor health will be the future.
And finally, because I'm also a technology provider and I'm in the field of omics, what do you think can be done to democratize the use of technology, especially things like precision medicine, which is powered by omics? How can we democratize it? Like, what can be done to make it, accessible to, all pockets of tier A, tier B, tier C cities? What do you think is the one thing that you would suggest can
I
be
think the
done?
most important thing will be, first of all, to people to understand the technology. They have to be given knowledge. If they don't have the knowledge, then it's very difficult to integrate into the
So you're
thing.
saying
Then
awareness.
there has to be certain kind of code of conduct and ethics involved in the data, so that the data is not leaked. Any individual, we have billions and billions of data about people. You can tell everything, but the privacy of the data and the legality of those data are also very important, which we need to address. I think this is totally new field. For example, AI. I mean, AI is dangerous. AI is very good, both ways. So how to make it useful but not harmful for the general public is what is the challenge in this technology.
But since you're also a part of a lot of maybe advisory boards, do you think the government has any mandates towards maybe implementation of technology in the broader sense of the word?
I am not very knowledgeable about the government policy, at least recently, but I am sure that the government has to be involved when we talk about people, the country. The government has to be involved. Government has to lay down certain criteria with the all stakeholders in this field, the clinicians, the people like you who develop technology, then the legal system, for example. The government has to be involved.
I think we're just closing in on the time. And so I've been strictly asked to kind of wrap it up by the end of the time which was allotted. So without further ado, I would, really be thanking Dr. Claire for this insightful session. Thank you so much. We learned so much from you. And wish you all the best for your journey ahead.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Claire, for that phenomenal. Sir, we request you to please stay back for 2 more minutes. Dr. Claire? Thank you so much for that phenomenal and thought-provoking conversation. The insights into the role of genetic profiling and personalized treatment in cardiology are incredibly inspiring.
It's conversation like these who truly highlight how precision medicine is reshaping heart health and paving the way for more personalized, effective care.
And now I would like to invite Dr. Naveen Nishal on stage to please come and felicitate Dr. T.S. Clare with a token of thanks. Dr. Naveen Nishal, please felicitate Dr. Devjani Saha for the excellent discussion. Let's capture this special moment with a photo. That was an incredible exchange with Dr. T.S. Clare. It is always inspiring to hear how precision medicine is redefining cardiology with improving lives. A big thank you to Sir once again.
And now, as we head towards the final leg of today's event, we shift the spotlight to perhaps the most important stakeholder in this entire precision medicine ecosystem, the patient.
Absolutely. All the technology, AI tools, biomarkers, and therapies we have discussed today ultimately serve one purpose: to better the lives of patients. And as medicine becomes more personalized, so must patient engagement, education, and empowerment.
And this final panel is especially close to our hearts because it addresses patient awareness, informed decisions, health equity, and the role of advocacy groups in making precision medicine accessible and understandable for every individual, regardless of their background.
So without further ado, let's get ready for a final panel discussion of the day: empowering patient in precision medicine, informed decision, equity, and education. And for that, I would like to invite our panelists on the stage, and let's welcome them with a round of applause. Dr. P.K. Julka. Padma Shri awardee, Vice Chairman, Oncology, Max Institute of Cancer Care, Delhi. Welcome,
Please
sir.
keep your hands rolling, everybody. Thank you.
Dr. Jyoti Vadhava, Vice Chairperson and HOD, Medical Oncology and Hematology, Paras Health, Gurgaon. Ms. Jyotsna Govil, Chairperson, Indian Cancer Society, Delhi branch. Dr. Aparna Dhar, Director, Hereditary Precision Oncology and Genetic Counseling, Molecular Oncology and Cancer Genetics, Max Healthcare. Dr. Kanika Sood Sharma, Director and Clinical Lead, Radiation Oncology, Dharmashila Narayana Super Speciality Hospital, Delhi. Dr. Shabnam Singh, Principal Advisor, Healthcare, CII. Sir, I would like to invite, ma'am, I would like to invite you please come on stage and moderate the discussion. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you. I distinctly feel humbled by this panel. And on the other end, I'm truly elated by having such a powerful, with due respect, sir, the gender is very well balanced. So that means there are good things to happen. So my compliments to VOH as well as Dr. Nishal for, I've been seeing the growth of the Voice of Healthcare over the years, and many youngsters here who've grown with the organization. And it's truly a pleasure to see the way you've been able to influence people's thinking. So I caught 2 sessions before this panel, which were hugely, at one level, extremely interesting. On the other, as a person in policy, being a clinician, both sides of the aisle for the last 30 odd years, it kind of sort of straightens your back and says, I'm a patient, and I think Dr. Saha alluded to it when she left the panel. How does it impact me? And the other thing that comes to mind is, and I was watching an interview this morning with the product chief of OpenAI, Kevin Well. And yesterday on the 16th, they launched a new product where what Dr. Claire said, he recounted that he had his son was operated, and the 72 hours after that, when they wanted to know what was wrong, they had no place to go because the doctor was busy, could not meet with them, and he had to go back to his own ChatGPT to find out what happened. So willy-nilly, as Dr. Claire said, this particular era, as we call this the 5th industrialized era that we're getting into, totally governed by digital, it brings to mind, and it's great, and I don't want to take too much of time because we have such a powerful panel with us. I'll just read out the areas and challenges for this entire piece, and would request everybody, as we plow through the questions, if we could address them. Data privacy and security. In all our conversations with government, believe you me, there's not a day when I sit there and this does not come up, no matter how many blockchains you have, no matter whatever guardrails that are being pulled, there'll always be an outlier. So you have to remember that. So when you tick off and you say, I accept, without looking, I give my consent, please do see the fine print. Then the complexity of genetic data. The first session that I went in and listened here, it's evolving so fast, minute by minute, that even the clinician himself doesn't understand what is happening. It's happening so very, very fast. Then comes the cost. So recently I was in Mumbai doing some on-site inspections. And when I walked into this genetic lab and I saw the kind of work that was there, it was mind-boggling. But on the other hand, it also raised a lot of concerns on the price and the fact that there's, even today, despite as much as we say about the interface of technology, there is a huge amount of manual physical presence in that lab, right? And that person is also learning as they go about. So I asked one of them, they said, ma'am, what we did a year ago or 6 months ago or yesterday is different from what I do today. So that brings in this element. There's a price hike. There is every day it's changing time and time again. Then come the ethical pieces of it. That when you make it so expensive and you're learning at the same time, you develop an environment or an ecosystem of haves and have-nots, right? As it is, we are struggling with BPL, what we call the missing middle, that is the telawala who is not covered by insurance, the small shopkeeper who is not covered by insurance. And here we have this gorgeous piece of precision medicine which can help me humongously to become better with the right kind of medication. And last but not the least, as a patient, my health literacy, and I'll give you some statistics, world over, the United States stands at 59.1% of health literacy. Yeah, that they understand what health is, can pose the right questions to the doctor. When the doctor responds, they can understand it. In India, we stand at 9.6%. So the challenge of understanding what precision medicine can and cannot do, alleviate my issues, and if it doesn't go well, I don't come back and blame you, the clinician. You see, that's a human thing. So this was the background I just wanted to put, and with that, sir, because I'm trying to keep the gender balance going, the first question to you, sir. You've been my mentor for years and years and years. It's always a pleasure to interact with you. So with your deep involvement at AIMS, what do you see is the level of understanding? Because by the time patients come to anybody as an oncologist, they've been through everybody, right? So they're pretty well, they understand, but they don't understand the whole. What do you think are the barriers that because of those barriers or lack of understanding what they have, they make ill-informed or incorrect decisions?
Actually, if you see at AIMS, what we used to see, the patients were middle class or lower middle class. High class were also there because they used to come, all the ministers, all the VVIPs, AIMS, everybody comes. Now, there are different classes who can understand and afford the medicine. What I understood your question about affordability. Now, this genomics, proteomics, we are talking of metabolomics now, we are talking of RNA fusions, we are going ahead and ahead. But are we able to cope up with the general public? I was talking about the AIM scenario. Now I am with Max. It's a little different because at AIMS, CGHS, Central Government Health Scheme, we had employees health scheme for army people. We had, some cancer Sahayog who used to help. There are different, societies who can help with this. But everybody cannot afford genomics or proteomics. This omics, which we were talking about, it's very fascinating. We are doing it routinely now in most of the cases where CGHS gives permission. Now, I'll tell you an example of Foundation One, which is the biggest FDA approved lab. They charge about 3 lakhs per one session. One session means per course. So if you get one investigation done, it is 3 lakhs. And out of which there are certain times where you don't get anything out of that. Don't get means you don't get any mutations, or you don't get any fusions, or you don't get any, targeted therapies, which we call them targeted therapies. So that way, patient feels dejected that I have spent 3 lakhs and I didn't get any treatment. So, this is the downside of that. But the upside is that now, for example, lung cancer. I'll give you an example. Lung cancer, you cannot treat without genomics or proteomics. Now lung cancer, every lung cancer has some mutation or the other, most of them. So there, if we have EGFR mutation, for example, then we have to give certain drug. If we have exon 14 skipping mutation, which we have seen, we give them either tepotinib or captinib. There are drugs which are available in India. So that is why lung cancer, to treat lung cancer without anything, in 1980s, I still remember, when I finished my post-graduation in 70s, late 70s, and you must be remembering that I'm too old, I'm still young. So what I mean to say, that time we used to give chemotherapy of our own, like no chemotherapy was scheduled. Nowadays, chemotherapy is scheduled. Then we didn't have targeted therapies. We didn't have Foundation One. We didn't have Guardant, all these companies. Now we have Indian companies like One Cell, which has come in Pune, which is quite cheap. Quite cheap, not very cheap, but again, it depends on the person who can afford it. So all these things, if you see, as she said, Dr. Shabnam Singh said, she said correctly that while she was in genomic lab, 50,000 rupees for one genome, she used to see that it is being charged. So charges, they are there, but still who can afford or who get the reimbursement through any of these schemes, which I've enlisted, the central government scheme or the employees health scheme. So any schemes, we get it done. The omics, any omics.
Thank you, sir, for putting that perspective. I'll come now to Dr. Jyoti. Dr. Jyoti, as I said earlier, medicine is changing so fast, right? Doctors themselves are at a loss to keep up. So what do you think that institutions can do to guide them so that they understand properly what precision medicine is? And precision medicine is not only restricted to oncology, its maximum use is in oncology, but even for things like cholesterol, right? And people not responding. So what do you think institutions should do? Is there anything that from a policy perspective or regulations that can be done? Over to you.
Yeah, so very important question you have asked. So see, the purpose of all this, developing precision medicine or precision oncology, is ultimately to benefit the patients. And if they do not get that benefit, then it's futile, according to me. So we know the ideal situation and we know the ground reality. In India, unfortunately, that ground reality is quite harsh. But even then, at individual level and definitely at institutional level, and later on to be projected at the national level, I think there's a lot which we can do collectively. So say, for example, precision oncology. why should a cancer patient not get the benefit out of the information that NGS or comprehensive genomic profiling provides just because that patient is poor? So that's where I think Indian Cancer Society, Jyotsna ji, would agree that such organizations come in handy. They are helping us pass on that benefit to the needy patients. And even at the pharma level, I think this collaboration between doctors and pharma can be put to use, because many of them do come out with patient assistance programs, which are definitely beneficial. So the precision oncology is the way forward. Precision medicine is the way forward, because each patient deserves the best fit treatment for them. And we must make all efforts to pass on the benefit. So say, for example, if I have to practice precision oncology, we are in 2025, and the patient has lung cancer, as Sir said already, that in 2025, no lung cancer patient should be treated without NGS report. It's that important. So all the efforts must be made to do that initial baseline NGS test at least. And fortunately, over the years, the cost has come down. We have coupons, we have assistance from NGOs, and at least I'm happy to say that all my lung cancer patients at least do undergo, 100% of them undergo NGS test at baseline, so that we are able to offer them something which is able to prolong their quantity of life, is able to give them a decent quality of life as well. So there are a lot of issues. Our medical treatments are no longer restricted to chemotherapy and hormone therapy. There's so much more to it. And why should the patients not be made aware of that? That we now have targeted therapies, we have immunotherapy, we have antibody drug conjugates. The Western patients, just because they are insured and they are covered by the government, they are getting benefit out of it. They are living much longer, much better. Why not the patients in India as well? So I think the effort has to be collective, and that's exactly why such questions need to be asked more often. So thanks for bringing that out, and thank you for providing us the platform, the Voice of Healthcare, like today, to deliberate on such questions. These are big issues and they need answers.
Thank you. I don't want to muddy the waters, but I remember being present at one of the meetings of NICE, where the cost-benefit analysis, do you want to give a £50,000 tablet to one person against covering an entire community for baseline for 50,000? So those kind of ethical questions are constantly asked in various forum at a policy level. Jyotsna ji, you have the maximum experience in the interface, as I would say, between the patient, the cost, and the doctor. And all three are very precious to you, right? What would you feel that if you were to tabulate, given this, the way the environment has changed, the options available, the lack of health literacy, both within the medical community, with the kind of rapid movement of diagnostics, therapies, what would you say if I were to say, categorize what you think from a patient's perspective we should focus on? Because at the end of the day, it's like an ocean out there.
So Shabnam, a lot of speakers in the earlier sessions mentioned this one word in passing, and that word was awareness. Earlier, the patient lay there, a slab of meat, and the doctor leaned over and he or she was God. That's no longer the case. So I think that the role that we play in creating awareness, using every platform available, whether it is survivor to patient in a hospital, whether it is going out into schools and colleges and talking to people, whether it is through digital platforms, and we use quite a few. We have tried our best in every way to make sure that the patient has the information that he or she should have. I asked a question earlier about research in Indian languages. There is none. There are no research papers. And I repeat that only because I think it is very, very important. We talk of statistics. I'm sorry, I'm blind in one eye, so I have to turn right around to see them. We talk of statistics, we talk of reading material, all of it, even Google, and especially Google, is based on Western experience, of Western statistics, of Western knowledge. Even in the genome world, I believe we are the most diverse country in genomics. What is true in Meghalaya or in the Northeast is not true in the north of India. It is not true in the west of India. It's not true in the south of India. So when are we going to address these problems? That is my challenge to the doctors. Pardon my saying a challenge, but I think it is necessary. Now, coming to the hospital situation, communication with a patient, either before that person is admitted or after, is very important. How much time does the doctor have with the patient? We talk of counseling. Who's going to do the counseling? The patient is not interested in talking to a psychologist or even someone like us. He or she wants the doctor. And the doctor doesn't have more than 3 to 5 minutes for each patient. That's the reality in most hospitals. Yes, there are wonderful places where the patient has a lot of time with the doctor and maybe gets the kind of guidance that he or she needs. So I'd say awareness, communication, and an understanding among all of us that we should not, in this day and age, be relying on Western data.
परफेक्ट सो हिंदी में एक कहावत है चार कोस में बदला पानी एक कोस में बदली वाणी right so that is the reality of India and again going back to what I was listening to this morning while there are 16 languages in which they can immediately translate the new version 4.03 of OpenAI is bringing in the dialects for India. So they are now very focused on India. Let's hope something comes out from there. I think your points are absolutely spot on. As far as communication is concerned, what you said about patients and the trust factor, because I think where you were coming from was the trust. So world over, the average of who would you listen to for your medical inputs, 90% of the world, that is leaving aside the Gen Z, go to the doctor. With Gen Z, their first port of call is social media and their peers on social media. So that change is happening whether we like it or not, and that immediately brings down the average to 67. So there's some hope there, but whether the guardrails will be there as far as what information is plugged into it, that's, let's see what happens. Dr. Dhar, counseling. So many, many years ago, when we started Max, I remember a story which, when you said 3 to 5 minutes and counseling, So when we were hiring the first lot of doctors, as well as everybody, we said we must make sure that they are mentally sound. I remember everybody laughed at me. Do you remember, sir? What are you doing asking doctors and residents as far as what their mental health is concerned? So counseling to bahut dur ki baat thi. Then fast forward around, I think it was 2015, sir, 2015-16, the care economy was coming about because there was this spate of strokes and people in ICUs, and families had to take the burden of looking after the patient after they were discharged. And similarly for onco cases. So we tried to bring in some training programs for the care economy, right? And found there were very few people who wanted to be told how to look after anybody. Okay, they didn't want those trainings. But again comes the younger generation. So they are all, both husband and wife are working. There's nobody to look after their children. They go into creches. And who look after mom? Absolutely. So then the interest sort of burst and suddenly we were bombarded. Yes, care economy, care economy. So I said, let us slip counseling into this. So we slipped counseling and tried to see how many people will take this piece up. Sadly, there were very few people who wanted to take this course of counseling because it involved so much of emotional time. So over to you for your inputs.
So in the era of precision medicine, I think, so I am a genetic counselor and a geneticist by training. And it was a very nice comment. One of my medical oncology colleagues told me that today in the era of precision oncology or even precision medicine, if you do not have a geneticist, a genetic counselor, good counseling, it's like giving somebody a map without a compass, and it's going to be directionless, aimless, and could be very dangerous. So I'm so glad there is a conversation around counseling and genetic counseling because we seldom talk about it, especially in precision medicine. So very quick, let's understand who is a genetic counselor. A genetic counselor is essentially a healthcare provider who has an understanding of genetics, but more than that, they're trained in psychological counseling. They have a very special toolkit where they are trained as to how to deal with patients, give emotional support. They don't replace a psychologist, absolutely not. But when you are coming to a clinic, right, when you tell somebody, think about it, someone tells you, meet a geneticist, you're going to be petrified. I don't know what's going to come out in the G. I'm going to get information I don't even want to know. Or you've unfortunately been hit with some not very pleasant news like cancer, cardiomyopathy, sudden death in a child. So you are dealing with a lot of emotional grief, and then you're asked to meet this one another doctor. The role of a genetic counselor, is to take all that complex medical information, break it down into the most simplest terms, and kind of educate a patient about that clinical situation. It is an awareness session. It is where you are introducing a patient's family to a host of different, aspects or, nuances with respect to that particular condition, with respect to a particular concern they could be having. Something I very often get is, lot of deaths in my family because of cancer. Am I next? Is my child next? So you're dealing with, unfortunately, more morbid stuff, scary stuff versus happy stuff. So it's the way you communicate that information. And as everyone echoed, the importance of counseling is sitting down and answering all those questions. So many times I'm talking about things that are not genetic, but they have a question regarding, can I have this food? Can I do this? Which surgery is better? My medical oncologist said this. This is right? It's not that they're doubting their doctor. They want another person, a third person, a fourth person, reiterating and telling them, everything's fine, you're on the right path. So when you start having these conversations, it obviously plays a huge, huge impact in the patient's overall care treatment. It's also with respect to testing. in today's day and age, like, as ma'am said a little bit earlier, it's about a patient consents to testing, but do they really know what they're consenting to? So in these sessions, you actually teach the patient about the good, the bad, the ugly of that test. What are possible incidental findings you can get in those genetic tests on the tumor testing? How can it potentially affect them, their at-risk family members? All this information has to be given upfront, and having a very transparent, clear conversation. So you are the bridge between the various, doctors that are part of the treating team, the patient, the family. And a lot of times we end up counseling family members. The patient is absolutely fine, but the caregivers are not fine. So it's a very complex job. And for something like this to come into mainstream, you need two things. One is institutional support, which means that the team that you work in actively involve genetic counselors into day-to-day clinical practice. So they're seen as an integral part of the unit, and that will change the narrative, and that will change the way a patient also feels about their journey in that particular treatment that they're going for. And second is at at more to regulatory level, genetic counseling has to be recognized as a important field that you should get reimbursements for it. A lot of times it is, unfortunately, even in private, even in government, it's unfortunately not recognized as a medical field. So I think somewhere it's not going to happen overnight, but because there is awareness, there is talks, we have platforms like this, I think very soon, where once upon a time it's genetic counseling is a luxury, it's going to become a clinical necessity. So it's changing.
I love your optimism, and without wanting to sound like a party pooper, it just took us 15 years in the insurance industry to wake up to seniors, which has just come about. So it took us that long, but you just hang in. My experience is, if you're willing to wait it out 15, 20 years, there'll be light at the end of the day. Okay, so, but on a more positive note, Dr. Kanika, radiation oncology, it's seen a sea change. It's an absolute sea change, right? And in 25 years, when starting this organization to what it is today, and the amount of space which was given, actually oncology was not a specialty in Max when we started. It was not, they didn't want to have it, right? And we had to fight tooth and nail to give it positioning. Today, the interdisciplinary approach, like what Josna ji said, patient lying, different specialities, the ICU doc, this doc, and now we have the medical oncology, which has now got so many subdivisions. You have geneticists, you have this whole bunch of people who need to be, जैसे कहते हैं ना, all these beads को पिरोना पड़ता है. So what do you think is the best way to make that happen? Because you've got all these pieces together, and not only do you have to put these pieces together, but you have to explain it to the patient. He'll turn around and say, ये test क्यों कराया, इससे तो कुछ हुआ नहीं, इस doctor को क्यों बुलाया, उसने तो कुछ बताया ही नहीं. Why it might just be for a reaffirmation of what you think. How would you approach this? What would you tell the policy maker, for instance, or the insurance company, that this particular piece must be there in the policy and X amount has to be paid for it? Over to you.
So I think it has been repeatedly mentioned in the panel also. Firstly, communication. I think we are very bad communicators. Many a times we feel we are very good speakers, but coming to our clinical practice, at times we do realize that communication is not about what you say. It is what you hear as well. So I think as doctors, we need to be good listeners also, because when patient comes to us, patient is already overwhelmed. As you mentioned, they've already seen a gamut of people. They have a big list of tests which need to be done. And most of the time they are just, juggling between thoughts. And the level of literacy and the understanding of language is also not same in all these. So firstly, I think communication is something which should come into our medical education in the MBBS. I think that is somewhere we are lacking. We are taught to do a lot of procedures, but when it comes to public handling and all these things, I think this is something which should be introduced as a topic in our medical curriculum, because that is the key to the entire opening up of the conversation which the patient will have with you. So once that channel is clear, definitely you need to also integrate the policy makers into creating systems where the care delivery is seamless. And for that, I think we need to gear on three ends: our technology, our processes, and our people. All three have to be integrated in such a way that the patient has the maximum information he or she needs for the shared decision making as well. So I think policymakers, as I mentioned, firstly, in the medical curriculum, we need to introduce this medical communication. Second thing is health literacy. I think we are talking of awareness, but awareness to what? So awareness to your rights as well. Most patients, they don't know what are their rights. They will not ask a question during the counseling session because they fear the doctor, because they have that, that image in their mind of that paternalistic doctor that I have written this and you have to do it. They will never question it. So I think patient right education and health literacy is also where the policymakers and the health advocates have to pitch in to make the patient enabled enough to go for that counseling. That counseling remains to be a one-way dialogue. It is not didactic, because the person on the other side is not understanding our medical jargon at many times, and they feel ashamed. They don't want to ask. They will go out and Google. They will go out and Google and they will feel ashamed. So how I do my counseling is I divide it into two parts. So I got an opportunity to objectively understand the counseling process which we do. I was doing it for a project for my healthcare management program. So I realized that, you need to understand the problems. Where are we struggling? So language was one big thing. So whatever material you create, whatever patient information you create, based on your regional population prevalences, please bring in all those languages in place. Second thing which I felt was that the time which we have for these counselings in our OPDs is very limited, because the person who's waiting outside is very, very agitated that why is the conversation taking so much time. So I divide it into two. I introduce the topic, I introduce the processes, the tests, everything on day one. Then I give them in writing, in diagrams. I have a lot of presentations also, because radiation oncology terminology, even our medical colleagues sometimes fail to understand. And then I call them with questions. So that is how I divide my counseling sessions. And I think we really need to take care of technology into it. Created a lot of QR codes of the procedures I do in my own language, in Hindi, in English. My coordinator sends over that procedure short video so that the patient has an understanding, not just by reading it, because most people will hesitate to read. And we see a lot of patients who are elderly are not very savvy with the technology. But if you send them a WhatsApp video, they will watch. So I think we need to integrate persons, the processes, as well as technology. And technology has a lot to give, I would say. Please do explore it to the maximum.
Please. While Kanika was talking, I was thinking that we have created an app. This is the Indian Cancer Society's app. It's called Rise Against Cancer. It's free. It's in 5 languages, and it addresses these facts. Not just disease, but also everything around it. The financial preparation, the diet, the exercise, the legal literacy, what are your rights? And a lot of the rights are domestic rights. So we have addressed all of that, and I would appeal to this audience, just make a note. Indian Cancer Society, Rise Against Cancer.
Brilliant.
So, just one topic that after this Ayushman scheme has been launched in Delhi, would you think that it would make a difference in the treatment patterns of patients, of those patients who could not afford the treatment earlier?
So I'll digress a bit. I just put my CI policy hat on. So there are many
pieces. Time is too short to walk through all what, and some of them cover, especially on health literacy, which is now my current pet topic after capacity building, is the fact that the Ayushman Bharat is, once everybody understands how to get their ABDM card. Today, actually, every hospital is sitting in a sweet spot because everybody has not got the card. They don't know where and how to get it online. But the moment they get those cards, they are going to demand for it. And the purse strings will definitely open, because oncology is one of the areas where there is a focus on by government, even for the Arogya Mandirs. The question, I think, and that is where all of you come into play as clinicians. And it's like saying, when we talk about universality of healthcare, universal coverage. And in universal coverage, what is it that you mean by universal coverage? Universal coverage for first aid, universal coverage for a hip replacement or a knee replacement, or would you like to just focus on the bell curve of the 5-10 procedures which are maximally in demand? And I remember when I was doing insurance at Max Bupa, literally all over the world, there are 100 top diseases and intervention. Only 100, they all fall into that. So does that apply, for instance, in oncology? So if you're able to come to some kind of an understanding, sir, that this is the baseline that is going to be provided to everybody and not the whole, then you will definitely get some relief. But if you don't come and say everything must be covered in it, the chances are extremely dim that this will not happen. And I can see the ticker and all the young girls sitting at the corner and saying, ma'am, your time is up. Is that right? No? Okay, you increase the time. Okay. So yes, it will come in. They have to increase the budget. The question is whether it will be the state or the central which will give it. Delhi, 100% they will give you that coverage. 100% they'll give it. My question to the panel is, would you like the audience to ask questions, or would you like me to continue asking some? Should we open it up? Hands, can we take some questions? Anybody interested in asking any questions? Yes, please.
If our literacy is only 9%, then how do you think we can overcome this situation?
Not totally pertinent to this, but yes, you will see by September a lot of movement in health literacy, right? And it'll be driven by the center, and there'll be a lot of work done with schools as well as others. For senior living, we've exactly like what has been done for the Indian Cancer Society, those apps will be available. The question actually is like what was said about communication and dissemination of information. That is where the challenge is, and where you need cheerleaders. So that's a lacuna area where they are going to plug it, hopefully by September. The plans are in place. I mean, it's moved. It's done its journey of 8 years now.
Thank you.
Any other question? Or then I'll revert back to the panel. Okay. So, sir, coming to you, this entire piece that we have spoken of, even fresh graduates from medical school don't have it. And that's why, as you know, National Academy of Medical Sciences is trying to put in the skill and competencies again for graduating doctors. Where do you see, given that they are only 4 years, now they've even cut down the housemanship, right? Where will we be able to fit this into this vast curriculum?
Actually, the scheme which was earlier during our time was 4.5 plus 1 year internship. That was a much better scheme in the sense they were having practical knowledge. I'll give you an example. I was at MD Anderson hospital in US, and they used to, breast cancer clinic was there. So I was part of that clinic, and they used to say that after palpating, palpation means after seeing the breast and the axilla, they used to say, get MRI done, get that done. I said, don't get MRI for everything. First you should examine the patient, because in India we lay more stress on examination. And I used to pick up the node and I used to tell them my hand is your MRI. So it was just a joke, but what I mean to say is that you should examine the patient yourself, which many people are not doing. We are the old people, but what happens is that without examination, just on the basis of a report, we write down the prescription, which I don't agree to it, because once, as she also said, lung cancer cannot be treated without NGS, because we get some mutation or the other. Similarly with breast cancer also. Now breast cancer, we are giving hormone therapy to hormone positive patients, and suddenly disease goes progressive. So why is it progressive despite hormone therapy? That means there is resistance to hormone. And resistance to hormone comes from, we know that there are two major genes, ESR1 mutations or PIK3CA mutation. So what I mean to say, that genomics again comes into role. So we do the genomics in that situation and see that if there is this mutation, we do that. If the other mutation is there, we do that. So in not only in lung cancer, in other cancers also, genomics plays, precision medicine plays a major role. About 10 years back, I delivered an oration on precision medicine, 10 years back. And immunotherapy of cancer, I delivered a lecture in 1981. So that time, no, we didn't have anything about immunotherapy. I only told about T cells and B cells and circulating tumor cells. Simple. Nowadays you have heard a beautiful lecture on immunotherapy. To that, I would add something else also. But what I mean to say, as she said, first and foremost is awareness amongst masses. Awareness. I have done more than 100 programs on television, Doordarshan, DD National Network, which was DD News, which was in the morning, 8 o'clock. And I used to go to Doordarshan at morning 8 o'clock and live program. They used to call three people. Suppose it is breast cancer. They used to call me. They used to call a surgeon. They used to call. So I'm talking of, 1970s, 80s. We used to have a lot of programs. They are still on the YouTube. So we used to do a lot of programs. That was for awareness. So people became aware. Then there were radio programs. But we should, commend all these people that they were doing this radio programs. Also, people used to ask questions. 1 hour of questions, live questions. I'm having this in Hindi. It was in Hindi, and I'm having this. Kindly advise. So we used to advise. So what I'm saying, awareness is the key to success. Awareness amongst masses. Now, what happens if there is a lump in the breast? Even the doctors, I'm not ashamed to see that, even the doctors don't come to us. They say, I didn't have any pain. And some doctor said, no, I have got a lot of cesareans today. I cannot come for any biopsy. This is the state of affairs. This is what I'm facing, that is what I'm saying. So first and foremost is awareness. early detection is the hallmark to cure. This is what I always say. Once you detect any cancer early, stage 1, stage 2, then cure rates are much higher than stage 4 in any cancer. So basically, first is awareness, then is early detection, and then comes the treatment part. So this is how we follow the routine in masses.
No, I think you said that very well. So that my hand is the MRI, and now with the kind of digital, the way students learn everything on with the tablet in front of them, and then with the use of haptics, I'm really scared that they will never really see an actual patient to use the hand as an MRI. And God willing, that should not happen. Dr. Jyoti, the emergence of tumor boards over the years, right? And exactly like what said when Sir said that when he went on to do darshan to do this, the tumor boards collectively brings all of you together, but the quality or the gravitas of the tumor board is by the people who are there, right? And their experience. How can we, lack of a better word, democratize this tumor board, especially with tier 2 and tier 3 hospitals coming up, and over the coming years you'll see how that it moves. I mean, 5-6 years ago when CI took this on themselves to nurture tier 2, tier 3, everybody laughed at us. They said there's tier 1 mein hi nahi hai, so why are you promoting tier 2, tier 3? But we wanted to go as close to the patient, and you can see it now. How do we spread this knowledge, to Sir's point, awareness of the masses, as well as getting collectively the tumor boards spread across with the gravitas and the guardrails that they should have? Over to you.
Yeah, so we are discussing this question now, mind you, in 2025, right? And we are technologically so advanced now that it's possible. This is no longer a dream. This is a reality. In COVID times, we have all witnessed as to how telemedicine reached far and wide. The people who were suffering, they could be benefited with the use of telemedicine. People couldn't travel because of restrictions during those times. But the benefit of telemedicine has persisted beyond COVID times, and we have used it more and more. So it's similarly for cancer patients, and similarly for their benefit, the benefit of multidisciplinary tumor boards should be passed on to the patients, even though they are not in tier 1 cities. They should again be the beneficiaries. And I think you also pointed out that as to how can patients be made part of, that's the part 2 of, I think, your query, that how can patients be made part of that MDT discussions. So that's very pertinent, and that should happen. In fact, shared decision making should be the way forward, and the patient should definitely be part of it. I remember so many years ago, United Nations gave this slogan for people suffering people with disability, that do not discuss us without us. So similarly, I think for cancer patients and for every ailment, the patient should be part of the discussions. Why not? Because we need to be, as I'm a medical oncologist, but I think since there is so much variety of treatments to offer, so much of novel treatments to offer, and sometimes we reach that stage wherein we are offering them experimental treatments also. So patients should be part of this decision making from the diagnosis itself. That's what I feel. So it could be patient aware tumor board, patient inclusive tumor board, as they call it in West. But that's really the way forward in India as well. And patients should be, we are discussing about our cancer patients, and they should very well be part of these discussions. And because we know that they have more than one options to choose from, they have to trade off with the quality of life issues. They should have the liberty to choose whether they want quantity of life or quality of life. They are the receivers. So they should be asked as to what do they choose, isn't it? Then comes the financial aspect. The treatments, the cancer treatment is so expensive, right? So when we offer them the plethora of treatments which are possible now, we should simultaneously be doing the financial counseling as well. And we should very well give them this liberty to choose as to what suits their pocket, isn't it? Because they are the ones who are going to bear the treatment related side effects, the treatment related costs, they and the family together. So when I say patient, I mean patient with the caregiver, the family members. Everyone should be part of, yeah. And obviously, we have to take into account the support that we get from the different NGOs. So we all, I think if we walk together, if we today decide to walk together, I think we can achieve much more for the sake of our patients, and we can reduce their suffering.
Excellent. So I'm sure this thing is being recorded by VOH. It's just a
And,
thought.
yeah,
Please,
just a
first
thought
you.
that what she has told is the right thing. And I wanted to, Jyotsna, to say a few words about Indian Cancer Society collaborating with the clinicians more of.
Please, Jyotsna ji.
Thank you, Dr. Julka. That's very kind of you. We've been around for 40 years now, I think, in
The mic.
And right from the start, we have
Don't
been...
look at me, at this audience.
Okay, look at the audience.
So they can hear you.
We've been talking about patient perspectives right through this period. I'll give you an example. In AIMS, there was a very fine doctor, breast surgeon, who was examining a patient. He was feeling her breast, but not looking at her, talking to somebody else. And when he finished his examination and this woman got up, she just came over and hugged me and wept, really wept. And I said, what happened? She says, he is playing with my breast. Now, he was not playing with her breast. He was examining it, but she saw it as fiddling with her breast. In those days, Dr. Julka, your wards had no curtains. We brought curtains in from our homes and put them up. And then the matron says, why have you brought your curtains? We've got plenty of ours. I said, okay, put it up. We'll take ours down. I can go on and on about...
Residents were there,
Yes, many residents were there. So,
during that time, IRCH had many residents.
So it was, I mean, it was a learning process for us as well as for them. We were mostly women volunteers. We have a sensitivity which is inbred, which perhaps is lost during the time when you're looking at technical terms. The human being is somehow not in the picture. And I'm so delighted that today, in every conference, I'm used to being tail and Charlie. Every conference ends with about 5 people in the hall, and we are talking to ourselves. I'm happy to see all of you. I hope you're listening. I hope you can hear me. The patient is at the center of your research, of your clinical practice, and anything you do. There's no getting away from it.
True. So before I hand it to both of you, 4.5 minutes to say whatever you want, just to close this conversation, with VOH, if VOH can just send us a note so that this piece of the tumor board, including the patient, we can get it put as part of this STGs, right? And in NABH also make an attempt to put it as one of the pieces. Otherwise, it's a carrot and stick. If it's not in one of these two places, then things don't happen. So that would be our request from VOH, if they can just send a note, and then we'll take it forward. So 4.5 minutes each to both of you, free will.
So since we're talking of precision medicine, I think one thing which needs to be discussed is the access to precision medicine. So see, we talk of precision, we talk of genomics, but till date, we are in a country where a cancer patient has to travel for around 4.5 hours to reach out to a center which has radiation. So what are we talking of is just limited to the hubs. So we have to increase the scope of our discussions and we have to make the accessibility, the equity has to come to them as well. Because if the access point is far away, they will not come. They don't want to lose their livelihood. They have additional expenses of staying in a metropolitan city as well. So I think the precision, our chairperson, Dr. Shetty, says the solution is not a solution if it is not affordable. So we have the solutions, we have to make them affordable to our patients. And a lot of work needs to be done on that. I was just, reading something in a course lately where they talked of essential, medicine list of a country which only takes care of the medical oncology aspect. I realized that the ELM's scope is not covering our diagnostics. It is not taking care of our radiation equipment as well. Because the cost of cancer treatment because of radiation is high, because the equipment cost. And somehow, the narrative of Make in India for radiation hasn't had great success stories. So we need to, increase the access. As I would request you to ask policymakers to dwell upon the thought that the landing cost of these machines should come down, the custom duties should go down, so that more and more second tier, third tier cities can bring in these solutions. Another thing which I feel is very important to bring the cancer care, especially precision medicine, closer to the patient is start, a PPP with hub and spoke model. Many low energy LINACs are capable of doing 80 to 90% of our work, which you can do at district hospital levels. You can have those machines which are slightly lesser competent for the higher end and bringing the patient for a higher technology to the metros. So I think access is something, because we have solutions. We have innumerous solutions. We are in an era of, as you mentioned, in last 25 years, the face of oncology, radiation oncology has tremendously changed. We are talking of 2 millimeter targets. We're talking of SBRTs, but then who gets it? That is important.
So I am a forever optimist. So I'm going to go back to the fact that 10 years ago, 5 years ago, when you would have a similar discussion like this, you would not have a molecular cancer geneticist sitting on the dais, sharing the dais with a medical, radiation surgical oncologist. So you do see that the narrative is changing. And for me, I think one of the key factors in kind of cementing this and taking this forward, we're all talking about education of patients, but it's also about education of your medical colleagues. It's such a forever changing field, and there are very few of us who are actually specialized in this area. So a lot of times the onus falls on the treating physician to double up as the medical molecular genetics person. So I think somewhere along this journey, while yes, awareness for the patient is important, I think the onus lies on each and every one of us in educating the patient, educating the patient's family. I think one thing that I don't agree is when they say, oh, literacy is an issue. No, it's if it is an issue, break it down, talk to them in a language that they understand. There is basic comprehension. You don't need a fancy degree to say somebody is, literate. If they can talk to you, they can have a conversation with you. Take the effort of taking that complex jargon and make it into something simple, into an analogy that they understand. So I find it very hard when someone says, oh, it's very difficult, they won't understand. No, make them understand. And I think that's where, while we want to change the landscape of medicine and everything, I think the change starts with us as healthcare providers. We have to constantly educate ourselves. And, for me, I think it starts that the buck stops with us. If we change, we automatically translate that into our clinic, which in turn benefits our patients. So, thank you.
So I think I hear you loud and clear, huh? Keep it simple. Keep it. I won't say the rest of it. And it should be contextual. I think my eyesight was not that bad. It was done, and now it's gone up to 12 minutes. Huh? Huh? Oh, okay. I, I get more time. Yeah, anybody would like to throw in something? Please.
On one hand, the conferences, wherever we are attending, we are looking at the alternatives. Like yesterday, I was looking at the subcutaneous research. I think sir may be agreeing with me that on one hand, we are asking for the financial counseling to the patients, which most of the patients do face once the targeted therapies are being to be given for the long period of time to the patient, especially in the advanced cases. And on other side, our promotion is more on uh, the the other forms of administration or other things, which are of almost equal cost to the one which we are already giving in a traditional form. So I just want to ask that since the government is also giving a tax exemptions for the certain drugs, I think with this in this session, in this uh, budget year, and also since the availability of biosimilars is more there, how would you balance the things while counseling the patients that yes, we have on one hand a biosimilars, and on other hand we have a new forms of therapies which can be administered very in a daycare practice like Projecta is there in a subcutaneous form. So how would you balance that thing, sir, during your counseling to the patients?
Actually, what happens is that some people come and say that we want the originals because we are being reimbursed, and psychologically they have a fear that biosimilars or generics would not be as effective as the originals. So they come and tell us. And let me tell you, in AIMS, I used to use all originals. Why? Because they used to get all reimbursement through CGHS or through all those. So all original. Here in the corporate sector, they have most of generics. But as people can get, reimbursed, so we give them originals, otherwise generics.
I think to understand the mindset of the payer, right?
Yes.
And the challenge in all these years is how do you have a rational conversation with the payer and with anything new, and to the point that with the access means that a particular treatment is available. So when you mentioned Make in India, the issue with medical technology per se and why the PLI scheme has not picked up in is principally they feel that the market is not large enough, right? But I think now with the government coming in more aggressively as a payer, you will find the market. The question, and that is to all the clinicians out here, and this is a tough one, right? That you have the best in class CRISPR technology, you have whole host of new molecules coming in. Question that you need to ask yourself ethically is that when you are treating the patient and you know there's a price constraint, what would be the guidelines that you would put? Aspiration of a human being is मैं अपना सारा कुछ बेच के वो सबसे best treatment लूंगा, right? And you really have to play that role. And what I find, I mean, I work very closely with Dr. Devi Shetty and the others. At the apex, everybody speaks the same language, and that is make it simple, make it affordable, affordable, affordable. But the problem is that today, with digital and the internet, the patient is equally aware of everything. So unless you all don't come to some kind of an agreement, yes, we know this is there, but this does not suit the context of your pocket or what your payer is going to do. So something has to be done. And there, I think Cancer Society will play a very powerful role.
Ma'am, at least I think in few things we have some clarity. For example, I talk of my specialty. To treat a patient of carcinoma cervix, I have 3 different technologies at hand. So I have to lay onto the table to the patient that what would be the benefit of each one of it. Each patient is unique. Each patient may not require the highest end of technology, because this is what happens. Patient come to us hearing about fancy names of certain machines, and they are like, that is the one which is the best. So what we have ingrained into their minds is important. So they need to have objective, quantified benefit of each technology. So you would definitely tell them that if you are doing a basic technology like 3D CRT, your chances of cure are same. But what value addition the higher technique adds to it, that you have to specify with percentages. That is how they want it now. Because as you mentioned, they would sell something, they may not be understanding the implication. There are sometimes cases for bone metastasis. They would hear the word IGRT, they want IGRT, but I know my patient's total lifespan is 4 months expected. So there you have to be very clear in giving them the picture of what this technology adds in terms of the benefit. So let them be understanding on that perspective and take the call.
So, Kanika, I have a question for you. We get a person who says, I've sold my house, I've sold my land, I've sold everything I have, and I'm still told that my treatment will cost another 35 lakhs. He is in a disease stage of incurable cancer, chronic cancer, not incurable, but depending on the medicine he continues to take. Now, we can help to an extent, but we can't help him through the rest of his life. Is it not the doctor's duty to inform him that you will not be able to talk of cure unless you take this medicine all your life?
So I totally agree, ma'am. We have to rationalize. If I have a patient who I have to refer to some advocates or some NGO, my priority would be a curable young patient with an incurable patient.
That's
So at Narayana Trust, they have defined an age. You have to quantify in numbers the financial support would be
Yes,
offered. So I
ma'am,
think
that is
it is going
exactly
to
our
become
problem.
mandatory. It is not a choice. It is going to become justify the medicines you give. Even the insurers want numbers, because many a times we go to these PSUs, they say that oncology burns out our entire health budget. Ma'am, we don't have budget for knee replacements because our 90% budget is diverted towards oncology. So it has to be justified. For this reason, most PSUs now have boards. They have board of expert specialists who are actually vetting those offered treatments to ensure that we are doing a risk stratification and putting it towards the right person rather than, but as a right to
hang
live,
on.
the doctor will offer. You can't tell them there is nothing in the offering. I think it would be
No, it's
wrong
not
in not
nothing.
letting them know that there is a modality. But of course, you have to justify it and let the family know that what value addition it has.
So we have the task of telling the patient that you will have to find this money the rest of your life. I don't think it's fair. And we have not discussed equity at all, Shabnam. And I mean, I know we have in other
I mean,
ways,
we've had an hour
but
and a
I'm
half.
talking, no, I'm just saying that when we talk of equity, what equity is there in healthcare?
So I think we can have an entire conference on equity.
Yes, only
and
on
I think now they're getting restless after we've done a brilliant job. The panelists, please give a warm thank you. They deserve it. They deserve it. Right. So you want us to move, and we are very happy to do so. Thank you all very much for being a brilliant audience, and of course, an even more brilliant panel.
Thank you so much to all the panelists for this amazing and insightful discussion. I think our audience enjoyed this the most. And we got lots and lots more of in-depth conversation, insights, and expertise from our experienced and learned speakers out there. So a huge round of applause for them.
Mic check.
So note to conclude our knowledge session. Thank you to this incredible panel for championing the cause of patient-centering equitable healthcare. Now, I would like to invite Dr. Shabnam Singh to felicitate our panelist, Dr. P.K. Julka. Can we have loud applause, please? Dr. Jyoti Vadhva. Mrs. Jyotsna Govil. Dr. Aparna Dhar. Dr. Kanika Sood Sharma. May I now invite Dr. Naveen Nishal to please come on stage to felicitate Dr. Shabnam Singh for this amazing moderation. And let's capture this moment with a group photograph.
All right, as we draw the curtain on this outstanding conclave, thank you so much, everybody. As we draw the curtain on this outstanding conclave, I would like to thank every speaker, panelist, partner, and attendee who made Precision Med India 2025 a resounding success. But the day is not over yet. It's now time for the most awaited celebration, the Precision Med India Awards 2025, where we recognize brilliance, innovation, and leadership in precision medicine. So stay with us as we now move ahead to the awards.
So once again, welcome to the second edition of Precision Medicine India Conclave and Awards 2025. And trust me, we have been looking forward to this evening as much as you have.
Yes, Simran. And you know, this is not just another award night. It's something really special. Because tonight, we are not just going to give away trophies and titles, celebrating people, real people. People who have worked behind the scenes in labs, hospitals, clinics, and boardrooms. The ones who are quietly changing lives, redefining treatments, and making precision medicine more real, more effective, and more personal for every patient in this country.
And honestly, if you feel so amazing to have each and every one of you here, you sitting right there, whether you are a doctor, a researcher, a technologist, an entrepreneur, or an industry leader, you are the part of this incredible movement. You're the reason precision medicine in India is no longer a distant dream. It is happening, it is growing, and it is making a difference every single day.
And you know what makes tonight even better? The one very important role that every single person in this room has to play. Yes, it's you. You have a responsibility tonight. It's very simple. Every time we announce a winner, you've got to cheer your hearts out, clap and celebrate with us. And here's the fun part. As the awards keep coming, your cheers need to get louder and louder with every announcement. We want the walls of this room to remember tonight's energy.
And now, before we move ahead, it's a pleasure to invite a very special person on stage, someone who has been the driving force behind this entire initiative. Ladies and gentlemen, please join us in welcoming Dr. Naveen Nishal, the visionary leader and founder behind this platform, to share his thoughts and opening remark for this evening. Sir, can we please have you on stage?
Thank you very much, Simran and Shweta. Respected Chief Guest, Shri Ravinder Singh Ji, Honorable Cabinet Minister, Government of Delhi, senior doctors, from healthcare industries, fellow speakers, policymakers, and our audience listening to us on various social media handles live. A very warm welcome once again on second edition of Precision Med India Awards. We had wonderful discussions since morning, and I cannot imagine that I will learn so much in one single day about genomics, about data and AI, about precision medicine, how precision medicine is changing the way forward. And I'm of the belief that I spoke in the morning as well that precision medicine is going to replace traditional medicine. After 10 years, maybe after 20 years, 25 years, hospitals will be only for treating trauma or emergency care. Everything else, whether it is diagnosis, treatment, prevention, it will be taken care by precision medicine itself, even before symptoms ever appear. So that is my belief in precision medicine. Talking about these awards, it was a really very tough competition. Our jury had really tough time in selecting worthy candidates. And today we will celebrate our trailblazers, warriors of precision medicine. And it is very important to recognize these trailblazers, especially when it is healthcare, because when we talk about healthcare, it comes with some responsibility. Without taking further time, I once again officially announce beginning of Precision Med India Awards 2025. Thank you very much. Thanks a lot.
So I would request to please stay back. Dr. Navinishal, thank you so much for this inspiring words. And as we now move on to a very special moment of the evening,
it's now truly a privilege and an honor to welcome a distinguished leader whose dedication to public service, social equity, and community empowerment has made a meaningful difference in countless lives.
ladies and gentlemen, please join us in extending a very warm welcome to our chief guest, Sri Ravinder Singh, Honorable Minister, Cabinet Minister, Government of Delhi. Let's welcome him with a round of applause. Sri Ravinder Singh ji is not just a leader in governance, but a passionate advocate for inclusive growth, community welfare, and upliftment of marginalized section of society. His visionary work continues to inspire positive change and create opportunities for those who need the most. It is an absolute honor to have him with us tonight as we celebrate the innovation, healthcare leadership, and the spirit of service, values that so closely resonates with his life and work. Now I request Sri Ravinder Singh ji to kindly address the gathering with his inspiring words.
Thank you so much. वेशभूषा का बड़ा अंतर होता है। मैं घर से निकल रहा था, सोच रहा था आज कोट पहन लो, पर वहां लगेगा कि डॉक्टर और नेता में कोई अंतर नहीं है। पर चलो मैं अपने ड्रेस में आ गया, प्रयास तो किया था कि कोट पैंट पहन के चलो, पर फिर भी हम और आप एक ही कार्य कर रहे हैं। आप चिकित्सा के माध्यम से कर रहे हैं और मेरे पास मंत्रालय भी है तो सोशल वेलफेयर का, तो दोनों का तालमेल भी अच्छा रहने वाला है, क्योंकि दोनों ने एक ही काम करा, अंत्योदय का उदय करना है, अंतिम व्यक्ति के छोर की व्यक्ति की चिंता करनी है। आपने स्वास्थ्य के रूप में करनी है, मुझे उसको कहीं ना कहीं सामाजिक रूप से उत्थान के रूप में कार्य करना है। और आज मैं धन्यवाद देना चाहूँगा प्रिसिजन मेड इंडिया कंक्लेव एंड अवार्ड्स 2025 में मेरे मित्र नवीन निश्चल ने मुझे याद किया, क्योंकि मेरी इसकी मित्र बहुत लंबे समय के लगभग 18 वर्ष हो गए एक सोसाइटी के रूप में मिले और आज इस मंच तक खड़े हैं। तो मैं धन्यवाद देना चाहूँगा नवीन निश्चल को। तो एक बार क्लैपिंग भी हो जाए। हमारे यहाँ कहा जाता है अतिथि देव भव, पर मेरे भाव में डॉक्टर्स भी कहीं देवों से कम नहीं है, कि वो मेडिसिन के रूप में हो या चिकित्सा के रूप में। जब हर एक व्यक्ति की आस बड़ी गहराई और आत्मिक रूप से वो जब उसके सामने होता है तो जुड़ जाती है, और वो बड़े प्रेम और स्नेह और पूरे समर्पण के साथ कहता है कि डॉक्टर साहब मैं ठीक तो हो जाऊंगा, तो एक विश्वास जुड़ा होता है। और आज ऐसे ही चिकित्सा से जुड़े सभी लोगों के मैं बीच में हूं, तो मेरे लिए सौभाग्य की बात है। जहां तक दिल्ली के अंदर अभी डॉक्टर साहब कह रहे थे कि अब दिल्ली के अंदर भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार है और मुझे भी उसमें कैबिनेट रूप में रखा गया है, तो कहीं ना कहीं एक दृष्टिकोण रहा होगा कि हम समाज में किस तरीके का तालमेल और समन्वय बना के चलें। उसी रूप में मैं देख रहा हूं कि दिल्ली के मुख्यमंत्री हो या देश के यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र भाई मोदी जी हो, उन्होंने हर वर्ग के लिए, हर वर्ग का मतलब है उन्होंने कोई भी ऐसा स्पेस नहीं छोड़ा पूरे देश के अंदर जिसमें हर लोग व्यक्ति को कोऑर्डिनेट करने का काम ना किया हो। चिकित्सा के माध्यम में भी जहां देश के अंदर लिमिटेड से एम्स होते थे, आज उसकी संख्या बढ़ के भी मेरे ख्याल से 10 गुना होने वाली है, और फ्यूचर प्लान में भी है। मेरे ख्याल से जितना उन्होंने स्वास्थ्य पे काम किया, मेरे ख्याल से इतना किसी और एजेंडे पे काम नहीं किया, क्योंकि देश का अगर नागरिक स्वस्थ होगा तो ये देश कहीं ना कहीं प्रगति और तरक्की में आगे बढ़ेगा। और 2047 का मिशन भी है कि देश आत्मनिर्भर देश बने, और भविष्य में जैसे हम सभी कल्पना करते हैं कि ये देश विश्व गुरु बने, और वो विश्व गुरु बनने में कहीं ना कहीं मैं ये कह सकता हूँ कि मेरे सामने जो बैठे हैं ये सभी प्रबुद्ध लोग यानी डॉक्टर्स लोग ये बहुत बड़े भागीदार होने वाले हैं, क्योंकि इस देश की होने वाली संतानें या व्यक्ति अगर स्वस्थ होगा तो वो कहीं ना कहीं इस देश की प्रगति में भागीदार भी होगा। और मैं दोबारा नवीन निश्चल का धन्यवाद करता हूँ, और इस अवार्ड के लिए बोलना तो बहुत चाहता हूँ, पर मेरे लिए थोड़ी सी टाइम लिमिट, क्योंकि बहुत सारे कार्य करने होते हैं। तो थैंक यू ऑल ऑफ, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद है, आभार है।
सर आपसे विनती है स्टेज पे बने रहे हमारे साथ अवार्ड सेरेमनी के लिए। बहुत शुक्रिया आपका।
And now I would like to invite Dr. Naveen Nishal to please come on stage once again to lead this special celebration. So without keeping you waiting any longer, let's get to the most exciting part of our award ceremony. Starting with our individual category, let's celebrate those rock stars whose hard work, heart, and hustle are making precision medicine shine brighter in India. So our first category is Emerging Precision Radiation Oncologist of the Year. And the award goes to Dr. Brahmananda Satpathy.
Can we have a huge round of applause, please? Thank you.
His emerging contributions are shaping the future of radiation oncology in the country.
Please keep your hands rolling, everybody. Thank you.
So we request you to please deliver a few words. Thank you, sir, and congratulations again. Moving on to our next category, Precision Radiation Oncologist of the Year. And the award goes to Dr. Indu Bansal Agarwal.
A huge round of applause, please.
His compassionate leadership and dedication to evidence-based treatment makes him a true icon in the field of radiation oncologist of the year. Thank you, sir, and congratulations. Our next category, Emerging Precision Surgical Oncologist of the Year, goes to Dr. Manish Sahani. A gold medalist in MCH Surgical Oncology with over 25 indexed publications and national recognition for surgical excellence. He stands as a rising star in India's oncology landscape. Let's have a round of applause. Thank you, sir, and congratulations again. Our next category is Precision Surgical Oncologist of the Year, and the award goes to Dr. Shubham Garg.
Can we have a huge round of applause?
His commitment to innovation and patient-centered care continues to raise the bar for cancer treatment in India. Congratulations, sir. Our next category is Precision Researcher of the Year, Biochemistry. And the award goes to Dr. Saswati Das. May I please have you on stage? So with global fellowships, 8,000 plus citations, and leadership in space and clinical diagnostics, she stands as a beacon of translational innovation.
A huge round of applause for ma'am, please. Congratulations, ma'am.
Congratulations. Our next category is Precision Researcher of the Year, Cell and Gene Therapy. And this award goes to Dr. Sangram Keshri Samal. Sir, can we please have you on stage? With 160 plus publications, 28 patents and innovations now in European market, his impact is both profound and far-reaching. Congratulations.
A huge round of applause again, please.
Thank you, sir. Moving on to our next category, Precision Researcher of the Year, Infectious Disease. And the award goes to Dr. Bichitra Biswal. His contribution has significantly advanced our understanding and management of complex infectious conditions.
Congratulations, sir. Can we please clap a little?
Thank you, sir. Moving on to our next category, Precision Surgical Oncologist of the Year, and the award goes to Dr. Ashwini Sharma. Congratulations, sir. From transoral robotic techniques to complex GI and gynecological procedures, his expertise and leadership have shaped the future of cancer care across India. Moving on to our next category, the Molecular Pathologist of the Year award goes to Dr. Amrit Kaur Kaler.
A huge round of applause, please.
With over 15 years of expertise, she had led innovation in liquid biopsy, hereditary cancer clinics, and cutting-edge genomic profiling. Congratulations,
Congratulations, ma'am.
Moving on to our next category, Genomic Pioneer Award. And this award goes to Dr. Prashant Kumar. His visionary leadership and scientific excellence have set new benchmarks in translational cancer research. Congratulations, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Moving on to our next category, outstanding contribution to genomic research. And the award goes to Dr. Anushri Gupta. Her leadership and prolific scientific contribution continue to shape the future of biomedical innovation in India. Congratulations, ma'am. Thank you so much, ma'am. Our next category is Precision Hemato-Oncologist of the Year. And the award goes to Dr. Neeta Radhakrishnan.
A huge round of applause, please.
Her global advocacy and collaborative spirit continues to transform childhood cancer care across borders.
Congratulations, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Our next category is Excellence in Clinical Practice in Radiation Oncology. And the award goes to Dr. Gagan Saini. Can you please have you on stage? Can someone, I think he's not here, can someone else take award on behalf of him?
A huge round of applause, please.
Our next category is Genetic Counselor of the Year. And the award goes to Dr. Aparna Dhar. Ma'am, can you please have you on stage? With over 20 years of experience in precision oncology and cancer genetics, Dr. Aparna Dhar has made a huge difference in the lives of thousands with her expertise and care.
A huge round of applause for ma'am, please.
Congratulations,
Congratulations, ma'am.
Moving on to our next category, Medical Geneticist of the Year award goes to Dr. Priyanshu Mathur. Dr. Priyanshu Mathur has played a key role in advancing pediatric genetics and rare disease care in India, helping improve early diagnosis and treatment. Congratulations, sir. Thank you, sir. Our next category is Precision Cardiologist of the Year North. And the award goes to Dr. Sanjay Kumar Sharma. He has performed over 10,000 cardiac procedures across all age groups. As HOD at Neo Super Speciality Hospital, his dedication to timely patient-friendly cardiac care has set new standards in interventional cardiology. Congratulations, sir.
A huge round of applause, please. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And our next category is Precision Cardiologist of the Year, South. Award goes to Dr. Rajalakshmi S. Ma'am, can we please have you on stage? With over 28 years of excellence in interventional cardiology, her leadership in precision-guided coronary care and complex angioplasties reflects her commitment to personalized cardiac treatment. Congratulations, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Our next category is Precision Neurologist of the Year award goes to Dr. Manjari Tripathi. With over 330 publications and decades of clinical excellence at AIMS, her impact spans from the lab to national health policy.
A huge round of applause.
Our next category is Entrepreneur of the Year in Precision Medicine. And the award goes to Dr. Gautam Das. Sir, can we please have you on stage?
With 19 global publications, 15 patents, and a legacy of leadership across academia and industry, he's redefining the future of precision medicine in India and beyond. Very congratulations, sir.
Thank you, sir. Moving on to our next category, Emerging Precision Oncologist of the Year. And the award goes to Dr. Ankit Batra, a gold medalist, Harvard-trained clinician, and the first to perform CAR T-cell therapy in Uttarakhand. Dr. Batra is leading groundbreaking research and heading SRHU's Cancer Research Institute, shaping the future of personalized cancer care in India.
Can we please have a huge round of applause? Thank you.
Congratulations, sir. Our next category is Precision Oncologist of the Year award goes to Dr. Sevanti Limai.
Dr. Sivanti Limar has made remarkable contributions to cancer care in India through her work and leadership. We are delighted to invite her on stage to present the awards.
Moving on to our next category, Lifetime Achievement in Precision Cardiology, honoring a 5 decades legacy in cardiac care, and the award goes to Dr. T.S. Clare. Sir, can we please have you on stage? Dr. T.S. Clare's 5-decade legacy has transformed cardiac care in India. His visionary contribution and mentorship have laid the foundation for precision cardiology across the nation. Congratulations, sir. Thank you, sir. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Voice of Health. मैं सोच रहा था कि संडे जाऊं या ना जाऊं, but Pinky almost forced me to come, and I'm very happy that I came. सबसे अच्छी बात मेरे को ये लगी है कि it is eye opener for me कि इंडिया में basic sciences में काम हो रहा है, and I think the younger generation has done remarkably well. They are working on genomics, they are working on molecular sciences. So I think that's a good news in our country, and encouragement of these young scientists is very, very important in our country, because I believe one thing, that no country can become great if they don't have their original research. You know, we have to depend for everything for the Western civilization. मैं सुबह से शाम तक कार्डियोलॉजी में जो यूज़ करता हूँ 90% वो बाहर से आता है. So Indians are very capable. They are brainy. Believe me that I have worked in Middle East, I worked in UK, I worked in United States. They are no better than Indian doctors. You have to believe me. And there is a there is a paper, by the way, there is a publication from Boston. They followed 50,000 patients over 10 years, and they analyzed that who was the treating doctor. And the result of this trial was that patients treated by foreign medical graduates, they had better longevity and quality of life. And out of these foreign medical graduates, 78.5% were Indians. So I think that's a great. Though we have excelled in clinical care health delivery, but we are still behind in original research. I think that is what the younger generation should follow, and that's what the government of India, like Ravinder ji हैं यहाँ, तो मैं इसलिए भी बोलना चाहता था कि we have to encourage people to do original research. Researcher की इज्जत करनी हमें पड़ेगी, उनको पैसे भी देने पड़ेंगे, otherwise we will never become great country. बातें की बातें रह जाएंगी. So this is my request, and thank you very much for this. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, and congratulations again. Moving on to our next category, Lifetime Achievement in Medical Oncology. And the award goes to Dr. Colonel R. Ranga Rao. Sir, can we please have you on stage?
Dr. Ranga Rao's 4-decade journey has shaped cancer care with clinical excellence, innovation, and service to the nation. His legacy continues to inspire the future of personalized cancer treatment in India.
Congratulations, sir.
Can we please have a round of applause?
There's a lot to do.
I don't want to waste time. I just want to say something here about 100 people, 150 people are listening. These kind of deliberations must be listened to by every person in the country, and that is only possible through the mass media that we have. I would request you to have the discussions on the mass media instead of talking about very, I won't say nonsensical, but very sometimes sensical, when they have no meaning, why we are discussing those. And I think these are very important. And we're talking of cancer awareness in the last panel. So much was talking. Tell me one day where cancer awareness is being talked about in the media. Never. There will be a news if some celebrity had a breakfast, something new, how he lost weight. I think they have been past all that. We have to do more important things for the general public to have some health news, cancer news and all that. My request to all of the celebrities and the ministry and everyone to do this. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir, and congratulations again. Moving on to our next category, Lifetime Achievement in Precision Oncology. And this award goes to Dr. P.K. Julka. Sir, can we please have you on stage? And have a huge round of applause for Dr. P.K. Julka.
Dr. P.K. Julka, Padma Shri awardee and a pioneer in Indian oncology. Dr. Julka's 4-decade legacy in cancer care, research and mentorship continues to shape the future of precision medicine and patient-centric care. Congratulations, sir.
Thank you so much, sir, and congratulations. Wow. So that was an inspiring lineup of individual achievers. We just celebrated, right, Shweta?
Absolutely, Simran.
And it's credible to see how many passionate people are pushing for the frontiers of precision medicine.
But you know, behind every great individual stands a great organization. The hospitals, research centers, technology companies, and advocacy groups. All the incredible teams working day and night behind the scenes. They build the system, the innovations, and the support structures that make individual success possible.
So now it's time to celebrate the organization. So let's keep those hands rolling because the next awards are for the organization making it all possible.
Can we please have a huge round of applause?
Our first category for organizational award is Outstanding Contribution to Precision Medicine Research in India. And the award goes to Center for DNA Fingerprinting and Diagnostics, Hyderabad.
Please keep your hands rolling, everybody.
Their groundbreaking work in genomics and diagnostics have paved the way for personalized healthcare solutions, transforming the future of medicine in our country.
Congratulations.
And next category is Outstanding Contribution to Precision Medicine Technologies in India. And the award goes to Prema's Life Sciences. Team Prema, can we have you on stage?
Their innovative advancements in precision medicine are revolutionizing healthcare, paving the way for more personalized and effective treatments. Congratulations, team. Can we please have a huge round of applause, everybody?
The next category is Outstanding Contributions to the Genomic Research and Innovation in India. And the award goes to Department of Genetics, Biotech Center, University of Delhi. Can we please have someone from the team to receive the award? Their pioneering work in genetics is advancing our understanding of complex diseases and shaping the future of personalized medicine. Congratulations. Moving on to our next category, National Leader in Immunological Research and Innovation. And the award goes to National Institute of Immunology, New Delhi.
With exceptional leadership in immunological research and innovation, and their groundbreaking contributions are advancing the frontiers of immunology, shaping the future of disease prevention and therapeutic strategies.
Congratulations to the team. Our next award is Exceptional Social Impact in Cancer Advocacy in India. And the award goes to Indian Cancer Society. Can you please have the team on stage? This award celebrates the advocacy, compassion, and awareness building that uplifts patients and families.
Their tireless efforts in raising awareness, providing support, and advocating for cancer patients have made a profound difference in the lives of countless individuals across the nation. Congratulations, team. A huge round of applause, everybody. Please keep these hands rolling. A huge round of applause, please. Thank you.
Thank you all.
Congratulations.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you to the team. Moving on to our next category, the Solution Provider of the Year in Precision Medicine. And the award goes to Onquest Laboratories Limited for delivering outstanding diagnostics and healthcare solution with precision.
Their innovative diagnostic solutions are leading the way in precision medicine, enabling more accurate and personalized treatment strategies for cancer patients. Congratulations, team.
It looks so good when the complete team is there to receive the award.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. Congratulations.
Moving on to our next category, Precision Interventional Therapeutics of the Year award goes to India Medtronic Private Limited. They are transforming the cardiac intervention. The cutting-edge technology and minimally invasive solution are revolutionizing patient care and setting new standard in precision therapy. Our next category is Outstanding Work in Liquid Biopsy Development. And the award goes to Agilis Diagnostics for their path-breaking progress in non-invasive diagnostics. Their advancements are transforming non-invasive cancer diagnostic, enabling earlier detection and more personalized treatment approaches.
Congratulations.
Let's have a round of applause for the team. Thank you. Our next category is Genomic Lab of the Year. And the award goes to LifeCell International.
An institution leading the way in personalized genomics. Their excellence in genomic testing and research is setting new benchmarks in preventing healthcare and personalized medicine in India. Congratulations to the team. A huge round of applause, please, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you. Our next category is Outstanding Advancements in Immunotherapy. And the award goes to Roche Diagnostics.
A huge round of applause.
Their advancements are rewriting cancer care protocols globally and pioneering innovations, and they're redefining the cancer care, bringing hope through more targeted and effective treatment solutions.
A huge round of applause, everybody.
Congratulations to the winners. Our next category is Emerging Hospital of the Year in Precision Medicine. And the award goes to R.L. Jalappa Hospital and Research Center.
Their commitment to integrating advanced diagnostic and personalized care is setting a strong foundation for the future of healthcare delivery. Congratulations. A huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you.
Next category is Hospital of the Year in Precision Medicine. And the award goes to Dharamshila Narayana Super Speciality Hospitals. Their impeccable work in delivering personalized, cutting-edge treatment is getting a gold standard in precision healthcare in India. Congratulations to the team.
Congratulations. Can we please have a huge round of applause, everybody?
Our next category is Precision Medicine Startup of the Year. And the award goes to MyBiome Therapeutics. Can we have the team on the stage to collect the award?
Their innovative approach to microbiome-based therapies is paving the way for a new era of personalized and targeted healthcare solutions. Congratulations to the team.
Their bold ideas, disruptive technology are making precision medicine more accessible. Our next category is Precision Medicine Company of the Year. And the award goes to Thermo Fisher Scientific. Team Thermo Fisher, the stage is yours. Their groundbreaking technologies and unwavering commitment to innovation are accelerating the future of personalized healthcare worldwide.
Congratulations to the team.
Our next category is Outstanding Global Impact in Precision Medicine. And the award goes to Miltenyi Biotech.
Can we please have you on the stage?
Their cutting-edge solution and global contributions are transforming patient care and advancing the frontiers of personalized medicine across the world. Oh my God, Shweta, that was an amazing lineup, right?
Absolutely, Simran. Can we please have a huge round of applause one more time for all our organizational champions here tonight?
And we are proud of you as we celebrate you, and we truly look forward to seeing what magic you will create in next year and the world of precision medicine. And with that, it brings us to the beautiful conclusion of this memorable evening, the second edition of Precision Medicine India Conclave and Awards 2025.
But before we close, let's take a moment to congratulate all the winners once again. The individuals, organizations who have raised the bar and inspired us all tonight.
And we would also like to thank our chief guest, Sri Ravindra Singh Ji, for taking our time and coming to this conclave and gracing our stage and giving awards to all our winners. And this means a lot to us.
A heartfelt thank you to everybody who came out, supported, nominated, and celebrated with us. And of course, a very special thank you to our sponsors, supporters, and partners whose belief in precision medicine and in this platform made this evening possible. Let's just give them a big round of applause.
And now, before we officially call it a night, we would like to invite all the award winners, both individual and organizations, to please join us on stage for a grand group photograph. So come on up, let's capture this moment of victory, unity, and celebrate this together. Can we have all the winners on the stage for a group photograph with their trophies?
Can we please have everybody on the stage?
Group photograph.
And while they are making their way here, to everybody else, thank you for being part of this beautiful community.
Yeah, बोल देना. So now we will see next year that we will brighter than ever.
Let's make some space for all our winners here.
A few more people are coming. Can we please wait for them? Excuse me, sir. Okay, there are more winners joining us. Can we please make some space for them?
Freezer sandwich. ये राहुल किसको हाई कर रहा है?
Thank you so much, everybody. Thank you. We'll see you next year, bigger and brighter than ever.
And congratulations once again to all the winners. Until then, keep shining.